and narrated by Grover Gardner.
Chapter 22. There will never be a better time than now to fight it out. 1890 to 1891. The 3-year sliding-scale wage agreement that had been forced on the Edgar Thomson workforce, with the help of the Pinkertons in the spring of 1888, was due to expire on December 31st, 1890. Any advance of wages these times is out of the question, Carnegie wrote Frick on December 9, 1890, anticipating that the workers would seek an increase. It seems to me now is a good time to tell this to the men. Explain how we are trying to give them work to do by rolling rails for which we do not get paid till next spring. With no union to represent them, Carnegie expected that the men would in the end continue to work at the old wage rates. He was wrong. On December 30th, the day before the old contract was to expire, Frick wrote from Pittsburgh with bad news. Blast furnace men, particularly stock fillers, have notified Schwab that they will stop work on morning of January 1st unless their hours of labor are reduced to 8. It is a question of hours, he says, more than wages, but of course means the same thing in the end. It is a serious matter to bank, shut down, furnaces, but it looks as if there was no alternative. Furnaces, once cooled, were subject to damage and took a considerable amount of time to start up again. Any advance in wages or reduction in hours of labor, it seems to me, at furnaces is certainly not to be thought of now in view of the depressed condition of business and gloomy outlook for 1891, and even if trade conditions favored it, we could not well entertain a change in the present scale. Managers will meet in an hour to fully discuss it. In the meantime, would like to have your views. The matter did not look serious until this morning, and I thought we would get through without troubling you with it at this time. We'll have Schwab, General Superintendent at Edgar Thomson, and James Gailey, head of the furnace department, in at noon. It seems to me we should instruct Mr. Schwab to call the men together and ask them to send a committee to furnace plants of other steel concerns at our expense, particularly Eastern ones, to investigate for themselves. In meantime, the men to continue at work on the present scale. In this way our plant might be kept going until we are ready to stop for repairs, and the men by that time brought to realize that business is really very much depressed. Carnegie had no intention of returning to an 8-hour day at Edgar Thomson for anyone, including the furnace men. The puddlers who worked the ovens at the Union iron mills in Pittsburgh endured 12-hour shifts. Why shouldn't the skilled workers at the Bessemer ovens? The reasons were self-evident to the Bessemer furnace men. Iron puddlers put in a 12-hour shift, 5.5 days a week. Because they managed their own furnaces, worked in 2-man teams, spelled one another on a regular basis, and took breaks when they needed them, their 12-hour turn never involved more than 10 hours of work a day, or 50 a week. The Bessemer blast furnaces, to the contrary, operated continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, spewing out raw material to be converted into steel and then cut, molded, rolled, and shaped into blooms, ingots, slabs, bars, beams, and the like. The men who tended, stocked, and stoked the ovens worked a full 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, with no breaks, no one to spell them. Frick tried to keep Carnegie out of the loop as the situation spiraled out of control at the Edgar Thomson furnaces. He was intent on taking over full operational management of the Carnegie firms, and for the time being at least, it appeared that that was what Carnegie wanted as well. In December 1890, Louise had been brought down by a severe case of influenza. Carnegie was frightened as he had ever been. Every letter to and from Frick referred to her condition. On New Year's Eve, Carnegie cabled his response to the news of the furnace men's walkout, then followed up with a handwritten letter. Advance in wages or cost at present time, of course, impossible. Would have Schwab say to men at a time when we are trying every means to get orders even at a loss, when Eastern mills have reduced wages, we are asked to increase cost. It is not in our power to do so. Public sentiment will be with us. Pittsburgh Dispatch might help by a judicious article, saying to labor this is not time to ask advance. Trouble cannot be serious if met vigorously. The more all of our men can be told of the position and made to realize the truth, the easier the trouble will be over. Besides this, furnace men should be told boldly that the firm will not be taken by the threat without notice, and any man that deserts his post will not be employed again. This is really the strongest and best check you can give. Decline to treat with men who threaten such conduct. Frick wrote back that he didn't think there would be any trouble at the furnaces because the troublemakers were unskilled Eastern Europeans who could be easily replaced. As the work in the steel mills had gotten more dangerous, as the 8-hour day was scrapped for 12 and the work week lengthened to 84 hours, the English-speaking boys who had once begun their careers in the mills as common laborers began looking elsewhere for employment. They were replaced by unskilled immigrants who, without savings or language skills, had few alternatives but to work in the mills. The majority of the Eastern Europeans in the Pittsburgh steel mills came from the western parts of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Most intended to remain only a few years, earning as much money as they could before returning to their villages to pay off mortgages or buy a piece of land. Few got the chance. Wages were higher in America, but so were the costs of living. The new immigrants kept largely to themselves, lived in boarding houses with their own people, ate their own foods, drank in their own taverns, read foreign-language newspapers, shopped in stores owned by their landsmen. But they also made accommodation to the new world they now inhabited by learning a bit of the language and joining or cooperating with unions organized and led by English-speaking skilled laborers. They were willing to work long hours for pennies an hour, but when pushed too hard, shoved back. Even without a union to represent them, the furnace men at Edgar Thomson had decided that they were not going to accede to the firm's ultimatum, even when it came sugar-coated with lengthy explanations as to why wages could not be raised or the workday reduced to 8 hours. On New Year's Eve, the first to walk off their jobs rather than accept the new contract with no reduction in hours or increase in wage rates were the stockyard fillers, who delivered iron ore, coke, and limestone to the blast furnaces. When Schwab, who lived nearby in company housing, received the message at midnight that the Hungarian element were organizing at the corner of 13th Street near Wolf's Saloon, he drove to the works in his carriage and, as he reported to Frick in a 3 a.m. telegram, arrived there about the time the mob did, there being about 60 in the crowd. They immediately went down to the stockhouse and, of course, after considerable skirmishing, managed to chase all the men away from there. They then turned their attention to the men unloading material on trestles and succeeded in cleaning these men out. The crowd was made up largely of drunken fellows with whom you could neither reason nor induce to leave by any argument, and inasmuch as our force at the works was comprised of but a few foremen, it was impossible to do anything with them. They went down into the stockyard and commenced doing injury to our property by upsetting barrows, etc., when our loyal men made an attack upon them and succeeded in beating them off from the stockhouse. I do not know that we have gained anything by this, but at this writing, 3 a.m., Stockyard is entirely clear. Schwab hoped things would cool down overnight, and to help the process along, he asked Mr. Wolfe to close his saloon, which he did. It made no difference. On January 1st, 1891, an even larger posse descended on the furnace department and drove out the few men still working there. Schwab suggested that the Pinkertons be brought in to get the furnaces started up at once. Frick disagreed. He had already dispatched Philander Knox, the company's chief lawyer, to see the sheriff and to find out whether the sheriff will agree to protect our property. Mr. Knox thinks he will, and that if he says he will undertake to do it, that it will be done. Should we get a favorable decision from the sheriff, this will certainly be much better than employing Pinkerton men. In case the sheriff will not consent to protect our property and the men who are willing to work, we will have to adopt the second method which you propose. This, I hope, will not be necessary. Later that day, Frick wrote to tell Carnegie that the sheriff had agreed to intervene, which was a great relief to both of them. Frick was convinced that the matter would now be swiftly settled and the furnaces back at full blast. This is certainly not anything more than a drunken Hungarian spree, and I do not think can lead to anything else. No reason why it should. A little nerve and patience will certainly bring this matter through all right. The sheriff, as requested, took the next train from Pittsburgh to Braddock. Schwab met him at the Edgar Thomson plant and then called together all the workmen who were then at the works, only the furnace department was being struck, brought them into the office, addressed them, saying it was simply ridiculous for 3,000 honest workmen to allow 400 or 500 Hungarians to deprive them of work which they so much desired doing. I told them that the sheriff was here and would swear them in as deputy sheriffs. With the sheriff's approval, Schwab then armed 12 of his best men with Winchester rifles, repeating, and a large number of other men with small arms and clubs. If the Huns attacked again, and Schwab was certain they would, they will meet with a pretty lively reception, as I am determined to drive them out, no matter at what cost or sacrifices. My plan now is to appeal to the sympathy of the other men, get them to come to work, be sworn in as deputies. He planned to start up the furnaces right away, protecting ourselves all the while. If in this manner I can get our men to stand right by us, I would much prefer this to getting Pinkerton detectives. Frick endorsed the strategy, but cautioned James Gailey, the superintendent of the furnace department, to exercise great care as to who you give these revolvers to. They must not be given under any circumstances to any except those deputized by the sheriff. Frick also alerted Schwab that there was a rumor that the Huns are arranging in Homestead to go to Braddock tonight in full force. I think it is all idle talk, but thought it best to give it to you to be used for what it is worth. With the sheriff now in place at the head of a small army of armed deputies, the second battle of Edgar Thompson was won without a shot having to be fired, and without the violent confrontations that might have ensued had the Pinkertons been brought in. The Hungarians' threatened attack on the newly deputized sheriffs never materialized. No intruders arrived from Homestead. The furnaces were, within days, again at full blast. With no union to bridge the cultural, language, and economic differences between unskilled Hungarians and skilled English-speaking workers, no strike fund, and no way of transmitting their grievances to the larger public, the Edgar Thompson workforce was easily divided and conquered. Carnegie's decision to drive the Knights out of Edgar Thompson in 1889 had been worth all the trouble it had taken. By late January, the protests at the Edgar Thompson furnaces were a distant memory. The business downturn Frick and Carnegie had expected, and on which they had predicted their refusal to raise wages, never occurred. On the contrary, orders and revenues continued to pour in. "Money is becoming quite easy in Pittsburgh," Frick wrote Carnegie only weeks after crushing the aborted furnace men's strike. "The combined concerns have on hand something over $1.25 million in cash." Carnegie was delighted with the news from Pittsburgh, but worried still about his wife's recovery. After another relapse, she appeared to be gathering strength, but slowly. Carnegie had remained at her side through her illness and was getting increasingly restless. "I begin to feel as if I should like to get out of the hospital for a few days," he wrote on January 26th, "and see no reason why I cannot leave this day week and spend a few days in Pittsburgh and talk over all the points with you." 2 weeks later, still marooned in New York, he wrote Frick that Louise preferred that he not leave until, as she says, she gets on solid ground, which means solid food. "She tastes an egg today, first morsel, and is gaining daily. I'll wait and visit you in a few days." Carnegie and Frick had solved the labor problem at Edgar Thompson in January, but there was more to come. In February 1891, 10,000 coke workers went on strike in Connellsville against the H.C. Frick Coke Company, in which Carnegie held a majority interest. Frick had anticipated the strike and laid in sufficient supplies of coke for the next several months. By mid-March, however, with no sign of compromise from the strikers, he decided to force a confrontation. "It looks as if the time has about arrived," he wrote Carnegie on March 20th, "when we should post up at the coke works the scale of wages we are willing to pay and make an effort at several of the works to start." As at E.T. in 1888, there would be no negotiations over wage rates. The men would be invited to return to work at the posted wages. If they chose not to work at these rates, they could expect to lose their jobs to the substitute workers the company planned to bring in to replace them. Carnegie, knowing that there was no immediate need for fresh coke deliveries, suggested that Frick wait a bit before issuing any ultimatums. The longer the men stayed out of work, the hungrier and more desperate they and their families would become, and the easier it would be to break their strike. "To announce terms and try to start ovens is a very serious step to take. It should be postponed until the last day possible, as every day's idleness will render starting easier. I should not think of making a move this month. I do not like the idea of your thrusting it upon them. It would show too clearly your desire to start." Carnegie agreed with Frick that the unions in the coke regions had to be busted, no matter what it took. The only difference between the two was timing. Carnegie suggested that Frick wait until April or later before forcing any confrontation. Frick and his general manager in the region, Thomas Lynch, wanted to move at once. On March 26th, Lynch posted the new wage rates, announced that the coke works would be opened at once, and ordered the men back to work. The Connellsville coke workers responded by organizing themselves into quasi-military units and marching on the coke works, which were defended by private police and sheriff's deputies. 7 strikers were shot dead and dozens injured. Carnegie, on learning of the events in Connellsville, dashed off a handwritten letter to Frick. The battle had now been joined, and Carnegie urged him to fight it to the finish. Stand by the scale, refuse all conference, declare that you are going to run works free from all labor organizations, etc. Try every means to start and force the governor to send aid to keep the peace. Seems to me sheriff can apply to governor saying civil power exhausted, and upon you I throw responsibility. No governor can stand who declines to take charge and keep the law and peace. The issue should be clearly made with the governor. There will never be a better time than now to fight it out. Advances asked for are obviously ridiculous. Men are in the wrong. You have a great advantage in the men having broken the law. You are entrenched. I believe this is the time to settle matters in the coke region and am willing to stand the cost to the end. Frick answered that same day that all parties here feel just as you do, that now is the time to settle all difficulties in the coke regions. Your suggestions as to the policy from now on will have careful consideration. The strike certainly cannot last much longer. A week later, with Louise now nearly recovered, Carnegie arrived in Pittsburgh on his annual visit prior to sailing for Europe. Asked by reporters about the coke strike, he made a point of explaining that he had taken no part in the coke question and don't intend to take any. There is a man at the head of the concern who made it, and I don't know anybody in the world who can attend to its affairs as well as Mr. Frick. Besides, he is my boss now, and he has only to tell me how I can assist him to secure my support. Frick's optimistic predictions about a quick end to the strike were entirely off base. As the strike dragged on, Carnegie, frustrated with the lack of progress, couldn't help but gently suggest that had his advice been taken and the confrontation postponed, the men might have been enticed to return to work peacefully. My idea of beating in a dispute with me is always to shut down and suffer. Let them decide by vote when they desire to go to work. Say kindly, "All right, gentlemen, let's hear from you. No quarrel, not the least in the world," until a majority vote, secret ballot, to go to work. Have a good time. When a majority vote to start, start it is. I am satisfied that the employer or firm who gets the reputation of adhering to that rule never have a prolonged stoppage or much ill feeling. We did it at E.T., but Abbott failed at Homestead, and we have lost ground to recover. It was easier to starve the workers into submission than to do battle with them. The battle having now been engaged, Carnegie insisted that it was necessary to go ahead to the end. Frick, with the assistance of the sheriff's deputies, counterattacked in an attempt to re-secure the coke works and evict those who lived in company-owned housing. When the sheriff's deputies were driven off by the strikers, Democratic Governor Robert Pattison, who had been reluctant to intervene, sent in the state militia to restore order but refused to permanently station troops at the coke works so that scabs could be brought in. Frick arranged instead for 100 Pinkerton men at License Ring No. 2, the center of Union activity. Sheriff of Fayette County agreed to deputize them. They will reach here tomorrow morning. With that protection at those works, I think we will be able to get them started, as there are without doubt a large number of men willing to work if properly protected. Tomorrow we will begin to evict at a number of places. On April 21st, 1891, Frick cabled Carnegie with the news that he had successfully landed the 100 Pinkerton men at License Ring No. 2 about 1:30 today, and they were immediately sworn in as deputy sheriffs. A special train with 50 Italian miners, secured in the Punxsutawney region, left here, Pittsburgh, at 4 o'clock for the same place. I trust with this protection and this number of men to start with at that works that we may succeed in running them full before long. We are holding our own at all other places and gaining a little at some. We must keep at this persistently and patiently, and I am satisfied we will, before many days, get in pretty good shape. The coke workers were able to hold out for another month, but no longer. On May 20th, Frick wrote that production at the coke works was satisfactorily increasing. On May 27th, the strike was called off. In less than 3 years, with Captain Jones's and Frick's assistance, Andrew Carnegie had broken strikes and busted unions at the Edgar Thomson Works at Braddock and at Connellsville. But there remained still more to do before the Carnegie Works were freed forever of union interference. In late June, 6 months after the furnace men and stock fillers had been beaten back at E.T. and less than a month after the coke strike had been called off, word reached Frick through his network of spies that trouble was brewing at the Duquesne Works, which he had purchased for Carnegie 6 months earlier. The skilled workers who had struggled unsuccessfully to organize a union under the old management were at it again. In early July they quit work and announced that they would not return unless paid according to the wage scale negotiated by the Amalgamated for the iron mills in the Pittsburgh region. Carnegie had argued in his 1886 articles that it was always preferable to close down a plant than bring in scab workers. But he had discovered, at Edgar Thomson in 1889, that long-term lockouts were too costly to be sustained in boom business periods. Rather than wait indefinitely for workers to return, he had brought in Pinkertons to secure the plant and prepare the way for scab laborers. This was Frick's plan for Duquesne in 1891, with one important distinction. He intended to use the sheriff's office instead of the Pinkertons to break the strike. "The sheriff will go up on the 10:40 train with 10 deputies," Frick wrote Tommy Morrison, the general manager at Duquesne and a distant cousin of Carnegie. "I feel satisfied that we can depend upon the sheriff giving us all the protection we ask for if needed. At least he has promised our attorney, Mr. Knox, that he would do so. We will fight this strike to the end and start the works on exactly the same terms as they were running heretofore. After they are once started, we will formulate a sliding scale of our own and insist on every employee signing it. This, however, is a matter that we had better keep to ourselves for the present." Frick was not content with simply breaking the current strike. He was determined to find and eliminate the organizers. Company spies identified the Union men, who were fired at once. "The following named persons," Frick wrote the superintendents at Edgar Thomson and Homestead on July 3rd, "have been discharged from Duquesne Works. Will you kindly see that they are not employed at Homestead or any other works of Carnegie, Phipps and Company?" To make sure they would not return to Duquesne, an injunction was taken out against them. "I send you herewith copy of form necessary to be used to get injunctions against the men who are interfering with our operations," Frick wrote Morrison on July 6th. "Please read it over carefully and see what it will be necessary to swear to, and whenever you can give the names of the parties acting against us as stated therein, we will have no difficulty in getting to court to enjoin them. Should they then continue to interfere with our employees or with men that want to go to work, there will be no difficulty in having them sent to jail." Carnegie, like Frick, worried less about the strike at the Duquesne Works, it would be broken quickly, than on the effect it would have on the Homestead workers. On July 14th, Frick assured him there was nothing to worry about. The Homestead workers wanted very much to see the men at Duquesne organized, but his swift action in breaking the strike would, he thought, deter the Amalgamated Association from being led into the fight. He was right. The Amalgamated leadership decided not to support any organizing effort at Duquesne, or endorse any sympathy strikes at Homestead or Carnegie's other iron or steel mills. With the sheriff's deputies on site and no support from outside, the Duquesne strike was stillborn. Frick's, and to a lesser degree Carnegie's, close ties with Allegheny County Republican officials were paying off handsomely. The company had only to whistle, and the sheriffs came riding to the rescue. Their support had been indispensable in breaking 3 separate strikes against Carnegie firms in 1891 alone. If, as Carnegie would later declare in his autobiography, labor is usually helpless against capital, it was because capital, at least in Allegheny County, had the state on its side. In Henry Clay Frick, Carnegie had found the battlefield lieutenant he required to run his companies. Like Harry Phipps, Frick was a master accountant with his eye firmly fixed on the bottom line. Like Captain Jones, he was resolutely anti-union and a master strategist in labor disputes. Like Tom Scott, he was politically savvy and politically connected. Carnegie was already relying on him more than he had relied on any of his other partners and managers. In early 1890, as a sign of his increasing faith in Frick's ability, Carnegie notified him that he had decided to spend more time abroad. "Have got Cluny for next year, sail May 21st. We shall probably spend next winter in Italy, chiefly at Rome, and not return until following winter, and then only for short time. Am now getting all arranged as I planned." Frick, anticipating Carnegie's retirement, declared his availability to succeed him. "Am now satisfied," he wrote Carnegie in March 1891, "should like to continue my connection, but want to be more largely interested, if still agreeable in every respect to you and satisfactory to all." Carnegie had earlier suggested that if Frick wanted to own a larger share of the steel company, he would sell him some of his own stock. Frick indicated he was now ready to take him up on the proposal. "I am delighted you think you can now go in and increase your interest," Carnegie responded. "You ought to, for there's no business in this world that I know of which will make more money or give your talents greater scope. My hope is you will then concentrate upon this business and make it the greatest ever seen. I'll fix it all with you next week or when I go to Pittsburgh." Over the next year, Carnegie increased Frick's interest in Carnegie, Phipps, and Carnegie Brothers to 11%, not the 14% Frick had requested, but an interest equal to Phipps and second only to Carnegie himself. Frick was not expected to pay a penny in cash for the securities. Carnegie lent him the money, with the principal and capital to be paid back out of future dividends. He also agreed to Frick's proposal that Carnegie Phipps, which owned the Homestead plant, and Carnegie Brothers, which owned Edgar Thomson and Duquesne, be consolidated into one new company, Carnegie Steel, and that Frick be made chairman of the new company. The consolidation was to take effect on July 1st, 1892, not coincidentally the date on which the Homestead labor contract was to expire. Though Carnegie had done what Frick had asked for, the relationship between the two remained fraught. Carnegie needed more from Frick than the younger man was prepared to give him. Carnegie wanted Frick's loyalty and friendship. He wanted to be appreciated, respected, admired, even loved by the younger man. Frick worked too hard, played too little, and was in danger of wearing himself out. Like an anxious parent, Carnegie prodded the young man to take better care of himself. "Sorry the grip has reached you at least," he wrote during the influenza season of January 1890. "If any of you feel the least touch of it, do be warned. Go to bed and figure upon 10 millions surplus and take a hot whiskey toddy at night. I was well enough next day after my attack, but foolishly went out next day and exposed myself. Walker Blaine's death," James Blaine's son, "is a warning to you all. Be careful." Whereas Carnegie's letters grew warmer, more intimate, and more personal, Frick's remained coldly businesslike. He shared little personal news or gossip, and no reports on his health. As his great-granddaughter and biographer would later write, Henry Clay Frick constructed the fortress of his privacy well. He was taciturn, brusque in his personal relationships, committed virtually nothing of a personal nature to paper, and guarded most of his feelings, although his anger was famous and never forgotten by those who experience it. Frick was delighted to be Carnegie's business partner, but he had no intention of becoming his confidant or friend, let alone surrogate son. Unlike Carnegie's other partners, young and old, Frick neither idolized Carnegie nor paid special tribute to his business experience and acumen. On the contrary, he considered himself Carnegie's equal, and in some ways his superior. He, too, had built a successful business empire from the ground up, become the key figure in a vital industry, and acquired a fortune in doing so. He was young, ambitious, and, as Carnegie had recognized in naming him chairman, the man best suited to be in charge of the Carnegie empire. Having arranged for Frick to increase his share of the businesses, Carnegie sailed for Britain in May 1891. Frick, as always, kept him informed by letter and coded cable on the progress of their multiple business dealings, in real estate, railroads, coke, iron ore, iron, and steel. Unbeknownst to anyone, Frick's daughter, Martha, born in August 1885, had swallowed a pin at age 2, and suffered since then from a series of internal injuries and infections. By the summer of 1891, on the eve of the labor difficulties at the Duquesne mills, she was near death. The doctors, not knowing what ailed her, were unable to offer remedy or hope. Frick decided as a last resort that the mountain air and medicinal springs of Cresson might somehow help to heal her. He wired Carnegie in London to apprise him of the situation. "We have had a very sick little girl for 2 weeks past," he wired Carnegie. We hope to be able to move her to Cresson some day this week. Frick spent the month of July commuting back and forth between Cresson, where Martha lay dying, and his office in Pittsburgh, managing Carnegie's business interests, mopping up after the Connellsville strike, and leading the battle against the Duquesne militants. Nowhere in his letters, or at least those that have been left behind, was there a word of complaint or an echo of self-pity, or indeed any further mention of his daughter's illness. Yet he was close to the breaking point. When Carnegie sent a document for signature, casually asked for more information before signing, Frick took offense. "It is to be regretted," he wrote Carnegie at Cluny, "that a feeling has been created within you, cautioning you to be more careful in signing papers presented, and that you should think it necessary to exercise more care in the matter. I know nothing that should have engendered that feeling." Carnegie's response was solicitous. "Yours received," he wrote on July 23rd after getting his detailed reports in the post. "All very satisfactory except that you are to be denied your holiday this year as last. It is really too bad and gives me many twinges of regret. No man can long stand continued pressure such as you work under, and I do trust that next year you will feel you can leave business for a long trip." Carnegie had planned to take another of his coaching trips that summer, but now decided against it. "Without you, it's hardly worth while. We shall reserve it till next year." Toward the bottom of the letters, after a few short chatty paragraphs on business matters, Carnegie mentioned Martha's illness for the first time. "We have been alarmed about little Martha. Hope your decision not to leave home is not owing to her. Where are you for the summer? Cresson, probably. At least your wire was from there. Caught the best basket of trout Monday last that I ever did. Such beauties." 4 days later he wrote Frick again in much the same tone. "Having a fine summer. I'm fishing every day or two and resting between. In very good trim. Take care of yourself." As Martha's condition continued to deteriorate, Frick sent for Dr. Garmany, who had helped save Carnegie's life 5 years earlier. It was too late. Martha died on July 29, 1891, 1 week short of her 6th birthday. Frick accepted an invitation from a friend and business partner to move his family to Fisher's Island in Long Island Sound off the Connecticut coast. Writing his partner on August 14th, Carnegie closed a lengthy business letter with a brief reference to Frick's tragedy. "I'm glad you have to run backward and forward to Fisher's Island, which will give you some needed change. Have been thinking that you should take a holiday after the year starts. A trip to Italy, for instance, could not fail to keep you interested. I hope you and your family will come with us after January for a trip to Italy. Think it over." On September 9th, having no response from Frick, Carnegie tried again. "Do not work yourself to death, and do arrange to take that trip abroad that I spoke of." Frick continued to work like a demon. That winter, he moved his family to New York City and commuted regularly to Pittsburgh. His wife was pregnant again and expecting in August, close to the anniversary of Martha's death. Despite his concern for Frick, Carnegie was in a particularly euphoric mood. Louise had fully recovered from her lengthy illness, and Cluny was more beautiful and peaceful than ever. He was, he wrote Frick, fishing every day or two, and resting in between. One of his guests that summer was John Champlin, whose passage Carnegie had paid. Carnegie, the most amiable of hosts, assured Champlin that he need not worry about having too much baggage. He would send a van to fetch it at Newtonmore, the nearest train station. "You will need it all. Plenty of warm things. Send it all here. Plenty of room." Carnegie was right to urge Champlin to bring warm things. Photos of their picnic excursions that summer of 1891 show everyone bundled head to toe. Carnegie, looking very much like the grandfather of the group, occupies the center of each group photo. Sensitive about his height, Carnegie never allowed himself to be photographed standing, but always sought the higher elevation, the top stair, or arranged for the group to be photographed sitting down. High-heeled boots with thick soles helped a bit, as did the variety of hats, from pith helmets to formal top hats. Carnegie's otherwise idyllic summer of '91 was marred only by his inability to get much writing done. "It does not seem possible for me to get to work," he wrote Champlin. "Really, I don't feel able to sit down and apply myself." This was to be a recurrent problem for Carnegie, who had hoped to spend more time writing now that he was semi-officially retired from business. Always the most self-satisfied of men, Andrew Carnegie was, despite his minor writer's block and his worries about Frick, quite pleased with himself that summer. Never had business been better. The steel firms, Edgar Thomson, Homestead, and the Duquesne Works, were by 1891 the dominant force in the nation's fastest-growing, most significant industrial sector. Carnegie had guessed right in putting his money into steel rails in the mid-1870s and then diversifying into other steel products in the 1880s. In 1880, almost all the steel had been rolled into rails. By 1890, half of it was being used for other products: beams, bars, angles, sheets, rods, pipes, nails, plates, and structural shapes for bridges, buildings, skyscrapers, and ships. His early start in rails, then in structural steel, had put him in a position to profit, as no one else could, from the quarter-century economic boom that began in the mid-1870s. From 1880 to 1890, pig iron production in the United States increased from 4.3 million to 10.3 million net tons, and steel production from 1.2 to 4.1 million tons. These figures include only steel made in Bessemer ovens, not that made in the open hearth ovens like those Carnegie had installed at Homestead. The Carnegie firms were at the forefront of the peculiarly American system of manufacturing described by Robert W. Hunt, the first historian of steel manufacturing in the United States, as American push. While the Americans made use of British patents and processes in their mills, they pushed their machinery and their workers far harder than the British did. The English industrialist Sir Lothian Bell, who visited the United States in 1890, was appalled by the recklessly rapid rate at which Americans drove their blast furnaces. Carnegie's hard-driving policies were legendary. Carnegie, Phipps, Captain Jones, Frick, and Charlie Schwab pitted department against department, mill against mill, superintendent against superintendent, in an ongoing, never-ending race to increase productivity. The results were evident in the blast furnaces, which year after year dramatically increased their efficiency and productivity. Between 1880 to 1889, Carnegie allocated funds to construct 5 new furnaces on site to provide additional pig iron for the Edgar Thomson Bessemer converters. Each furnace turned out more pig iron more efficiently than the one preceding it. The one erected in 1889 turned out 3.5 times more iron than the original Lucy furnaces, while burning 1/3 less coke. The danger inherent in such rapid expansion was that production would outstrip demand, and Carnegie well understood this. To lessen the impact of the cyclical crises of overproduction, Carnegie and his fellow iron and steel manufacturers organized informal pools to allocate market share and set minimum prices. Beneficial as these pools might have been in curbing price competition, excessive loyalty to them, Carnegie preached to Frick and his partners, was no virtue. There were times, especially in business downturns, when the pools had to be broken. In January 1892, to cite but one example, Carnegie suggested that Frick consider leaving the beam pool. Although the Carnegie firms were guaranteed 30% of the allocation, firms outside the pool were selling below the minimum price and scooping up new business at an alarming rate. If our business is being cut into by those outside the pool, it would be best to strike vigorously, sweep away all pools, and run a while until we get the business into fewer hands, just as we have done with rails. Because the Carnegie firms remained so vitally strong, relatively debt-free, and diversified into many product areas, they could afford to periodically break the pools, lower their prices, expand market share, drive the weaker firms out of business, and then organize new pools, in which they would have a larger share of the market. The strategy of joining, then breaking, then reorganizing the pools was a recipe for continued success, the only downside being that such a policy might be in violation of the 1890 antitrust law that bore Senator John Sherman's name. The Sherman Antitrust Act forbade combinations in the form of a trust or otherwise in restraint of trade. Unfortunately, the legislation never made clear what was meant by restraint of trade, or whether informal pools set up by manufacturers were outlawed combinations. In 1912, Carnegie told a congressional committee that it had never entered his mind that the steel pools might be illegal. He believed that the antitrust legislation applied not to manufacturers, but to railroads. This was indeed the opinion of the Supreme Court in a pivotal 1895 case. It was not until 1898 that the court would reverse itself and apply the Sherman Antitrust Act to manufacturing concerns. While Congress and the courts tried to determine what was meant by combinations and restraint of trade, Carnegie proceeded to join and leave the various steel pools at will, without fear that his firms would be indicted for violation of the antitrust laws. At the same time, he did his best to ensure that neither he nor his colleagues in the steel industry incited the politicians to take action against them. Just as he carefully guarded all information about the enormous profits his companies were making, so too did he urge his fellow steelmakers to keep secret the workings of the pools. On July 15, 1890, 2 weeks after the passage of the Sherman Antitrust Act, Carnegie informed Frick that he had written President Joseph Wharton of Bethlehem Steel, with whom Homestead divided the armor business, more than once, urging that the allotment farce be stopped, otherwise that there would be trouble in the Senate. It is so silly to incur public odium and be classed as a combination controlling product when there is no truth whatever in the charge. The organization, of course, should be kept together, except that the public would not be regaled with statements of allotments every month, which are without the slightest practical bearing upon the acts. I hope you will carry this point. Because the allotment system was informal, non-binding, and did not prescribe the prices the companies had to charge for their rails, it was not, Carnegie insisted, a combination. Still, he thought it best not to advertise the fact that the largest steel manufacturers met regularly, shared patent information, took orders together, and regarded one another as colleagues rather than competitors. Carnegie refused to be beholden to anyone and repeatedly turned down suggestions that he might combine or merge with his competitors. When Frick suggested a closer alliance between the Carnegie firms and Illinois Steel, Carnegie dismissed the idea out of hand. We must never think of any consolidation or merging of the concerns, because our property and business is on the rock and invulnerable, and we understand it and can manage it. With the others it is not so. Though he told everyone who asked, and many who did not, that he was retired from active business, that was only partly true. He remained tied to Pittsburgh by an umbilical cord as long as the Atlantic cable. Success in business acted on him like an addictive drug. He had always enjoyed the thrill of the game, the competition for profits, the exhilaration of winning an especially lucrative contract. Once he had decided to give away his fortune, and publicly proclaimed as much, he discovered additional reasons to remain a steelmaker. The money he accumulated now, and the much larger sums he intended to add to his fortune in the future, were not for his use, but for the community. The more he earned, the more he could give away, and he was earning more than ever. Profits had increased from under $2 million in 1888 to $3.5 million in 1889, to $5.3 million in 1890. They would, he predicted, climb even higher in the years to come. The gods were smiling on Carnegie and his partners. Everything appeared to be going their way, even the weather. The crops in Europe are evidently even worse than the authorities care to acknowledge, Carnegie wrote Frick from abroad in 1891. Crop failures in Europe meant higher prices for American wheat, which would, in turn, mean more money for the Midwestern states, a fair portion of which was bound to find its way into new construction, of steel rails, steel bridges, and steel structures of every kind. It is not more than an even chance the sunshine will come, Carnegie gloated to Frick. If not, our crops will bring higher prices than expected. Of course, the advance in produce and stocks will soon be reflected in iron and steel, and next spring, I believe, we shall have a boom. Carnegie went out of his way to solicit interviews and indulge the journalists who appeared at his doorstep. He was immensely proud of all that he had accomplished and wanted the wider public on both sides of the Atlantic to share in his joy. During his 1891 stay at Cluny, the editor of the Musical Courier, one of those honored with such an invitation, arrived to find his subject seated in a very large chair in a very small study, busily engaged opening letters from a pile. Many of them were begging letters. If wealth brings its pleasures, it also brings its trials, and one of the greatest trials of the Iron King are these appeals by beggars. Beside Mr. Carnegie was his secretary, working away at a typewriter as if to maintain his employer in bread. Table covered with books, newspapers, etc., and a fire, and that was all. The journalist, like all visitors encountering Carnegie for the first time, could not get over his tiny stature and large intellect. One discovers at once that although comparatively small of body, Mr. Carnegie is mighty of brain. One quickly realizes that he is in the presence of a man of immense force of character, masterful resource, and determination, with an intellect as alert as his body is active. The publication of Triumphant Democracy, followed by his Gospel of Wealth essays, had firmly established his credentials as an author and intellectual. Even the President of the United States saw fit to pay him tribute. In the fall of 1891, he shipped President Harrison a keg of what is said to be best Scotch whiskey in the world from John Dewar & Sons, and received a personally written note acknowledging the gift. "It was very kind of you to think of me as likely to need a brace this winter in dealing with the new Congress." Harrison proceeded to lavish on Carnegie exactly the kind of praise the little Scotsman lived for. "If your gospel of wealth should lead you to turn over to unbelievers the large fortune which you have accumulated by your marvelous industry and skill in manufacturing, I think you could earn a living with your pen. I know you will not think me a flatterer when I say that I have been surprised and very greatly pleased to notice how one, who has led so busy a life in trade, could get so large a view of political questions, and the command of so forcible a style." Carnegie celebrated his 56th birthday in November 1891, and was, as everyone who visited him felt obliged to remark, in remarkably fine fettle. His marriage was a grand success. His multiple careers as steelmaker, man of letters, public speaker, and philanthropist were thriving. A Republican was in the White House, Frick was at the helm of his Pittsburgh business empire, and Carnegie himself was where he wanted to be, in the public spotlight. There were no clouds on the horizon, only limitless profits to be made and spent for the greater welfare of the greater community. Chapter 23. The Battle for Homestead, 1892. For 2.5 years Carnegie had been preparing for the summer of 1892 and his next showdown at Homestead. He had tried but failed to break the amalgamated at Homestead in 1889. He expected, with Frick's assistance, to succeed in 1892. The past years had been profitable ones. Carnegie had made millions of dollars and poured much of it back into retooling the Homestead works. In the spring of 1889, the Homestead workforce had been about 1,600. A year later it was up to 2,600. By the spring of 1892, with armor manufacture in full swing, almost 4,000 men were employed at the works. Homestead had replaced Edgar Thomson as the most technologically advanced steel mill in the nation. The overhead cranes, rolling tables, hydraulic shears, and gigantic iron-roofed plate and beam mills were larger than those anywhere else. The open-hearth furnaces routinely turned out 50-ton batches of molten steel, double that of the Bessemer furnaces at Edgar Thomson. The site was gridironed with tracks on which materials were pulled through the 100-acre complex by 19 locomotives. Homestead had its own repair, blacksmith, and carpentry shops, a brick and stone edifice standing on a hill overlooking the mills, 8 handsome residences for managers, 40 more houses for master workmen, and a handsome clubhouse for the accommodation of guests and officers. The town had grown with the works, from a population of about 2,000 in 1880 when the plant opened, to 12,000 in 1892. In 1890, after Beeswax Taylor's retirement, honest John McLuckie was elected Burgess, the equivalent of mayor, outpolling his 3 opponents by 811 votes to 5. McLuckie worked in the converting mill, was an active member of the Amalgamated, and had played a role in the defense of the town in 1889. The 1889 settlement with the company was regarded as a victory for the Amalgamated. The wage rates of most of the skilled workers had been cut, but with increased productivity, they were soon bringing home more than they had under previous contracts. Unskilled laborers still earned about 14 cents an hour. The Amalgamated remained the bargaining agent for all the men on the job. Its 800 dues-paying members, enrolled in 8 different lodges, made it the strongest local in the region. Its 24,000 members nationwide made it the largest metal workers' union in the world. On January 30th, 1891, Carnegie, studying the previous year's figures on labor costs and productivity, discovered that the former were rising more rapidly than the latter. He now understood, he wrote Frick, why the profits at Homestead were not as high as they should be. He asked for a thorough investigation of Homestead labor forces. There is certainly $300,000 a year, in labor costs, unaccounted for. Homestead, he feared, had too many workers, and he was paying them far too much. Frick hired William Martin, a former steelworker, union activist, and editor of the Amalgamated's page in the National Labor Tribune, to compile an industry-wide comparison of Homestead wage rates with national averages. Martin sent out questionnaires to firms across the country, discovered what they were paying each category of skilled workmen, then compared tonnage and day rates for these firms with figures for Homestead. His findings confirmed Carnegie's suspicions that skilled workers at Homestead were receiving more than the industry average. Martin was then put to work designing a wage scale for Homestead that was comparable to that of Carnegie's non-union competitors. The current labor contract was not due to expire until July 1, 1892, but Carnegie was eager to begin work at once. "It has occurred to me," he wrote Frick in December 1891, "that if the labor question could be taken up at Homestead soon, the same months you are spending in negotiating now might save stoppage in July, when I am certain we shall not wish one day's delay." He suggested that Frick ask his brother-in-law, Otis Childs, a manager at Homestead, to intimate to the Amalgamated leadership that if the skilled workers did not voluntarily agree to wage reductions now, the firm might have to transfer all the trade from Homestead to the lower-priced non-union Duquesne mills. If Childs and one other, or perhaps Childs alone, were instructed to take the subject up now and show that we expected reductions and that it would be to the interest of the men to give them, perhaps much good would be accomplished. Please think this over. In January 1892, John Potter, who had replaced William Abbott as general superintendent at Homestead, invited the Amalgamated to submit proposals for a new contract for 4 of the plant's 10 departments. The other 6 departments, he explained, would operate under the old contract until new machinery was introduced, at which time a new wage rate might be negotiated. Over the next month, the Amalgamated formulated a wage proposal which differed little from the one signed in 1889. In early February 1892, the union representatives took the train to Pittsburgh to present their proposals to Potter. He rejected them and distributed instead the ones William Martin had worked up. The most striking element in the firm's substitute proposal was a reduction in the minimum rate from $25 to $22 a ton. The minimum was the rate the company would pay no matter how low the price of a ton of unfinished steel fell. The company's proposals, Potter insisted, were more than fair, as they provided for wage reductions for skilled workers in only 4 departments, a mere 325 workers out of the 3,800 at Homestead. What Potter didn't call attention to was that the firm reserved the right in the new contract to revise the scale downward for other skilled workers in the event of the introduction of new methods and appliances. The meeting was adjourned without a date set for another negotiating session. On April 4th, just before he left for Scotland, Carnegie prepared a notice to be posted at Homestead in his absence. The notice, on Carnegie's personal letterhead, declared that as all 3 Carnegie Steel plants were being consolidated into one firm, Carnegie Steel, as of July 1st, there had been forced upon this firm the question whether its works are to be run union or non-union. As the vast majority of employees, all those at E.T. and Duquesne, are non-union, the firm has decided that the minority must give place to the majority. These works, therefore, will be necessarily non-union after the expiration of the present agreement. Carnegie assured his Homestead employees that they would be treated fairly as non-union workers. A scale will be arranged which will compare favorably with that at the other works named. That is to say, The firm intends that the men of Homestead shall make as much as the men at either Duquesne or Edgar Thompson. As further improvements were made at Homestead, Carnegie admitted that jobs might be lost, but he pledged to find work for desirable employees at his other plants. He concluded by stating somewhat provocatively, given the contents of the notice, that this action is not taken in any spirit of hostility to labor organizations. Carnegie sent his draft to Frick with a note that Mr. Potter should roll a large lot of plates ahead which can be finished should the works be stopped for a time. Instead of posting the notice, Frick pigeonholed it, according to George Harvey, his authorized biographer, because he was not yet ready to publicly announce that Carnegie Steel was going to be a non-union company. After a face-to-face meeting with Frick in New York City, Carnegie left for Britain on April 13th, fully satisfied that Frick would succeed at Homestead without too much difficulty. "I know that you will be sharp now after Homestead costs," he wrote Frick just before sailing, "and I venture to predict that about this time next year some surprising results will be seen." When he arrived at Coworth Park, the English country estate in Berkshire County, where he and Louise spent the first part of their holidays, Cluny had no central heating and was not quite fit for habitation until later in the spring, a letter from Frick was waiting for him. "The wage question at Homestead is a most serious one," Frick warned, "and it may become necessary to fight it out this summer. No better time can be selected or expected. We will get ready for a fight immediately. If it be unnecessary, all the better. It may be a stubborn one, but if once gone into, without regard to cost or time, it will be fought to a finish." On May 4th, after consulting with Phipps and Lauder, who were also vacationing in England, Carnegie got back in touch with Frick. He recognized now that his excitement at taking on the Amalgamated had gotten the better of him, and that the notice he had asked Frick to post about Homestead going non-union had been needlessly provocative. "You remember I gave you a typewritten slip which I suggested you might have to use. It is probable that you will, but I hope you will make this change in it. I did not get it quite right because I think it said that the firm had to make the decision of union or non-union. We need not meet that point and should not. We simply say that consolidation having taken place, we must introduce the same system in our works. We do not care whether a man belongs to as many unions or organizations as he chooses, but he must conform to the system in our other works." Carnegie closed by again expressing his faith, and that of his partners, in Frick's leadership. "One thing we are all sure of, no contest will be entered and that will fail. We all approve of anything you do, not stopping short of approval of a contest. We are with you to the end." There was no doubt in Carnegie's mind that with Frick overseeing day-to-day operations and making necessary tactical adjustments, the strategy that had worked so well at E.T. in 1888 and at Connellsville in 1891 could not help but succeed at Homestead. The firm would make impossible demands. When the union rejected them, the company would cut off negotiations, close the works, lock out the workers, secure the plant with sheriff's deputies and or Pinkertons, and then, after an indeterminate pause, reopen under armed protection. The workers would be invited to sign individual contracts and return to their jobs. Those who refused would be replaced by scabs. "No doubt you will get Homestead right," he reassured Frick on May 23rd. "You can get anything right with your mild persistence." One of the reasons Carnegie was less concerned about a work stoppage at Homestead than he might have been was that 1892 was not turning out to be the banner year he had predicted the summer before. With orders slow and prices slack, the company would not suffer much if it had to shut down Homestead for a few months. "There is altogether too much capacity in every branch, and the turn can come only after a good many works are closed," Carnegie wrote on May 24th. "There is no hope of things mending until things get even worse." Confident that Frick would be able to secure a decent labor contract at Homestead, Carnegie turned his attention to more pressing matters, namely, the reorganization of Carnegie Brothers and Carnegie Phipps into a new company, Carnegie Steel. Frick, who would emerge as the third major stockholder, was the architect of the reorganization. George Dodd Lauder, who owned 4% of the stock in the two Carnegie firms and would be the fourth largest stockholder in Carnegie Steel, was prepared to agree to whatever Carnegie wanted. The only holdout was Harry Phipps, who, Carnegie wrote Frick in a long letter on May 13th, was troubled upon several points. Phipps was particularly afraid of the ironclad agreement, which Carnegie commented was rather curious inasmuch as he had it prepared. He does not like his own medicine. Phipps had designed the ironclad agreement in the winter of 1886–87 during Carnegie's convalescence from his near-fatal illness, to enable the firm to buy back the shares of deceased members without bankrupting itself. Phipps had set the book value of the company's stock below the market value and stipulated that the firm had to pay only this book value. The ironclad, so named because it was considered unbreakable, further stipulated that at any time, for any reason, an individual partner could be expelled from the firm and required to sell back his shares at book value if a combination of 3/4 of the partners, holding 3/4 of the total stock, requested him to do so. It is not exactly clear what Phipps's objections were to the ironclad, but he may well have feared giving his partners the right to expel him from the firm at some later date. Carnegie did his best to persuade Phipps to sign the new agreement. Phipps finally agreed to do so, only to back off again. He was not willing to sign an agreement, he told Carnegie, which gave any number of active partners the right to expel retired members and compel them to sell back their stock to the company at book value, which was less than market value. Carnegie was inclined to agree with his old friend. As we never put anyone out except for cause, it doesn't seem important. While Carnegie was inclined to let Phipps off the hook, Frick was adamant that every partner, including retired ones like Phipps, sign the new agreement. It is absolutely necessary in order to make it binding that it should be signed by all partners, and it is very important for the interests of everyone that such an agreement should be binding. Phipps should have been assured that he would never be thrown out of the company. Because Carnegie owned more than 50% of the stock, no combination of partners without him could secure the 3/4 necessary to expel anyone. No one but yourself can put anyone out, Frick assured Carnegie. That is to say, it requires your vote in order to do so, and certainly Mr. Phipps would not think for a moment that you would join in putting him out. As we all look forward to being retired partners some day, it surely would be short-sighted policy to ever think of trying to put a retired partner out. Carnegie, in the end, sided with Frick against Phipps. His and Frick's relationship had continued to evolve to the point that when they disagreed, Carnegie was as likely to give in to his junior partner as vice versa. Carnegie remained very much a force to be reckoned with, but he had reconciled himself to playing more of a subordinate advisory role than a dominant supervisory one when it came to matters having to do with the day-to-day operations of his businesses. He had tried for almost 20 years to get away from Pittsburgh, but with his money and his ego tied up in his iron and his steel plants, had not been able to do so. Now, for the first time, with Frick in charge, he saw an opportunity to concentrate more of his time and energy on his writing and his philanthropy. The old guard, the men who had built Edgar Thomson from the ground up, were, except for him, dead or retired. The key to the future, he realized, lay in the reorganization of his firms into one concern, and Frick's willingness to run it as chief executive officer and chairman of the board. Whatever tools Frick needed, Carnegie would supply, even if it meant coaxing his old friend Harry Phipps into doing something he feared. Of course, ironclad is essential to maintenance of our prosperity, Carnegie wrote his dear pard, Frick, in mid-June. H.P. sees this now. I asked him to consider how powerless we should be without the ironclad in case of another Moore, a former accountant whom Frick had had to let go. Told him about our efforts to get in new blood, etc. He thought we had been too fast giving away interests to new partners, and I pled guilty and told him he needn't fear you would blunder in this way. 10 years' service probably condition hereafter, etc. He is cranky, very in some things, but a dear good heart is his at bottom. Away from you and all, naturally, he begins to feel like an outsider. Now his family are leading him into society. They go to Ascot tomorrow, etc. This new life may interest him and give a happy old age, which I hope for him. He deserves it so well. We must be patient with him. All will come right. No matter what the primary topic, the letters back and forth between Frick and Carnegie that spring of 1892 always included some reference to Homestead and its future, "I am not sanguine about homestead labor," Carnegie admitted on May 30th. He was concerned that Frick at the last minute might, like Abbott before him, agree to negotiate with the amalgamated. His anxieties were occasioned by his own unarticulated fears that if he were in Frick's place he might not be able to stand tough. It was easy, he had admitted to Abbott 3 years earlier, to be brave at a distance, far more difficult to do so when one was in the line of fire. He emphasized again how essential it was that the amalgamated be defeated at Homestead. If it survived, it might well be emboldened to move on to organize Duquesne and Edgar Thompson. If it were stopped at Homestead, it would mark the beginning of a glorious new era for Carnegie Steel, in which management would be free to do whatever it thought necessary to cut labor costs and increase productivity. The problem at Homestead was, he reminded Frick in a June 10th letter, not only the wages paid, but the number of men required by amalgamated rules, which makes our labor rates so much higher than those in the East. Having informed the union representatives what the company was prepared to pay, Frick must refuse to negotiate, compromise, or arbitrate. "Of course you will be asked to confer, and I know you will decline all conferences as you have taken your stand and have nothing more to say. Potter will, no doubt, intimate to the men that refusal means running only as non-union. This may cause acceptance, but I do not think so. The chances are you will have to prepare for a struggle, in which case the notice should go up promptly on the morning of the 25th of June. Of course you will win, and win easier than you suppose, owing to the present condition of markets." Carnegie need not have worried about Frick's resolve. On May 30th, Frick took the train to Homestead to meet with John Potter and give him final instructions on the negotiations. Potter was to summon the amalgamated representatives to a meeting and present them with the company's non-negotiable wage scales. The tonnage rates for the skilled workers in the open hearth furnaces, the plate mill, and the slabbing mill would be reduced by 15 to 18% for most workers and by as much as 35% for some. The minimum rate at which the skilled workers would be paid would be reduced from current $25 per ton to $22. To make the terms of the new contract even more unpalatable, Potter was instructed to announce to the union that the new contract would remain in effect until December 31st, 1893, instead of June 30th, 1893. The union had until June 24th to accept these terms. If it did not do so, the firm would, as it had at Edgar Thompson, bypass the union and ask the workmen to sign the contract as individuals. There was, of course, no way the amalgamated could agree to this. On June 4th, the Pittsburgh Post reported that the firm's ultimatum was almost certain to be rejected. Developments now indicate that Homestead will be the scene of a great conflict between capital and labor. Among the most dangerous elements of the new contract was the December 31st end date. As William T. Roberts, the chief negotiator for the amalgamated, explained on July 13, 1892, to a House of Representatives committee investigating conditions at Homestead, the steelworkers feared negotiating a new contract in winter, as the burnt child dreads the fire. We know from past experience, at least I do, that when winter time comes around and our contract ends in the winter, they take that opportunity at that time of the year to starve us into submission. They have done it on every occasion. Frick and Carnegie, on either side of the Atlantic, prepared for the confrontation they had provoked. The best scenario for the company was that the lockout would last no longer than a month or two. The Homestead events of 1892 can be described as both a lockout and a strike. The lockout came first, when the plant was shut down, but it was transformed into a strike when Frick invited the workers back to the plant on his terms, and they refused to do so. If that were the case, Frick promised to take up Carnegie on his offer of a vacation in Scotland. "I note you have taken a place in Scotland," Frick remarked in his June 2nd letter. "Have no doubt it is a very fine one, and I might take a notion to run over for a short time the latter part of August, say 30-day trip, if everything should be going all right." Frick was anticipating that by this time his wife, who had become pregnant within weeks of Martha's death the year before, would have delivered her baby, and he would be free to leave for a brief vacation. On June 10th, Carnegie asked his cousin Dodd, who was in St. Petersburg on armor business, to return to Britain to recruit English and Scottish machinists as possible replacement workers should they be needed at Homestead. Have wired Lauder to St. Petersburg to come here and get you the men desired. Will of course handle very carefully. I do not think anybody but he can do it. No reply from him yet. He may have left Petersburg this morning. In mid-June, as both sides prepared for the confrontation, Carnegie reminded Frick that he had not forgotten about his orchestrion, an elaborate, expensive automatic instrument that Frick had asked Carnegie to purchase for him. Inside the orchestrion were a piano, 2 ranks of organ pipes, a triangle, a cymbal, and some drums. The instrument was operated by changing perforated paper rolls that contained melodies from opera and the orchestral repertoire. Carnegie wanted to know whether Frick wanted his finished in light or dark wood. Almost as an aside, he added to a letter filled with other items that perhaps if Homestead men understand that non-acceptance means non-union forever, they will accept. Frick was, at the time, more concerned with the looming battle at Homestead than with the finish of his orchestrion. There is really nothing new to report. The indications, however, point to a strike, he reported on June 20th. Regret to say that it does not seem to me that there is any other course open for us. We would better make the fight and be through with it, expensive though it may be. However, a few days may change the outlook. In a report mailed 2 days later, Frick informed Carnegie that a committee of non-union mechanics, which claimed to represent 1,000 boilermakers, engineers, machinists, pipefitters, carpenters, tinners, painters, riggers, and other mechanics who were paid by the day, had agreed to continue working for 3 years under the terms of the old contract. The only concession that Potter had made was to agree that the new contract would expire in June, not January. The agreement, Frick thought, was sure to demoralize the amalgamated more or less. We will not be trifled with and are prepared to carry out the policy we have adopted. It may be that we will win without much difficulty, although I am not yet prepared to believe that we will win without a pretty severe struggle, and am not sure, even with the agreement on the part of these men to work, that they will do so, provided we find it necessary to bring in guards. It may be that a very few men, if any, will report for work at first. While Frick remained doubtful that anything would be settled by late August, Carnegie now appeared almost certain of it. He was delighted to hear that Frick was seriously considering running over for a month. This would be so wise that I doubt your doing so. Bring a companion along. Choose the one you will most enjoy. Andrew White, the former Cornell president and now ambassador to Russia, planned to visit late in the summer. Carnegie suggested that the two might travel together. In the meantime, he was getting on well with my book. We'll promise not to bore you with it if you come. In Scotland we only play. On June 23rd, the day Frick received Carnegie's cheery letter and a week before the Homestead labor contract was to expire, he deviated from Carnegie's instructions and met with union representatives at 10 a.m. at his office in Pittsburgh. The meeting, he reported to Carnegie the next day, had not resulted in anything. Of course, we could have talked all day with them, but made it as brief as possible. They had the impression that Potter got us to consent to changing the minimum to $23, but we would make no other changes. We are now preparing for a struggle. It may be, of course, that they will yet propose to accept our ultimatum, but we will have no more conferences with them. On Saturday, June 25th, which was payday at Homestead, Frick, following Carnegie's directive, posted notices at the plant and throughout the town, declaring that, the Amalgamated having turned down its final offer, the firm would have nothing more to do with it. Construction was already underway on what would become known as Fort Frick. The mill was barricaded behind 11-foot-high fences with portholes just large enough for guns to stick through. On top of the fence were 18 inches of jagged barbed wire. Giant searchlights of 2,000 candle power each and fire plugs with an enormous water pressure in each were erected at the entrances. There could only be one reason, the Pittsburgh Post reported, for the barricades, barbed wire, and searchlights. The company had decided to bring in scabs. This open preparation for battle has a demoralizing influence upon the men, who have been preparing to conduct a strike, if there be any, peaceably and without violence. They do not relish the red rag of defiance flung right into their faces. The coolest of the men do not deny that there will be grave trouble if the firm attempts to introduce into the mills non-union or scab labor. The homestead workers, especially the skilled ones, had an ownership stake in the mills. They were proud to work in the nation's most technologically advanced steel mill. Articles in the National Labor Tribune were as celebratory as those in the Iron Age. But they regarded their right to remain at their jobs as sacrosanct. They would not give up their positions without a fight. There were other reasons, every bit as significant, why the amalgamated men could not allow substitute workers to take their places. Homestead was a company town. There were no other jobs available for the men who worked in the plant. Should they lose theirs, they would have to pull up stakes and leave the town and mill they had built. The feeling of ownership, Pittsburgh journalist Arthur Burgoyne would write the year after the strike, had a place in the reasoning of these simple people. Many of them had bought and paid for their homes and were pillars of the borough government. Some were still paying for their dwellings. It was clearly impossible that men of substance, heads of families, solid citizens of a prosperous municipality could be rooted up, as it were, out of the soil in which they were so firmly planted and beaten to earth by the creature of their labor. For without labor, it was argued, capital would be impotent and valueless. The day the notices were posted, confirming the rumors that the men were being locked out of their jobs and their plant, Frick wrote Robert Pinkerton to reconfirm an earlier arrangement made with him on June 2nd to dispatch 300 guards for service at our homestead mills as a measure of precaution against interference with our plan to start operation of the works on July 6, 1892. When asked later why he didn't use sheriff's deputies to protect his property, Frick stated plainly that 3 years earlier the company had called on the sheriff for protection at Homestead, but that the sheriff and his deputies had been outmanned by the strikers. We did not propose this time to be placed in that position. On Tuesday, June 28th, Frick shut down the plant mill and one of the open hearth furnaces, locking out the workers 2 days before their contract expired. On Wednesday, he shut down the remaining departments at Homestead, completing the lockout. That afternoon, the Amalgamated presented Carnegie and Frick's final offer to 2,800 Homestead steel workers, skilled and unskilled, at a meeting at the Opera House. A motion was made to close the meeting to outsiders and reporters, but it was defeated. The steelworkers had nothing to hide. They were breaking no laws, only exercising their rights as citizens, union members, and workers. It was clear from the barricades being erected around the plant that Frick was preparing for battle. They had no choice but to defend themselves and their jobs. When a union member stepped forward and declared that he had information that 300 rollers were en route to Homestead from Philadelphia, there was, the Pittsburgh Post reported the next morning, dead silence, but only for a moment, and then the uproar broke loose. One man yelled, "Let them come, we'll roll them," and various other threats were made. The meeting was adjourned, and the Amalgamated Executive Committee went into closed session. Worried about preventing violence, the Executive Committee elected an advisory committee of 50, with representatives from each of the 8 lodges, to coordinate resistance and keep the peace during the lockout. Burgess McLucky was chosen as a member of the committee. Hugh O'Donnell, a heater at the 119-inch plate mill, was elected its chairman. O'Donnell was a 30-year-old Irishman, a former newspaperman, a great speaker, and was reported to have the prettiest wife in Homestead. A striking-looking but not handsome man, thin, his hair thick on top and closely cut on the sides with a full walrus mustache, O'Donnell took immediate charge of the advisory committee. Special committees were appointed to patrol the river stations and all entrances to the town, Burgoyne wrote. The patrols were directed to cover their beats night and day and report to the advisory committee. Arrangements were also made to have the river patrolled in skiffs, and the steamboat Edna was secured to aid in this service. The advisory committee, not willing to supplant the local government but rather to serve as its adjunct, offered to put at Burgess McLucky's disposal as many men as were needed to keep the peace. The saloons were visited, and the proprietors requested to use special precautions against the promotion of drunkenness and disorderly gatherings, under pain of being required to close their establishments. Determined that the workers would not be the ones to initiate violence, the effigies of Frick and Carnegie that had been strung up all over town were torn down. On Sunday, July 3rd, a drizzly, damp day at Homestead, attendance at church was light as the locked-out steel workers took their positions as pickets and lookouts along the river, the roads, and the railways leading into Homestead. "We do not propose," McLucky told a New York World reporter, "that Andrew Carnegie's representatives shall bulldoze us. We have our homes in this town. We have our churches here, our societies, and our cemeteries. We are bound to Homestead by all the ties that men hold dearest and most sacred. The Carnegie companies might have succeeded in importing scab workers into their other plants, but they never have imported a man into Homestead, and they never will. We shall not permit it. Our people here are hard-working, peaceable, quiet, progressive. There is not a better class of people in any town of this state. We are asking nothing but our rights, and we will have them if it requires force to get them. On Monday, which was the 4th of July, peace reigned at Homestead, the Pittsburgh Dispatch noted, as those steelworkers not on duty as lookouts joined their families for a day of picnics, excursions, and the shooting of fireworks. The town was alive with rockets and Roman candles. The great works up the river were dark and silent, and the guards of the Amalgamated Association make their rounds and keep their watch. In Pittsburgh, Frick formally requested the assistance of the Allegheny County Sheriff in clearing Amalgamated pickets from the perimeter of the works. He also wrote Robert Pinkerton to finalize plans for the delivery of the detectives. We have all our arrangements perfected to receive your men at Ashtabula, Ohio, and to conduct them to Bellevue Station, a few miles below this city on the Ohio River, where they will be transferred to 2 boats and 2 barges, manned with reliable men, and will at once start for our Homestead works and should arrive there about 3 o'clock on the morning of the 6th. The boats are well provisioned. All the uniforms, etc., that you have had shipped are on board the boat. There will also be on board the boats the sheriff's chief deputy, who will accompany and remain with your men. We have taken all possible precaution to keep the arrangements quiet, but of course it is more than likely that we will not be successful in this. My time, Frick wrote Carnegie that 4th of July, has been very much occupied for several days past looking after all matters pertaining to the Homestead labor trouble. I think we have everything in about as good shape as it could well be. The workmen seem to be well organized and have things, so far, very much their own way, that is to say, are guarding every avenue to the works, stopping all who may or try to get in the works. This is rather in our favor in view of our arrangements. We have a thorough understanding with the sheriff. Notice, as per enclosed copy, has been served on him today, and we are having 350 proclamations, such as he put up at Duquesne last year, printed for him, which he will tomorrow take to Homestead and distribute and post, at the same time distributing around our works as many deputy sheriffs as he can secure. Tomorrow night, about 11 o'clock, 300 watchmen obtained from Pinkerton will leave the cars at Bellevue Station on the Fort Wayne Road and take passage on 2 barges and 2 boats that will be there ready to receive them. They will go at once to Homestead, reaching there, we hope, about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning of the 6th. The barges are well fitted up and well provisioned, as are also the boats. The boats contain the uniforms, the arms, the ammunition, etc. Potter, with 5 or 6 of his men, will join these guards or watchmen at Ashtabula tomorrow afternoon at 5 o'clock, and will be with them until they land at Homestead. 1 or 2 deputy sheriffs will go down to Bellevue Station tomorrow evening and accompany the guards or watchmen on the boats to Homestead. We expect to land our guards or watchmen in our property at Homestead without much trouble, and this once accomplished we are, we think, in good position. We have numerous applications from men who are anxious to go to work at Homestead, whom we can, by use of the boats, deliver from time to time into the works, where we have everything prepared to receive them and to care for them. Having secured the hearty cooperation of the sheriff and such watchmen, we think that we will be able to afford protection to all the men who are willing to work for us. The best information I can get leads me to believe that we have the sympathy of our men at Bessemer, i.e. Edgar Thompson, and at Duquesne, although I get some reports to the contrary. Homestead seems to be the center of attraction, and I do not think anything has been left undone towards securing for us a complete victory at that place. Doubtless, by the time this reaches you, it will be uninteresting, at least I trust so. The new organization, Carnegie Steel, which as of July 1, 1892, was the corporate owner of all the steel plants, started off without any friction. There is but one fly in our ointment at present, and that is the Homestead trouble. The newspapers, as usual, are inclined towards the enemy, and doubtless will raise a great howl when they discover that we have the audacity to attempt to guard and protect our property. I had the article Carnegie had earlier urged him to get his side of the story to the newspapers, written by Mr. Weeks, editor of Iron Age and a publicist for the steel industry, from data furnished by us to him, reproduced in all of the morning and evening papers of this city, so that I think our position is well defined. We shall, of course, keep within the law and do nothing that is not entirely legal. Mailed you a cable to New York to be sent from there tomorrow, giving about as much information as I well could. The cable would reach Carnegie within hours of transmission. The letter would take 10 days to 2 weeks. Had he found any of this objectionable, he could have cabled a response that would have reached Frick in hours. There is no record of any such message having been sent. It is clear from the matter-of-fact nature of his report that Frick was confident that Carnegie would take no issue with what he had done, or expected to do. They had gone over strategy for breaking the strike in New York and confirmed or amended their plans in numerous letters and cables since then. Carnegie would spend the rest of his life declaring in one form or another that he would have handled the Homestead strikers differently had he been on site. This July 4th letter is evidence that he knew from the very beginning that Frick intended to call in the Pinkertons, and had no objections. On July 5th, Sheriff William McCleary of Allegheny County arrived at Homestead by train. At 10 a.m. he met with O'Donnell's advisory committee, which offered to provide him with as many men as he thought necessary to preserve the peace and protect company property. The sheriff turned them down and proceeded to the Homestead Works on his own. He returned a few hours later to the 3rd floor in the Bost building, where the advisory committee had its offices. While he confessed to having seen no signs of disorder anywhere, he notified the committee that he was obligated nonetheless to send deputies to protect the mill. Later that afternoon he returned with 10 armed deputies who, getting down from their train, were engulfed by a crowd of townspeople and escorted back to the Bost building, where the advisory committee suggested that they leave Homestead. The deputies were then marched to the steamer Edna, which returned them across the river. At 10:30 that evening, the train from Ashtabula, Ohio, with 300 Pinkertons on board, arrived at Bellevue, where it was met by Homestead's General Superintendent John Potter, several of his foremen, and Sheriff McCleary's chief deputy. The Pinkertons boarded 2 barges, pushed by 2 tugs, one of which broke down immediately. Inside the barges were uniforms, provisions, ammunition, 300 pistols, and 250 Winchester rifles. Frick had hoped that by landing the Pinkertons in the middle of the night they might escape detection by the steelworkers' patrols, but a lookout in Pittsburgh spotted the barges as they passed the point where the Ohio River branches into the Allegheny and the Monongahela, and sent a warning telegram to Homestead a little after 2:30 a.m. on July 6th. The advisory committee, on receiving the telegram, dispatched the Edna to intercept the barges. When the Edna's captain caught sight of them, he blew the whistle to signal the workers on shore. That set off a further round of whistles, bells, and men on horseback shouting the news of the coming invasion. A crowd of townspeople, workers, women, and children, many of them armed with revolvers, rifles, and ancient Civil War weapons, upon hearing the alarm, surged toward the riverbank, tearing down the fence that separated the town proper from the works, and pushing past it toward the company's pier. Among them were Mother Finch, a white-haired steelworker's widow who ran a Homestead saloon and claimed to have seen 40 strikes in her life, and Billy Foy, a middle-aged Englishman who had been head of the local Salvation Army and now worked as a laborer at the mill. As dawn broke, Mother Finch, Billy Foy, the members of the advisory committee, and hundreds of others watched from the pier as the barges, with the Pinkertons on board, were pushed toward land. Hugh O'Donnell worked his way to the front of the crowd, where he pleaded with the Pinkertons to turn back. "We have not damaged any property, and we do not intend to. In the name of God and humanity, don't attempt to land. Don't attempt to enter these works by force." Captain Frederick Hinde of the Pinkertons announced to the crowd on shore that he was not going to abandon his mission. "We were sent here to take possession of this property and to guard it for this company. We don't wish to shed blood, but we are determined to go up there and shall do so. If you men don't withdraw, we will mow every one of you down and enter in spite of you. You had better disperse, for land we will." As Captain Hinde walked toward the shore, Billy Foy threw himself across the gangplank, a pistol in his hand. Hinde slashed at him with his billy club. Other workers surged forward, including Joseph Sotak, a leader of the Eastern Europeans. Shots rang out. Foy and Captain Hinde fell. More shots were fired from shore and from the barge. 3 steel workers were killed instantly, including Joseph Sotak, who was hit in the mouth. Dozens were wounded, including O'Donnell, who was grazed in the thumb. The Pinkertons fared only slightly better. Several were wounded, one of whom would later die. No one knew who had fired the first shot, but it didn't matter much anymore. The Pinkertons retreated to their barge. O'Donnell tried to take control of the crowd. It was not yet 5 a.m. The tugboat Little Bill took the injured Pinkertons to the opposite shore, leaving the Pinkertons on board the barges to fend for themselves. The crowd on shore hastily erected defenses fashioned from scrap iron to protect it from the next round of fire from the Pinkertons' Winchesters. Dozens more townspeople had arrived by now, many armed with weapons, some with skiffs which they took out onto the river, hoping to surround the barges. A 20-pound cannon, a relic of the Civil War, was mounted on the opposite shore and fired. It missed its mark. Shots flew over the barges and landed on shore, killing one of the steel workers. The advisory committee members and union officials tried to quiet the crowd, but the presence of the dead and wounded among them made that impossible. The crowd wanted revenge for their losses, revenge against the Pinkertons who had invaded their town. News of the battle was telegraphed to Pittsburgh, where hundreds of working men, some of whom had seen the smoke or heard the gunfire upriver, prepared to march on Homestead in support of the steel workers. They were joined by a small army of reporters and illustrators who would file regular updates throughout the days to come, some of which would make their way by transatlantic cable to London and on to Carnegie in Scotland. At 8 a.m. the Pinkertons made another attempt to leave their barges, but were repulsed by gunfire. They fired back. 3 more Homestead workers died and several others were wounded. The gunfight continued with a second Pinkerton killed. The crowd on shore, refusing to obey the advisory committee and retreat, and unable to pierce the shell of the barges and get to the Pinkertons, tried to set the river on fire by launching toward the barges a raft burning with oil-soaked wood. When that failed, they tried again with a burning railroad flat car, then with explosives and fireworks left over from the 4th of July. Later that afternoon, several townsfolk, having secured hoses and a hand pump from the fire station, tried to pump oil into the river and set it afire. In Pittsburgh, the Allegheny County Sheriff spent the day holed up in his office with Boss Chris McGee. With the violence showing no signs of abating, the sheriff telegraphed Democratic Governor Robert Pattison, requesting that he send the militia. The governor, who owed nothing to Carnegie or Frick, refused, ordering the sheriff to restore order. As the afternoon wore on, Hugh O'Donnell and William Wyhee of the Amalgamated succeeded in convincing the crowd in the mill yard and on the pier to allow the Pinkertons to surrender, leave their boats, and be escorted to the Opera House, where they would be held until the sheriff arrived to indict them for murder and take them away for trial. At 5 p.m., the Pinkertons hoisted the white flag of surrender. The advisory committee dispatched volunteers to lead them off the barges, over the gangplank, and up the quarter-mile embankment into the yard. The crowd, incensed at being fired at by the Pinkertons all day and furious at the loss of life on shore, formed itself into a gauntlet, some 600 yards long. As the Pinkertons, easily identified in their blue uniforms, climbed the embankment, they were marched through and pummeled by fists, stones, and wooden clubs. The increasingly bloody procession proceeded through the steelworks and exited the main gate bound for the Opera House, where it was met by yet another angry crowd. The newspaper reporters had a field day describing the bloodthirsty women and men who, frenzied by the long days of fighting and bloodshed, thirsted for revenge. While the Pinkertons screamed for mercy, they were beaten over the head with clubs and the butt end of rifles. You could almost hear the skulls crack. They were kicked, knocked down, and jumped upon. Their clothes were torn from their backs, and when they finally escaped, it was with faces of ashen paleness and with the blood in streams rushing down the backs of their heads, staining their clothes. So wrote a reporter for the New York World. The coverage everywhere was much the same, with images of murderous steel workers, shrewish wives, and pistol-bearing children assaulting innocent-looking Pinkertons. Though the scene was indeed horrendous to watch and report on, the crowd was not nearly as bloodthirsty as the newspapers described it. While several Homestead workers died in the gunfire that preceded the surrender, no Pinkerton lost his life in the gauntlet. The sheriff and his deputies arrived after midnight on July 7th to remove the Pinkertons. No arrests were made, no indictments handed down. That same day, the citizens of Homestead buried 3 of their dead. 3 more were buried the following day. The Reverend J. McElyar of the First Methodist Episcopal Church presided over the funeral of one of the men, John Morris, a 28-year-old Welsh immigrant who had been a skilled worker at the mill. McElyar had no doubt where the blame lay for the dead and wounded of Homestead. Somebody employed these men, of course. They didn't come without orders. These hired fighters attacked the men of this quiet, peaceful, order-loving community, and the men of Homestead defended themselves. This blessed man lying here, this mortal man, an affectionate husband, sober and industrious, gentlemanly in manner, was killed because a conflict provoked by the Pinkerton clan made it necessary for him and his fellow workmen to protect their homes and families. On July 8th, the Pittsburgh Commercial Gazette, no friend of the steelworkers, reported that the streets of Homestead and the Carnegie Works were being patrolled by volunteers of the Advisory Committee, who had repaired the fences and damage done in the yards the day before. Though the strikers were once again masters of the situation, they exhibited no signs of triumph or exhilaration, but waited fearfully for the company to attack again. In all sides of the long, tortuous, and at night dangerous-to-tread streets, the reporter noted, men, women, and children are to be seen sitting on stairs and in doorways. They dread the coming of another assault of armed men on the works. The anxiety of these people is something terrible. They have brothers, fathers, sons among the strikers, and they momentarily fear the sounding of the alarm, the crack of Winchesters, and the booming cannon that means the death or the wounding of their own loved ones or of neighbors, friends, or shopmates of their own breadwinners. A Sunday-like quiet has prevailed here all day and will continue until another attempt is made by the Carnegie Company to land men on the mill property. As the last of the steel workers were being buried in Homestead, Frick sat for an interview with a hand-picked correspondent from the Philadelphia Press. If Frick had learned anything from Carnegie, it was the importance of getting out the company's side of the story. The union leaders were masters at this. They had earlier selected a small committee to communicate with the press. Not an hour passed without some member of the Amalgamated Press Committee paying a visit to Harrigan's ice cream parlor and reading to the reporters who gathered there from a stack of supportive telegrams and letters. Frick had no intention of pandering to the press or the public, but he had his own constituencies, including but not limited to state and federal officials with whom he needed to communicate. The question at issue is a very grave one, he reported in the Philadelphia Press interview, which was reprinted in newspapers across the country and in Europe on July 8, 1892. It is whether the Carnegie Company or the Amalgamated Association should have absolute control of our plant and business at Homestead. We have decided, after numerous fruitless conferences with the amalgamated officials, to operate the plant ourselves. I can say with the greatest emphasis that under no circumstances will we have any further dealings with the Amalgamated Association as an organization. The Amalgamated had broken the law by trespassing on company property and preventing the Pinkertons from landing and protecting the mill as they had been hired to do. It was now up to the authorities of Allegheny County to take back the mill from the Union and return it to the control of the company. If the sheriff was unable to accomplish this task, it is certainly the duty of the governor of the state to see that we are permitted to operate our establishment unmolested. While nobody could regret the occurrences of the last few days more than myself, Frick had no choice but to do his duty, as the executive head of the Carnegie Company, to protect the interests of the association. We desire to and will protect our property at all hazards. On July 8th, as his interview appeared on the front pages of newspapers throughout the country, Frick's wife Adelaide gave birth prematurely to a very sick baby boy, Henry Clay Frick, Jr. That same day, Hugh O'Donnell, members of the Advisory Committee, and elected town leaders boarded the train to Harrisburg in a last-ditch attempt to persuade Governor Patteson not to send in the militia as Frick had demanded. Governor Patteson, who had earlier resisted, could do so no longer. On July 10th, he ordered all 8,470 members of the Pennsylvania National Guard to Homestead to protect all persons, i.e., the owners of the Carnegie Works, in their rights of private property under the Constitution and laws of the state. The troops arrived in the middle of the morning on July 12th and took possession of the plant and the town from the Advisory Committee. Hundreds of thousands of words were daily being written on the Battle of Homestead as the armies of reporters went looking for stories. Preachers, pastors, politicians, steel workers, union leaders, Pinkerton men, tugboat captains, homestead officials, sheriff's deputies, self-proclaimed poets, and, of course, H.C. Frick, grabbed their moments in the headlines. One voice was conspicuously silent. Chapter 24. Loch Rannoch, the summer of 1892. On July 6th, as the Pinkertons attempted to land at Homestead, Andrew Carnegie was enjoying his favorite pastime, being driven behind 4 superb greys in the most elaborate coach that Scotland has ever seen upon its roads. The night before, after dedicating a new Carnegie Library in Aberdeen on the east coast of Scotland, he had received a telegram from Frick. "Small plunge. Our actions and position there unassailable and will work out satisfactorily." Late that morning on the American East Coast, as news of the Battle of Homestead made its way by cable across the Atlantic, he and Louise were met by reporters at Braemar, where they were to spend the night. Carnegie uncharacteristically refused to talk to the reporters. The next morning the Carnegie's carriage stopped at Pitlochry, where he visited the local cable office and responded to Frick's message. "Cable received. All anxiety gone since you stand firm. Never employ these rioters. Let grass grow over works. Must not fail now. You will win easily next trial, only stand firm. Law and order. Wish I could support you in any form." The Carnegies drove another 30 miles to Kinloch Rannoch, where they left their coach for a noon meal at the Dunalister Hotel. Approached by a correspondent from the New York Herald, Carnegie again had little to say. "The strike is most deplorable, and the news of the disaster, which reached me at Aberdeen, grieved me more than I can tell you. It came on me like a thunderbolt in a clear sky. I must positively decline to enter into any discussion as to the merits or demerits of the case. All I will say is that the strike did not take place in the old Carnegie works, but the difficulty has been entirely in the recently acquired works." Louise and Andrew's final destination was Rannoch Lodge, in the Central Highlands, which they had leased for the season. No sooner had they arrived than a reporter from the Pulitzer papers appeared at the front door to request an interview. He was received by a dignified English servant in blue livery, who ushered him into a reception room lined with 28 pairs of antlers. In the center of the room was a table with 2 newspapers open and articles in them marked. After a brief wait, Mr. Carnegie came through the hall with a quick, energetic step and entered the room. The correspondent asked him if he cared to say anything in regard to the troubles at his mills, and Mr. Carnegie in the most contemptuous and insulting manner replied, "I have nothing whatever to say. I have given up all active control of the business, and I do not care to interfere in any way with the present management's conduct of this affair." Asked again if he did not still exercise a supervision of the affairs of the company, Carnegie repeated himself. "I have nothing whatever to say on that point. The business management is in the hands of those who are fully competent to deal with any question that may arise." He admitted to receiving several cables, and among them several asking my interference with the parties in control. Still digging, the reporter suggested that Carnegie might have some opinion in the matter that you are willing to express. "No, sir," Carnegie answered. "I am not willing to express any opinion. The men have chosen their course, and I am powerless to change it. The handling of the case on the part of the company has my full approbation and sanction. Further than this, I have no disposition to say anything." Carnegie, who had remained standing throughout the interview, left the room. This interview was carried in newspapers across the country. "Mr. Carnegie found," read the headline of the Pittsburgh Leader story. "A leader man follows him to the Highlands of Scotland. In a contemptuous and insulting manner, the millionaire tells the correspondent that he is satisfied with the present management. He is paying $10,000 for 6 weeks' use of a shooting lodge. Servants in livery." Andrew Carnegie had chosen to spend the summer of 1892 in one of the more isolated spots in the Central Highlands. He had leased the hunting lodge on Loch Rannoch, not because it was inaccessible to reporters, as his critics would later charge, but because he needed a degree of isolation so that he could complete the book he had been working on. At the time he rented the lodge in May, he believed that Frick had matters well in hand at Homestead. He and Louise would have preferred to return to Cluny for the summer, but the Macphersons had decided to make repairs on the estate. Rannoch Lodge was a worthy successor. The house itself was a rather modest stone hunting lodge, though with dozens of rooms, a formal garden courtyard in the rear, and plenty of outbuildings for servants. It was located in one of the lushest and most spectacularly beautiful spots in the Central Highlands, on the western edge of Loch Rannoch, close to Rannoch Moor, an endless sea of heather, bog, and stunted trees. So porous and swampy no road could be run through it. The West Highland Railroad, which stopped at Rannoch Station, would not be built until 1894. On either side of the loch were stands of pine, larch, and birch trees rising over a ground covering of bracken, heather, and blueberries. Directly behind the lodge were mountains, steep and inaccessible, which had for centuries served as hideouts for Scottish nationalists and bandits on the run from the British authorities. The lake and the sky were breathtakingly blue, the fishing superb, and the isolated setting suited to Carnegie's purposes. Though cut off from much of the world, with the nearest telegraph connection at Struan more than 20 miles away, and the closest train station at Blair Atoll a few miles further, Carnegie remained in touch with Frick, by cable and post. Letters from Pittsburgh might take anywhere from 10 days to 2 weeks to reach him, but cable messages arrived only hours after they were sent. On July 11th, Frick sent Carnegie a detailed report of the lockout, some newspaper articles, and copies of his correspondence with his lawyers, Robert Pinkerton, and the sheriff's office. "There is no question but what the firing was begun by the strikers," Frick insisted. "All that I have to regret is that our guards did not land, and between ourselves think that Potter was to blame. He did not show the nerve I expected he would." Anticipating that Carnegie might blame him for the deaths, injuries, and outpouring of negative publicity, Frick preempted any such criticism. "Would like to say just here that I had not overlooked the fact that an effort to introduce guards at Homestead so soon might cause trouble, but was just as well satisfied that it would cause trouble if done at any later date, and we were only letting our property lie idle awaiting the pleasure of one of the worst bodies of men that ever worked in a mill, so concluded it was better to have trouble if we were to have it at once. We would so much earlier get our works started and in our own control, and I have not lost any opportunity since the trouble of urging the sheriff to give us possession of our property, and as he was unable, to insist that the governor bring out the military. We finally have succeeded in the latter, and think before long we will be able to resume operations. We will lose no time in resuming operations at Homestead, but it shall be done with the greatest care, selecting the best men, and reorganizing that entire works so that we do not employ any more men than actually necessary. As you can understand, my time is pretty well taken up, and my letters consequently will have to be as brief as possible. Feel sure when you become thoroughly acquainted with all of the details that you will be satisfied with every action taken in this lamentable matter." The next day Carnegie responded in a lengthy letter in his own handwriting addressed to "My dear friend." He was delighted to receive Frick's detailed briefing, which had been cabled to him, but was anxious to learn even more about the situation at Homestead. "All we know here is the repulse of guards, etc. What your next step is to be cannot tell. If a waiting game, I think you might be let alone furnishing armor for government. This would give you a nucleus, and the works would look alive. Quite a point." Carnegie had no objection to Frick's bringing back the Pinkertons to secure the works, provided, that is, that Robert Pinkerton was prepared to fight. If Pinkerton decides they cannot afford to be beat, they can easily win, because the striking force will rapidly dwindle. After the excitement, many will clear away, fearing more trouble. As useful as the Pinkertons might be in the short run, however, Carnegie recognized, as did Frick, that no private police force could be as effective as the state in restoring and maintaining the company's rights to its private property. The situation at Homestead was intolerable and would remain so until the strikers had been demoralized, defeated, and demobilized. Why the governor will not be compelled to keep order by public sentiment I can't see. Seems to me you have only to keep appealing to sheriff and holding county responsible. No governor can afford to let a mob conquer. Carnegie suggested that Frick maintain the lockout for 2 or 3 months, then announced that he was starting up the plant with a new crew of workers because it would not be possible, after recent deplorable events, for management and the striking workers to ever again entertain the pleasant relations that had once existed at Homestead. We assume that men will not desire to work for a firm who has in their opinion so treated them as to justify them to attack and kill many men who were employed only to preserve peace and order. Such men must desire to find employers who will treat them better. So be it. The firm recognizes this fully, and the superintendent will give every man a certificate according to his merits, which may enable him to find satisfactory employment. Without anger and with deep regret, the firm now bids its recent tonnage men farewell. Henceforth our paths are separate. We can labor together no more. It was an excellent plan, on paper. In reality, there was no way to assuage the anger at Homestead, no way that the firm could now, after the loss of lives at the hands of the Pinkertons, claim that it still cared enough for its skilled workers to help them find satisfactory employment elsewhere. Carnegie did not want Frick to think he was dictating anything. He needed Frick in place and in control, and feared doing anything that might anger him. "Think it all over," he wrote. "Anything you do will be right. I only suggest. I'm so sorry you have this load to carry just now, but sky will clear rapidly. Just as soon as men realize that they must seek work elsewhere, no use waiting, they will melt away like snow in the summer." He agreed entirely with Frick that the works would have to be totally reorganized. Even our clerks and assistant superintendents might all be suspended. This would show you resolve. Nothing but victory, no matter whether this year or next. As a postscript, he assured Frick that dollars don't count. Let pecuniary considerations go. He then offered one last word of advice. "I hope you are publishing short statements showing the few men affected, their wages and injustice of these payments. Keep the public with you. Try short statements." Carnegie delivered his letter that morning to the nearest post office. When, later in the day, he received word from Pittsburgh that Governor Patterson had decided to send in the militia, he cabled Frick from Struan with his congratulations and a warning. "Governor's action settles matters. All right now, no compromise." Tough as Frick might be, Carnegie was, at least from a distance, tougher still. There would be no negotiations, no communications, no compromise with the amalgamated. The summer of 1892 was, in every conceivable way, going to be a difficult one for Andrew and Louise. Although the American newspapers, preoccupied with reporting firsthand on the day-to-day drama of life at Homestead, did not devote much space to the absentee owner, the British press, which had never enjoyed being lectured on politics and morals by the expatriate author of Triumphant Democracy, seized on the story as a vivid illustration of American backwardness and savagery. The correspondent for the New York Herald, the first American newspaper to regularly report European news by cable, and the most adept at it, took notice on July 10th of the keen delight with which the people of Great Britain view the difficulties at Homestead. The British papers have been uncompromisingly critical of Mr. Carnegie's course. The atrocities at Homestead and the unwillingness of the federal government to intervene led the Daily Telegraph to suggest a serious doubt whether, after all, Home Rule in America works satisfactorily in practice. The Times of London mockingly called attention to Mr. Carnegie's singular position. An avowed champion of trade unions and of organized labor, he now finds himself engaged in an almost ruinous conflict with the representatives of his own views. The London Echo headline asked, "Will Mr. Carnegie explain?" Mr. Carnegie is still silent. He continues to drive about Scotland as though nothing had occurred. The news from Pittsburgh remained rather distressing. There was no sign that the men of Homestead were any closer to accepting the new contract, while their counterparts at Carnegie's other works were threatening to go out on sympathy strikes. Although Frick tried to put the best possible face on events, Carnegie prepared himself for the worst. On July 14th, responding to a cable in which Frick had predicted that Homestead would be running again soon, Carnegie made it clear that he wished he could share this view. "The probability is that it will not run during this year. We had better make up our minds to this. The military cannot stay long with you, and after they leave you may find it necessary to announce that the works will not run this year except upon work for the government. Starting a few months sooner or later is nothing compared with starting with the right class of men. The only danger is that you may be tempted to start too soon. Nothing will cure the disease so thoroughly and give you peace in the future as a long stoppage now. I should be tempted, if in your place, to announce that the works will be closed, government work excepted, for the remainder of the year if the military departs and leaves an excited populace. Carnegie was worried that Frick, in his desire to start up production and bring in scabs too soon, would make matters worse. Replying to a letter from his cousin Dodd on July 17th, he confessed that things were not going well. Matters at home bad. Such a fiasco, trying to send guards by boat and then leaving space between river and fences for the men to get opposite landing and fire. Still, we must keep quiet and do all we can to support Frick and those at seat of war. I have been besieged by interviewers, cables from New York, etc., but have not said one word. Silence is best. We shall win, of course, but may have to shut down for months. Frick cable yesterday Homestead started slowly. He thinks we'll soon win. The men at the Pittsburgh Iron Works and the Beaver Falls mills had gone out on sympathy strikes. This was uncalled for, and they had no grievance, but we must not bother with them just now. Concentrate everything on Homestead. Win there, then talk to these foolish men. All well. The company's mobilization of a private army of detectives to battle its own employees, though legal, had been far from popular. The Judiciary Committee of the House of Representatives, responding to outrage across the country, sent investigators to Homestead on July 12th to interview Frick, Sheriff McCleary, Hugh O'Donnell, the captain of the tug that had pushed the Pinkerton barges, and a number of union leaders and advisory committee members. Frick was questioned extensively about the wage dispute that had precipitated the conflict. Why, he was asked, did the tariff not protect the wages of the working men as the Republican supporters of the tariff had promised it would? He replied by denying that he had ever asked the government for the tariff. When Judge William Oates, the committee chairman, asked him directly how much it cost to produce a ton of billets, Frick refused to answer, on the grounds that doing so would disclose privileged information to his competitors. 4 days after the arrival of the congressional investigators, Frick declared the Homestead Works open and directed all Carnegie Steel employees who had not taken part in the disturbance to return to the mills. They were given until July 21st to apply for their old positions and sign the new contract, after which their places would be filled by others. Recruitment of substitute workers was already well underway. The 100 new houses that had been erected within the gates of the plant were, the firm let it be known, for these workers. Openly advertising for scabs and building houses for them was provocative enough. But Frick poured salt into the wounds by publicly demanding that the sheriff indict and arrest dozens of strike leaders, including Hugh O'Donnell and Burgess John McLucky, on charges of treason and the murder of 2 men, a Pinkerton and the worker who had been accidentally killed by the cannon fire aimed at the Pinkerton barge. Criticism mounted of his refusal to negotiate with the union, his use of the state militia as cover to bring in substitute workers, and his attempt to stifle dissent by arresting union leaders. Nonetheless, in his letters to Carnegie and Rannoch, Frick insisted that he had the situation under control. Looking back over the transactions of this month so far, or previous to that, I cannot see where we might have made any serious blunders or done anything that was not proper and right as between our workmen and ourselves. We certainly had no desire to do anything than what was just and right. He was proceeding, despite criticism in the press, to do whatever he could to convict all of the men engaged in the riot and in law-breaking. He recognized that this was an uphill job, as politicians would be reluctant in the end to incur the rancor of the men who have the votes. He was sure of one thing only. It will all blow over before long, and when we do get started at our several works they will be all non-union, and if we treat the men as we always have done or desired to do, it certainly will be a long while before we will have any more labor trouble, and we will be in position to secure the best results that will come from close and careful attention to the business. On Saturday, July 23rd, exactly 1 week after Frick reopened the Homestead Works and began advertising for scabs, a nervous young man with an accent appeared at his office door in Pittsburgh, sent in his card and asked for an appointment, claiming that he represented an employment agency ready to supply substitute workers. He was told to return at 2 o'clock, which he did. Informed that Mr. Frick was still engaged, the man, a 25-year-old self-proclaimed anarchist named Alexander Berkman, who had no connection to anyone in Homestead and no ties to the Amalgamated or the Advisory Committee, pushed past the office boy in the anteroom, rushed into the inner office, pulled a revolver out of his pocket, and fired 2 shots at Frick at very close range. John Leishman, Frick's vice chairman, grabbed Berkman before he was able to get off a 3rd shot. While being wrestled to the ground, Berkman pulled a dagger made out of a file out of his pocket and lunged at Frick, wounding him in the hip on the right side and the left leg below the knee. Frick was not a big man, but neither was Berkman. Wounded and bleeding, Frick helped Leishman wrestle Berkman to the ground and held him there until the clerks, hearing the gunshots, roared into the room. Together they subdued Berkman before he was able to tear open the explosive mercury capsule in his mouth that would have killed him. The room filled with police who took Berkman away and doctors who tended to Frick. Before agreeing to go to the hospital, Frick asked that his ailing wife, who had given birth just 2 weeks earlier, be notified that he had survived the attack. He then cabled identical messages to his mother and Carnegie. Was shot twice, but not dangerously. To Carnegie's telegram he added 2 more sentences. There is no necessity for you to come home. I am still in shape to fight the battle out. Shaken by Frick's message, Carnegie cabled his next-in-charge, Leishman. Early anxiety, his recovery. Close all works until recovery complete. We regard it as necessary. Something must be done to save Frick anxiety. His recovery before all. Carnegie's first thought was to return to Homestead and take personal charge. But on receiving the news that Frick would survive, he backed off. Too glad at your escape to think of anything, Carnegie wired Frick as soon as he could. Never fear, my brave and dear friend, my appearing on the scene, as long as you are able to direct matters from house and unless partners call. We know too well what is due to you. I am subject to your orders. Louise, Stella, Louise's sister, myself, all relieved by cables just received. Be careful to yourself. Be careful of yourself is all we ask. Frick's trials were only beginning. After being patched together at Mercy Hospital, he was sent to recuperate at Clayton, his Pittsburgh estate, in the room next to that occupied by his bedridden wife, who had barely survived the birth of their premature son. 11 days after the shooting, Frick's son and namesake died, almost a year to the day after the death of 6-year-old Martha. The funeral was held on Thursday, August 4th. On Friday, Frick awoke, dressed, breakfasted, and took the trolley car to his downtown office, where he sat down to answer his mail. Carnegie cabled Frick his hearty congratulations upon your return to the post of duty. Everything is right when you and Mrs. Frick are right. Every other consideration insignificant. You owe it to all your friends to be careful of yourself. In the aftermath of the Frick shooting, the reporters came looking for Carnegie again. The first to find him was from the Associated Press. Mr. Carnegie received the correspondent with great courtesy, it was reported on July 27th. He said he had resolutely refused to see any press representative in regard to the Pittsburgh troubles, not because he had not the keenest interest in what was happening there, but because, living as he did thousands of miles away, he might not fully understand the local situation. The reporter was convinced that Carnegie's denial of responsibility for the strike trouble was final, and that he would not interfere with the administration of the works nor return to America for a long time. As he made ready to depart, Carnegie gave him a written statement to distribute. I have not attended to business for the past 3 years, but I have implicit confidence in those who are managing the mills. Further than that, I have nothing to say. Reading this account, or any of the others that Carnegie would give to the press or to his friends in the months to come, one would not have known that he had conferred with Frick before he left for Europe in April, and remained in touch with him, by cable and post, ever since. The year 1892 was a presidential election year. With the 2 parties evenly matched and Pennsylvania up for grabs, Republican Benjamin Harrison, running for re-election, could ill afford to concede any workingman's votes to the Democratic challenger, Grover Cleveland. Unfortunately, the events at Homestead did not augur well for the Republicans come November. Burgess John McLuckie had, from the very beginning, politicized the strike by reminding his constituents that Pittsburgh working men had been persuaded to vote the Republican ticket 4 years ago in order that our wages might be maintained. As soon as the election was over, however, manufacturers like Carnegie began to cut wages. You men who voted the Republican ticket voted for high tariff, and you get high fences, Pinkerton detectives, thugs and militia. It was imperative, local and national Republicans believed, to remove the homestead issue from the campaign as soon as possible. On July 9th, the Pittsburgh papers were reporting, falsely, that Pittsburgh boss Christopher McGee had cabled Carnegie in Scotland, asking him to settle the strike for the good of the party. What McGee had done was to arrange a meeting in Pittsburgh between Republican campaign officials and Hugh O'Donnell. O'Donnell, who feared that with the state militia in place Frick would have no trouble bringing in enough scabs to break the strike and bust the Union, hoped to broker an agreement before it was too late. Though under indictment for murder, he was put on a train to New York City, where he met with Whitelaw Reid, the editor and publisher of the New York Tribune, and the Republican nominee for vice president. O'Donnell told Reid that he would settle the strike on the company's terms if the firm would allow the amalgamated lodges to stay in place. He didn't tell him that he had no authorization from the advisory committee or the union to do so. Reid, unable to get Carnegie's address from Frick's office, asked the American consul in London to transmit the cable with O'Donnell's terms to Carnegie in Scotland. Carnegie did not receive the cable until July 28th. While he assumed that Reid was acting on behalf of President Harrison and the Republican Party, he was confused as to how to respond. There had in the past been little call on him to make a choice between the Republican Party and his business interests, but this was precisely what Reid was asking of him. If he assented, he would help the party, but at the cost of saddling himself with the amalgamated for another 3 years. If, on the other hand, he turned down the request to reopen negotiations and recognize the Union, the party would suffer in the upcoming elections. Carnegie's initial response was to welcome Reid's intervention and cable back his preliminary acceptance of O'Donnell's terms. Worried, however, that Frick might take offense and resign if he believed Carnegie was negotiating a settlement on his own, he sent Frick a coded cable affirming that Frick was to make the final decision. "We have a telegram from Tribune Reid through high official London," he cabled. "The proposition is worthy of consideration." Replied, "Nothing can be done. Send H.C. Frick document. You must decide without delay. Amalgamated Association evidently distressed." Carnegie also sent telegrams to Dodd and Phipps. The following morning, after hearing from them, he cabled Frick again with a quite different message. "After due consideration we have concluded Tribune, i.e. Reid's proposal, too old. Probably the proposition is not worthy of consideration. Useful, showing distress of amalgamated association. Use your own discretion about terms and starting. George Lauder, Henry Phipps, Jr., Andrew Carnegie, solid. H.C. Frick forever." Reid, meanwhile, had dispatched a ranking member of the Republican National Committee, John Milholland, to meet with Frick in Pittsburgh. Milholland found him lying in bed when I called, his face and head swathed in bandages. Frick listened as Milholland explained why, for the good of the party, it was important that the homestead strike be settled at once. Frick then declared emphatically that he would never consent to negotiating with the Amalgamated Association, even if asked to do so by President Harrison himself. Frick was furious with Milholland and Reid, but more so with Carnegie. "I told Mr. Milholland," he wrote Carnegie 3 weeks after the event, "that I did not think the matter had been placed before you correctly, or you never would have entertained, certainly not heartily approve of any proposition to adjust matters with the Amalgamated Association, and that I was surprised you did not avail yourself of the opportunity offered to have emphatically told Mr. Reid and Mr. O'Donnell that you did not propose then, or at any time in the future, to urge your partners here to treat with lawbreakers and assassins." The following week, Frick, still incensed at Carnegie's interference, cabled to tell him that Secretary of War Stephen Elkins and Postmaster General John Wanamaker wanted to meet with him. Convinced that they had been dispatched by Reid and possibly Harrison to pressure him again to reach a settlement with the Amalgamated, Frick, before they even arrived, asked Carnegie to cable Reid at once, most emphatically, that we will never consent to any compromise of any kind. I know they think you will interfere sooner or later in their favor. Carnegie did as he was directed, instructing Reid by cable to tell Republican Party no compromise possible. The amalgamated would, Carnegie added, demand as part of any settlement that newly hired substitute workers be replaced by union stalwarts. This the firm was honor-bound not to do. 2,000 hands were now at work at Homestead, and every one of the 23 owners would sink works rather than dismiss one man. Frick, still seething at the old man's interference, was not yet satisfied. "Frankly, I do not think you sent the proper message to Reed. You should have said emphatically, in my opinion, that we do not propose hereafter, under any circumstances, to deal with the Amalgamated Association." Carnegie responded that he thought, "I had sent a rattling message to Reed. Its form is yours and not mine." He reiterated that he had tried to do exactly as Frick had instructed, and apologized if he had gotten it wrong. "You have no idea how much in the dark one is up here among the moors, 23 miles from a railway station, and a wrong word might easily be said, since I am so ignorant of conditions, and just what you wish to hit at the time and how to hit it." It turned out that Elkins and Wanamaker had no intention of asking Frick to settle the Homestead strike, as he had feared. They wanted a campaign contribution. Frick met with Wanamaker at Cresson, then in late October took the train to New York City to confer with Elkins at the Holland House. Elkins intimated that Carnegie had promised $50,000 to the Republicans, but pledged that he would stand up for the Carnegie interests whether or not any contribution was made. Frick offered $25,000 for the general campaign and another $2,500 for Virginia. This pleased him very much, Frick reported to Carnegie, and he told me that he had had a long talk that night with Secretary of the Navy Tracy, who was feeling very friendly towards us, and everything was in good shape. To protect Carnegie Steel from the imputation that the campaign contribution might be seen as a quid pro quo for an armor contract, which in fact it was, Frick paid the $25,000 with an H.C. Frick Coke Company check, and charged it in a special account against the Carnegie Steel Company. If the election goes Democratic, we would be in a position, if it were necessary, to take the ground that the Steel Company had refused to contribute, owing to having had an armor contract with the government, but that the Frick Coke Company had contributed. Think we have done our duty and hope Mr. Harrison will be re-elected. As the weather at Homestead turned colder, more skilled and unskilled men began to drift back to work. Carnegie's major worry now was not the strike, which he knew the men would have to call off eventually, but Frick, who he feared was on the point of breaking down. "I am glad to see from the papers that you took a few days fishing," Carnegie wrote on August 29th. "Go often. Trout fishing has been my refuge during the last 2 months. I caught 8 dozen one day with one fly rod. You should be here, and I hope that Mrs. Frick and you will be with us next summer. With fly fishing and whist as passions, you will not be badly off for old age when it comes. As for your own behavior, the whole public is at your feet, and I am obliged to paint your history every day. And of course you may suspect I never fail to add, that is the kind of fellows our firm is made up of, the ablest and best set of men in the world. All not only partners, but friends." Responding to an August 19th letter in which Frick had confessed to a serious problem at Homestead, getting sufficient substitute workers to resume production, Carnegie replied only that he was not surprised. He had always expected that the stoppage would last for at least 3 or 4 months. "Nothing but time will give you victory, but this will do it, and we know that we have all the time we want." Indulging again in wishful thinking, as he did whenever his workers did not behave as he thought they should, he blamed the mess at Homestead on the lack of a proper on-site general superintendent. Carnegie had convinced himself that the Homestead workingmen had stood by the Union because they had no faith that General Superintendent Potter would look after their interests. He was not able, and would never be able, to face head-on the magnitude of his and Frick's miscalculation about the Homestead workers' loyalty to their union and antipathy to the company. An exceptional manager there would have mitigated the trouble. Nothing will ever be right at Homestead until a great manager of men takes charge there. Skilled workmen are the racehorses, laborers the cart horses. The former have to be driven with a rein, although firm, yet gentle. There will never be peace, prosperity, or satisfaction at Homestead until the chief men respect and admire their manager. The new manager will win this position in half the time if he be one of our own men and not a stranger. Frick had hinted that he might bring in a stranger to run the mill. Carnegie made it clear that he considered Charles Schwab the best man for the job. Never before had any one man run all the Carnegie Steel plants, as Frick had done since July 1st and the organization of Carnegie Steel. For his own sanity and the well-being of the company, he urged Frick again to begin taking time off from work. Carnegie reminded Frick that he'd had the orchestrion shipped to Pittsburgh. He hoped Frick had received it and was finding some respite from care in its music. He recommended again that Frick take up whist and put together a whist club to meet at your house at least once a week. Frick might induce Mrs. Frick and Miss Childs, Frick's sister-in-law, to take it up. We have been playing here a little recently, and Mrs. Carnegie is going to make a #1 player. Thanks to you, for it was chiefly to please you that she began. I caught a trout yesterday that weighed 5 pounds 1 1/2 ounces, had only my light rod, and had to play with him an hour and a quarter up and down the loch. That's my record. Troubled and hurt that Frick wrote nothing about his personal life, he tried, with increasing desperation, to assure Frick that he cared for him as a friend as well as a partner. The most important thing of all, you do not tell me how you are, he wrote on September 20th. Are you as strong as ever? We do not hear from anyone but yourself. Please do tell us how you are. Would almost like to hear from an impartial source, Leishman or Phipps or someone, that you are not overstraining yourself. Frick's cables and letters remained formal and businesslike, often brusque, sometimes almost reprimanding. He disclosed little about his family, his pain, his suffering, his anxieties. Carnegie tried harder to convince Frick that he cherished his friendship. At the bottom of the last page of his typed business letters, he added long postscripts in pencil, intended not for the typist, but for Frick's eyes only. I think many times a day how slender the thread is upon which we depend. Your good health, any ordinary man would have broken down ere this. You may not until all is quiet, but then you will feel it. I never felt nerves until Louise was out of danger, and then I couldn't walk a few squares. Keep before you a grand tour round the world. There is nothing so full of intense interests as a visit to Japan, China, India. If we don't go home to New York, we may take it again and go with you, we 4 or 5, or even 6. 4 days later, having heard nothing, he begged again for personal news. Won't you include in cables reports about your own health and Mrs. Frick's? Perhaps Mrs. C. and I picture you all in much more plight than you are. Distance does distort views, newspapers exaggerate, and our own minds at a great distance imagine. Carnegie had been on an emotional roller coaster all summer. His concerns for Frick and for his businesses were so intertwined that he could not tell where one began and the other ended. For his own peace of mind, he needed to know that Frick was well and thriving, that his judgment was as sound as ever, that his personal travails had not affected or diminished his capacity to run Carnegie Steel. We don't know what Frick wrote in the letter Carnegie opened on September 30th, but we can surmise from the tone of Carnegie's response that his younger partner had, perhaps for the first time, mentioned the effects of his infant son's death on himself and his family. Stricken by guilt and shame at being so far distant, geographically and perhaps emotionally, while Frick had been forced to do battle alone, Carnegie tried to empathize with and suffer alongside his younger partner. Every now and then, he wrote in pencil on receiving the letter from Frick, a flash comes upon your home life and troubles, and I feel as if I could sink every mill and mine we own. We then think of you and Mrs. Frick and Mrs. Childs and your home, and could just rush off together to be with you. I wish you would always include in your cables some home news. We have had our trials in all this business. Hard enough in some respects, harder to bear standing apart in inaction than if in the midst of the excitement, but these melt into nothingness compared to your home agonies. I don't see how you can stand them. If you are like me, you will stand until all is quiet and you are out of it, and then give way. I have not been so well the past 2 weeks, principally because there is less excitement. And besides, fishing is over, and then H.P., Harry Phipps, has been up for consolation, and we have dwelt more upon the crisis. I hope to get my mind somewhat off it by rushing through Italy, etc. Fresh sights do much. One of the earliest moves you make should be to take all your family direct to Geneva and bask in Italian scenes. I wish you could join us. You know we are good traveling companions. Business be hanged. Ever your friend. We may go to Italy from London about 15th October, but our movements always subject to your wishes." There was no response, perhaps because Frick still harbored suspicions as to Carnegie's motives in continually inquiring as to his health and suggesting he go on vacation. Frick could not rid himself of the fear that Carnegie might, at any moment, return to Pittsburgh and take personal control, using Frick's mental instability as an excuse for relieving him of responsibility. Frick's fears were exacerbated when Dodd Lauder, no doubt with Carnegie's approval and perhaps at his instigation, cabled from overseas that he would be glad to come over if he could be of any use in any position whatever. "I wired him not to come at present," Frick wrote Carnegie. "There is a feeling yet that you will in some way interfere to settle this strike question, and Mr. Lauder's coming over now would only give them," the amalgamated, "further hope. There is nothing personal in this matter, so far as I am concerned. I am, so far as I know, only doing what it seems to me to be for the interests of the owners of the property. And if we want to get the full benefit of all that we have gone through, there must be no deviation from the policy we have been pursuing all along. After it is all over, if it is thought somebody else can do better, the position is open for him. I have never sought responsibility, nor to my knowledge have I ever shirked it." Carnegie was disturbed at Frick's cavalier dismissal of a senior partner's offer of assistance. Frick seemed too confident in his own judgment and too resistant to seeking advice. "I am very sorry you misinterpret Mr. Lauder volunteering to go to you in this crisis," he wrote at once. "I feel in my case that to appear on the scene would be construed as a reflection upon you by the men and the public, and therefore remained silent and in torment. But we were all ready to take the first steamer should you break down or intimate a wish to have me with you. So we stand today. If I were in your place, I would like to have every partner around me and giving me boldly their various views. H.P. was here, and when he read your June letter he said, 'Mr. Frick is too touchy. I never could give him my views, as I always did give them in the firm. I know how perplexed you must be, and make all due allowance, but I do hope you will not write again, if you can possibly help it, about your position being open if it is thought that anyone can do better, etc., etc. We are married, all equal, but bound to hear, consider, and welcome views even contrary to his own, and if outvoted, bound legally to accept them and carry them out. This is a crisis when we should all draw closer together, not only as partners, but as friends. I know Lauder and H.P. wish to be both and cooperate with you. Don't repel them. One thing more. I have thought what was best for me to do. My judgment says banish the desire to return to New York after election, and do Italy as you intended. Mrs. C. has never even been in Rome, and I have promised to spend a winter doing Italy, Greece, etc. Perhaps should run over in the spring, holding myself at all times ready to obey your call, or do anything you think desirable. I wish you would wire what you really think best. I think spring arrival best when all over and quiet. If homestead works could only have disappeared under the ground July 1st, how thankful we should all have reason to be. But we must do our duty now. I trust you are not to break down next. If you do, I take the post of duty and do the best I can. If the doctor tells you any signs of overstraining appear, don't let dollars interfere with your taking a round-the-world trip if necessary. Let business go to the rear. You have plenty to keep your family upon." The following week, Carnegie wrote again to warn Frick against attempting to take on too much. "This fight is too much against our chairman, partakes of personal issue. It is very bad indeed for you. Very, and also bad for the interests of the firm. There's another point," he continued, "which troubles me on your account. The danger that the public and hence all our men get the impression that it is all Frick. Your influence for good would be permanently impaired. You don't deserve a bad name, but then one is sometimes wrongfully got. Your partners should be as much identified with this struggle as you. Think over this counsel. It is from a very wise man, as you know, and a true friend." Frick was incensed that Carnegie, after spending a lifetime pushing himself into the limelight, should now accuse his reticent, reluctant junior partner of doing the same. I am at a little loss to know just why you should express yourself so. I am not naturally inclined to push myself into prominence under any circumstances. I note the counsel you give, but I cannot see wherein I can profit by it, or what action could be taken by me that would change matters in respect to that which you mention." Frick defended himself as well from the implied accusation in Carnegie's letters that he had acted too precipitously in trying to reopen the homestead plant with Pinkertons, the state militia, private detectives, and a small army of scabs, instead of waiting for the old men to return to work. If we had adopted the policy of sitting down and waiting, we would have still been sitting, waiting, and the fight would yet have to be made, and then we would have been accused of trying to starve our men into submission. This is the way I think. Of course, I may be wrong." Carnegie apologized. "It is all right. I should not have written as I did, either, but truly I have never had such a trial as during the past 4 months. Every hour I expected to hear of some catastrophe, such as your health giving way, or nerves rendering my return imperative. Have been on edge, as they say. Now I know, or feel, which is the same in effect, that matters are in the best shape you can have them, and that it is only a question of a little time, and calm. We go to Italy and won't return. I think your cross and mine must be the same, for like you, I have had to battle all my life with hot blood. I wish I had conquered as completely as you. I am now saintly to a degree, as you know. One thing I am thankful for. Trifles rouse me soonest. In grave situations I really grow philosophic. Maybe if we had learned to swear better, in faith we might have experienced relief." The sad truth, which Carnegie now recognized, was that he needed Frick more than Frick needed him, and that worried him on several counts. He worried that Frick might collapse under the strain of running the company, but he worried as well that Frick might succeed, and, in so doing, push the chief stockholder further to the sidelines than he wanted to be. The two were, as he had put it, bound as if in marriage, but it was not a happy union. Frick believed that he deserved Carnegie's complete and absolute trust, that he had steered the Carnegie companies through good times and bad, steadily increasing productivity and profits. He wanted to be left alone to run Carnegie Steel as he saw fit. This Carnegie could not allow. Carnegie was relieved that he had found a manager as capable and tough-minded as Frick, but as chief stockholder and with more than 2 decades of experience in the iron and steel industry, he was not about to concede full control of his company to anyone, not even the highly estimable Frick. He was, as well, genuinely worried about the mental stability of his younger partner. Frick had suffered too much at Homestead and from personal tragedies to emerge unscathed. He had become too high-strung, too quick to fly off the handle, and too convinced of his own invincibility. He was beginning to forget that the name of the company he managed was Carnegie Steel, not Frick Steel. It was Carnegie's capital, Carnegie's good sense, and Carnegie's brilliance as a strategist and talent scout that had made it what it was. Though semi-retired, Andrew Carnegie, now in his middle 50s, was not ready, and would perhaps never be ready, to recede quietly into the background. Chapter 25. Aftermaths, 1892 to 1894. In the aftermath of the Homestead lockout and strike, Carnegie kept his silence as the attacks on his probity, his morality, and his sincerity mounted. His English friends tried to cheer him up, but in sending their condolence letters they only heightened his own sense that he had been the victim of a personal tragedy. To William Stead, the editor of the Review of Reviews, who had written on August 4th asking for an interview, he announced that his lips were sealed in regard to Homestead, but someday the story may be told. As you can well understand, it is impossible for me to know much about it. I hear of events only 2 days after they take place. Anything said today would add fuel to the flame. The proper policy to pursue is silence until peace and order are restored. Stead, as a journalist as well as a friend, wrote back at once. I think that while it is difficult for you to know the details about the immediate movement from day to day, you know all about the general question, and I still think that it would conduce to the clearing of the air if you would talk. I am rather uneasy concerning the tendency that there is to run amok at any employer who happens to have a difference with his workmen. I do not think you could have a better opportunity of putting your own views out than what you would have in a good square talk with me. Stead suggested that Carnegie grant him an interview, which he would then convert either into the shape of a character sketch or a special article. Carnegie turned him down again, this time sharply. Homestead and its deplorable troubles should be allowed to rest. It would be absurd for me to write upon events which were as much news to me as to yourself. He found himself in a difficult position. He was appalled at the loss of life that had occurred when the Pinkertons attempted to land at Homestead, appalled at the resistance the men had put up, and appalled that the lockout and strike had now extended into a third month. But he dared not voice these sentiments for fear that Frick would take offense and resign. Frick had, it was true, followed the overall strategy Carnegie had laid out for him, but he had erred grievously, as Carnegie confided to his cousin Dodd in mid-July, in trying to land the Pinkertons by boat, and then erred again by starting up production too soon with scab labor. Frick had won the war but lost too many battles along the way. Had he shown more patience, the same results might have been achieved as they had at Edgar Thomson, without loss of life or the avalanche of negative publicity that was burying Carnegie and his company. The letter that meant the most to Carnegie arrived in mid-September. Carnegie had written Gladstone a note to congratulate him on his recent electoral victory. Gladstone graciously responded with what amounted almost to a letter of condolence. "I do not forget you have been suffering yourself from anxieties," the Prime Minister replied on September 19th. "I wish I could relieve you from these imputations of journalists, too often rash, conceited, or censorious, sometimes ill-natured. I wish to do the little, the very little, that is in my power, which is simply to say how sure I am that no one who knows you will be prompted by the unfortunate occurrences across the water, of which manifestly we cannot know the exact merits, to qualify in the slightest degree either his confidence in your generous views or his admiration of the good and great works you have already done." To Gladstone alone, Carnegie felt obligated to defend himself. In his September 24th letter, Carnegie constructed the first draft of the narrative he would rely on in the years to come to explain what had happened at Homestead in the summer of 1892. The explanation he offered Gladstone was telegraphic in its brevity and its disjunctions, leaping back and forth in short phrases often separated by dashes from Scotland to Homestead, alternately blaming, then absolving Frick and his partners, all the time assigning to himself the role of innocent victim in the evolving tragedy. He insisted that he had been kept out of the loop, that the decisions made at Homestead had been Frick's alone, that he had played no role in bringing in the Pinkertons or the scab laborers who followed them. "This is the trial of my life, death's hand accepted. Such a foolish step, contrary to my ideas." We don't know precisely what Carnegie was referring to here. It might have been the landing of the Pinkertons or the decision to bring in scab labor. "Repugnant to every feeling of my nature. Our firm offered all it could offer, even generous terms. Our other men had gratefully accepted them. They went as far as I could have wished, but the false step was made in trying to run the Homestead works with new men. It is a test to which workingmen should not be subjected. It is expecting too much to expect poor men to stand by and see their work taken by others, their daily bread." In absolving himself of responsibility, Carnegie took on a new persona, that of the old man in retirement, pushed outside the circle of decision-makers, his voice barely audible. He had tried, he insisted to Gladstone, to make his influence felt. He had even written sketching the plan of action he wished to take, but, alas, too late, my letter did not reach. There is no record of or reference to such a letter or cable. Events spiraled out of control in Pittsburgh. Feeling had been aroused. Sheriff's aide called in, his deputies halted, then other guards sent for with sheriff's approval. These attacked, and then the military. All this time I heard nothing until days had elapsed. The pain I suffer increases daily. The works are not worth one drop of human blood. I wish they had sunk. I write to you freely. To no one else have I written so. I must be silent and suffer, but after a time I hope to be able to do something to restore good feeling between my young and rather too rash partner and the men over at Homestead." He concluded by comparing his own sorry state of inaction with that of Gladstone, now returned to office. "I hope you are going to succeed in your great work, but you are to be envied whether you do or not. Even failure would be glorious, for you are permitted to act. Look at me. Hitherto master, now condemned to inaction, yet knowing the right, and anxious to carry it. I have one comfort," he added in a postscript, "self-approval, and a second, the support of a wife who is as strong and as wise as she is gentle and devoted. So I shall sail on and let the tempest howl." Carnegie, though overwrought, was genuinely aggrieved. The homestead works would survive intact and even prosper, but his proposals for a partnership between labor and management based on the sliding scale had been rejected, and his cherished self-portrait as labor's friend and advocate turned to the wall. His days as the working man's champion now ended, Carnegie struggled to escape becoming labor's scourge. Fortunately for him, Frick was still the primary focus of attention. Carnegie, who was both difficult to reach and reluctant to say anything to reporters, remained a sidebar to the larger Pittsburgh story. As Carnegie had assured Frick, he planned to remain abroad until the strike was settled. In early October, he and Louise relocated to the Metropole Hotel in London. On October 14th, Carnegie submitted to an interview with an Associated Press correspondent. He had been, he informed the reporter, busily engaged all during the spring and summer in preparing a new book treating of the industrial problems of the day. He had retired to Scotland to complete the book, but news of the outbreak at Homestead, which had burst upon him like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, was so disturbing he had been unable to work much and had to lay his book aside and resort to the locks and moors, fishing daily from morning to night. Only now, in mid-October, with, he predicted, the strike coming to an end, was he able to go to the continent and work with a fresh and happy mind. Carnegie discussed his forthcoming book at such length that the New York Times, which published an account of the interview on its front page, headlined it, "Carnegie Writes a Book." Carnegie claimed he was a full-time writer now, no longer a businessman. He was writing his new book from the standpoint of one who had long retired from active business and who had been both an employee and an employer and knew how to sympathize with both. Having previously lectured millionaires on their obligations to society, he wanted now to explain to the intelligent workman his place in and responsibilities to the new industrial society. Improvement, the working man had to understand, was inevitable, but as the result of evolution, not revolution. With rather brazen self-confidence, bordering on self-delusion, Carnegie convinced himself that, though an employer of labor and a capitalist, he had transcended any parochial interests and could speak for the larger community. Anticipating that he would in the long run succeed at Homestead, as he had at Edgar Thomson, in instituting his sliding scale and establishing a new era of industrial peace and prosperity, he had decided that spring, before the Homestead troubles, to commit to paper his thoughts on the proper relations of labor and capital. He had finished a first handwritten draft of chapters on wealth, distribution, cooperation between labor and capital, profit-sharing, strikes, and shorter hours, while in England. He tried to complete the book at Loch Rannoch, but with no success. It had become apparent to him, though he did not publicly admit it, that his reputation as a wise man in matters of labor and capital relationships had been irremediably tarnished, if not destroyed, in the aftermath of the bloody battles with the Pinkertons and the lockout and strike that followed. It was not a propitious moment for Andrew Carnegie to lecture the nation's working men on anything. The manuscript was put away. It would never be published. Carnegie decided instead to bring out a second edition of Triumphant Democracy. The new version read much the same as the 1886 edition, though the statistics were updated by research assistants to include the 1890 census figures, and some chapters were rearranged. As soon as it was finished, Carnegie began pestering Charles Scribner to rush it into print. "Your note reached me last evening," Scribner wrote him on May 4, 1893, after receiving a hand-delivered message from the author, "and I will do all that I can to hurry the printers. If you consider the very large number of corrections and the irregular way in which the manuscript was delivered to them, I do not think they have been slow." The major difference between the two editions was that Carnegie, in 1893, removed much of the final chapter, General Reflections, replaced his attack on British institutions with a summary of American accomplishments, then closed with a chapter-length essay, previously published in the North American Review, in which he advocated what he called the reunion of Great Britain and the United States into a great federation of the race. Carnegie did not describe how this federation would be governed or what powers would remain with the individual nations and what given to the federation. He acknowledged that his vision of reunification was a bit utopian, and he asked his readers to kindly note that he had entitled his chapter "A Look Ahead," How far ahead I shall not attempt to guess. Nevertheless, it is ahead, and sometime, somehow, it is to come to pass. I see it with the eye of faith, the faith of the devotee which carries with it a realizing sense of certain fulfillment. A Scotsman by birth who was equally at home in Dunfermline, London, and New York, Carnegie paid less attention as the years passed to the political and social differences between Britain and America, and more to the similarities between the two branches of what he now unfailingly referred to as the English-speaking race. It is difficult to know what he meant by this, and whether race, as he used the term, was determined by bloodline, culture, history, or language. Like other 19th-century nationalists, he often conflated race with people, and people with nation. It was, to his mind, and he said so in the new conclusion of Triumphant Democracy, an unfortunate accident of history that the American branch of the race had separated itself politically. Separation, he wrote, putting his own rather idiosyncratic slant on the historical record, was not contemplated by Washington, Franklin, Adams, Jefferson, Jay, and other leaders. On the contrary, these great men never ceased to proclaim their loyalty to and their desire to remain part of Britain, and they disclaimed any idea of separation, which was indeed accepted at last, but only when forced upon them as a sad necessity. It was now, Carnegie proclaimed, after almost 120 years of separation, time to reunite the nation. As a student of political economy, he feared for the future of Britain, which lacked the population to remain a dominant world power. Her position is the most artificial of all nations. Islands that cannot grow half enough of food to feed her people, but which produce double the amount of manufactured articles they can consume. Such a nation, in order to be secure of her future, must have a market for these surplus articles and more land from which to draw food for her people. Colonies and distant possessions were not the answer, as it was inevitable that Britain would lose them. And then what? Was Britain destined to become nothing more than an island Belgium? There was but one possibility for Britain, and that was reunification with its errant English-speaking colonies in North America. He was delighted when a group of Canadian Liberals, led by Godwin Smith, organized a Continental Union League, with offices in Toronto and New York, and an impressive list of American members, including Theodore Roosevelt, John Hay, and Elihu Root. In November 1893, he put his name to a fundraising letter, soliciting monies to further the cause of a peaceable American annexation of Canada. Late in October 1892, the Carnegies crossed the Channel to Paris, where they stayed at the Hotel Bristol and dined with the American ambassador. Carnegie was in a buoyantly good mood. Frick had finally agreed to move Schwab to Homestead, which Carnegie publicly applauded in a brief interview with reporters in Paris. Mr. Carnegie, the New York Times reported in a front-page story from Paris on October 22nd, said today that he was delighted at the return of Mr. Schwab to the management of the Homestead Works, which were most difficult to manage since the company undertook the making of armor. The new appointments at Carnegie Steel, Schwab's among them, proved that Mr. Frick was one of the foremost managers of men. Mr. Carnegie added, "If any words from me retain influence with the men at Homestead, I wish to say to them as friends, all of you for whom Mr. Schwab provides places, take them promptly, for never will you work for a kinder and abler master." The arrival of the sheriff's deputies, followed by the militia, had brought an uneasy peace to Homestead. Under the protection of the militia, Frick had begun in August to import scab workers into the mill. By October 15th, according to the Homestead Local News, there were close to 2,000 men employed there, only 200 of whom had worked in the mill before the strike. This was not nearly enough to resume anything close to full production. Carnegie cautioned Frick to be patient now and wait for the strikers to return to their jobs. Schwab will bring it out all right. In November, the strike entered its 4th month with no resolution in sight. Even Frick was astonished at the tenacity of the old men who, day after day, refused to return even as their jobs were being given to scabs. The firmness with which these strikers hold on is surprising to everyone. This strike, of course, will cost us a large sum of money, but we will get it all back in the next 2 or 3 years, and as you know, Homestead has never been well managed, always something going wrong, and a large amount of money has been wasted by poor management. The mills have never been able to turn out the product they should, owing to being held back by the amalgamated men. From Paris, the Carnegies traveled south to Florence, then on to Rome and Naples. At every stop along the way, Andrew continued to receive and send cables and letters to Frick in Pittsburgh. Arriving in Milan, he got news of the election returns, which, as expected, were not favorable to the Republicans. He seemed not to care that Harrison and Reed had lost the election, nor that he and Frick might have had something to do with the loss. "Cleveland, landslide," he wrote Frick from Italy on November 9th. "Well, we have nothing to fear, and perhaps it is best. People will now think the protected manufacturers will be attended to, i.e. that the new Democratic administration would reform tariffs, and quit agitating. Cleveland is a pretty good fellow." He appeared not overly concerned that the return of the Democrats to power meant the removal from office and influence of the Republicans with whom he had established such cozy relationships. If the Navy wanted to purchase domestic-made steel armor, as Congress had ordered it to do, there were not very many options outside of Bethlehem and Carnegie Steel. Still, there was work to be done in courting the new administration. On November 18th, after 4.5 months without paychecks, with the strike funds nearly depleted and winter approaching, 2,000 non-union mechanics and unskilled laborers who had until then stood by the Amalgamated voted to return to work. On Saturday, November 20th, the Amalgamated held its regular mass meeting at the Homestead skating rink, after which the leaders convened a special meeting of the 500 strikers who were union members. The next morning, a vote was formally taken to return to work on the company's terms. The strike was called off. "Cables received. First happy morning since July," Carnegie cabled Frick from Florence on November 19th. "Congratulate all around. Improve works. Go ahead. Clear track." The next day he followed up with a letter in which he laid out a detailed list of recommendations and commentaries on personnel, prices, production, pools, the tariff, furnaces, the price of ingots at Duquesne, the cost of war, and the possible effects of Cleveland's election. He concluded by commending Florence to Frick. "It's a marvel, prettiest place we have yet seen. Hundreds, yes, thousands of villas line hillsides, surrounded with olives and vine. Truly exquisite. I hope you are soon to take a long rest and enjoy yourself doing Italy or some new land. It's the thing to do." On a daily basis now he congratulated Frick and expressed his relief that the ordeal at Homestead was at an end. "Life worth living again," he cabled from Florence on November 22nd. Then 3 days later wrote in a letter, "Now for long years of peace and prosperity. I am now interested in art matters. Until your cable, my mind was always running away with me to Pittsburgh." While Frick must have welcomed the congratulatory cables and letters, he could not have been happy with the constant references to Schwab, who, Carnegie was convinced, had brought about the final settlement of the strike. "The great compensation for all Homestead trouble and loss is that you have a manager there at last. Haven't we had a blundering time of it ever since we owned Homestead? Just see the difference at Duquesne. You selected the right man, and from the first day it has made the most profitable piece of property we own. Mark this. I prophesy Homestead this time next year will show profits worthwhile. But do get Schwab to become a Homestead man all over, even if you have to build a palace for him. Might send him one from Venice where you can buy for a few $1,000s. Have bought some things here since your cable, which will give you all pleasure." Carnegie, sensitive to the effects bad publicity might have on a company that was hungry for public contracts and needed tariff protection, hoped that his name, and that of his chief lieutenant, might disappear from the front pages. But that was not to be. In late November, days after the strike was called off, the American newspapers called attention for the first time to the fact that the Carnegie companies in Pittsburgh had, in July, been reorganized into one giant firm, capitalized at $25 million. Though this figure was far below market value for a company that was making between $4 and $5 million a year in profits, it was still a figure of grand proportions. Carnegie, usually only too happy to see his name and successes highlighted in the papers, was distressed that this news had leaked out. $25 million makes another roar against capital and looks bad, he wrote Frick on December 2nd. As a proportion of the overall economy, $25 million in 1892 is equivalent to almost $15 billion today. I wish I had held out for the old-fashioned modest $5 million. We want obscurity for a long time, nothing to attract criticism. Pray heaven you are not beginning magnificent Carnegie building. There had been plans for some time to build a new office building downtown. It would give your enemies another handle. Do let that rest. No explanation would avail. Alas, our doings have become of national import, and we must move accordingly. The Republicans were, Carnegie noted, beginning to criticize him, claiming that the events at Homestead had cost them the election. While Carnegie declared that he personally didn't care a cent for this criticism, he did see the value of not further enraging even ignorant public sentiment just now. Now that the press had put Homestead on the map, it would be difficult to remove it. In an age of almost instantaneous cable communication, stories quickly made their way from Pittsburgh to New York to the European papers. "You have no idea how Europe is excited about Homestead. It's awful," he complained to Frick. In Naples, where he looked for some respite from the storm of adverse publicity, Carnegie was beset by cable dispatches from Pittsburgh, reprinted in the European newspapers. Winter was setting in at Homestead, and with it increased misery for the jobless and homeless. The strike had been settled, but the thousands of amalgamated men who did not get back their jobs were left permanently unemployed. "In Homestead, there are today 1,800 men," the Pittsburgh press declared, "most of them with families for whom no employment can be found. For many of them, the Christmas prospect is an empty cupboard and a cheerless hearth. For many of them, there is even now an empty cupboard. The wolf is at the door. Innocent children, hard-working mothers, fathers who in the majority of cases simply obeyed higher authorities, all are suffering in the land of plenty." The suffering was exacerbated by Frick's decision to close down the plant on December 17th, only a few weeks after the strike settlement, to put works in thorough order. Carnegie suggested that the company offer good men suffering through strike an advance on some part future earnings to tide them over stoppage, will prevent suffering and will show heart. Carnegie's initial response to the negative publicity was to keep silent and caution his managers to do the same. Within a month he had shifted strategy. He was temperamentally unsuited for a passive approach to any problem. Though he still regarded silence from him as the best policy for the foreseeable future, he urged his colleagues to take the offensive in the war of public opinion. "The mass of public sentiment," he had concluded, though reluctantly, "is not with us about Homestead on the direct issue of readjustment of the wage scale. People did not understand it, but I observed that opinion was greatly impressed by the few acts of kindness, especially of investing savings of men at high rate of interest. This one feature attracted the most favorable notice. Library came in also. Carnegie Steel would, in future, compensate its employees for lower wages by increasing other benefits. The partner who can devise a new way by which the firm can benefit the workmen, improve their surroundings, and make it better for their wives and children, will deserve the medal next year. Nothing can be surer than that immense concerns like ours must show a great many advantages conferred upon the workmen than smaller employers. Carnegie Steel Company should lead the way. We have to show non-unionism better for the men than unionism. In wages paid, we must be governed by the market, of course, but in things showing thought for the comforts and pleasures of the workmen and their families, we can be our own masters and deal liberally." He closed this pep talk, which he presented in the guise of Christmas greetings, on a personal note. While he had been absent from the scene of battle, he wanted his partners in Pittsburgh to know that he had suffered with them. "Shall see you all early after the New Year. Think I'm about 10 years older than when with you last. Europe has rung with Homestead, Homestead, until we are all sick of the name. But it is all over now, so once again, Happy New Year to all." On December 27th, he thanked Frick for copies of valuable correspondence, reports, etc. "I sent them to Lauder and he to the Squire, Phipps. So all the retired were kept busy. We shall see you sometime next month. Shall try to elude reporters New York and live a quiet life. We have been both too much before the public for many months, and if ever silence was golden, it is now." Carnegie returned to Pittsburgh in late January 1893. In a statement released to the press and published on the front page of the New York Times on January 30th, he insisted he had not come to Pittsburgh to rake up, but to try to bury the past, of which I knew nothing. That is beyond recall. It should be banished as a horrid dream. He then made 3 related points. 1. He was going to hold on to his stock in Carnegie Steel forever. He had made his first dollar in Pittsburgh, and I expect to make my last one here. Because he had hoarded nothing, and shall never accumulate money, his future security and prosperity, like that of the homestead workers, depended on the prosperity of the works. 2. He had the utmost confidence in Mr. Frick. His 4 years' management stamps him as one of the foremost managers in the world. I would not exchange him for any manager I know. Good workmen or able men will learn to appreciate Mr. Frick. Violent workmen he does not like, and these will not thrive with him. 3. He was not now and would never again be in control of the company that bore his name. I desire now once for all to make one point clear. 4 years ago I retired from active business. No consideration in the world would induce me to return to it. I believe in retiring and giving younger men a chance. I hope after this statement that the public will understand that the officers of the Carnegie Steel Company Limited, with Mr. Frick as their head, are not dependent upon me or upon anyone in any way for their position, and that I have neither power nor disposition to interfere with them in the management of the business, and further, that I have the most implicit faith in them. His statement was riddled with contradictions. As majority stockholder, he most certainly had a say over who ran the company. But it served its purpose. He had come to Homestead to publicly affirm his support for Frick and to pronounce the tragic events of July over and done with. And that had been accomplished. But try as he might, he could not remove the memory of those events from the collective consciousness. Too many men had been killed and wounded, and too many were suffering through a long winter, still without work. For as long as he lived, and longer, Homestead would remain a symbol of all that was wrong with industrial America. Having declared the incident at an end, he refused to speak of it again. During the strike, he and Frick had placed an embargo on interviews. Now that the strike was over, they tightened rather than lifted it. When in April of 1893 a reporter infiltrated the Homestead Works, John Leishman, Frick's second-in-command, could only apologize for the breakdown. While we have done everything possible to prevent articles in regard to our operations, etc., from getting into the paper, he wrote Carnegie, even to the extent of telling the superintendents to discharge any man that they found retailing our business to the newspapers, we do not seem to have been able to stop the nuisance. We are so prominent, and the newspapers here so hard up for news that it would be a very hard thing to shut them off entirely, and unless we went to the expense of paying the different papers to keep us out, it would not be possible. And even then I am afraid they would make a slip occasionally in order to cater to the working man's vote. Notwithstanding the above discouraging facts, we'll continue our efforts to prevent any newspaper publications. 5 months later there was another breach in the security wall, this one more serious, as journalist Hamlin Garland, accompanied by an illustrator, snuck into the works through a hole in the fence. They published their observations in the June 1894 issue of McClure's. There had been portraits of life and work at Homestead prior to this, and there would be many later, but none would resonate with the larger public as Garland's did. The town was as squalid and unlovely as could well be imagined, and the people were mainly of the discouraged and sullen type to be found everywhere where labor passes into the brutalizing stage of severity. It had the disorganized and incoherent effect of a town which has feeble public spirit. Garland had secured as a guide a young man whose life had been passed in Homestead and who was quite familiar with the mills and workmen. Together the guide, Garland, and the illustrator toured the works from the finished beam yard to the converting furnaces and the rolling and finishing mills. Everywhere were grimy men with sallow and lean faces. The work was of the inhuman sort that hardens and coarsens. There were, Garland observed, no old men here. Work in the mill shortens life. The long hours, the strain, and the sudden changes of temperature use a man up. The worst part of the whole business, he was told, was that the work brutalizes a man. You can't help it. You start in to be a man, but you become more and more a machine, and pleasures are few and far between. It's like any severe labor. It drags you down mentally and morally, just as it does physically. I wouldn't mind it so much if it weren't for the long hours. 12 hours is too long. What bothered Carnegie more than the adverse publicity or the name-calling was the recognition that from this moment on, everything he did would be subject to a new level of moral review. Because he had never intended or considered his philanthropy as expiation for his sins as an industrialist, he was surprised, then dismayed when others did. It was, he believed, grossly unfair, to him and to the recipients of his gifts, to draw connections between the methods by which his money was accumulated and the purposes to which it was donated. The protests against Carnegie's tainted money began with the arrival of the Pinkertons. On July 9th, the Philadelphia Press had reported that the Window Glass Workers' Lodge No. 300 had already inaugurated a movement that promises to spread. This idea has been rampant since the Homestead outbreak, and tonight found vent at a large meeting of the glass workers. A resolution couched in severe language in its reference to Mr. Carnegie was passed, asking city councils to repeal the ordinance by which the Carnegie Library gift to Pittsburgh was accepted. The resolution stated, among other things, that the proposed library would only be a monument to Mr. Carnegie, while the men who keep up the library will not derive any benefit from it. 2 days later, a resolution was presented to a special meeting of the Pittsburgh City Councils calling for rejection of Carnegie's gift. The resolution was blocked by boss Christopher McGee, who claimed that as the gift had already been accepted, it couldn't be returned. Ever the politician, McGee declared that while he would not defend Carnegie, he could not imagine how working people would gain anything by giving back the money he had dedicated for a library. No matter how Mr. Carnegie got his money, he has it. If it belongs to the working people, this is a good way of getting it back, and why not take it? Carnegie received even worse treatment from his former friends in the British labor movement. The British working men's organizations that had once competed for his favor, and the pleasure of listening to him lambaste the monarchy and aristocracy, now censured him for sending in the Pinkertons. They too called into question the moral and political advisability of accepting his bequests for libraries. On July 14, 1892, the London Trade Council passed a resolution declaring that it was to be hoped that in case of any further well-advertised philanthropies on the part of Mr. Carnegie, the workers of the district will show their disapproval in an unmistakable manner. According to a New York World correspondent writing from London on July 24th, the general opinion is that Mr. Carnegie will find it quite impossible hereafter to induce towns in Great Britain to accept any of his gifts. The Glasgow Trade Council not only passed a resolution censuring him, but condemning the Town Council of Ayr, which, after receiving the gift of a public library, had seen fit to honor him. Instead of responding directly to the working men's groups on both sides of the Atlantic, Carnegie wrote an open letter to the Pittsburgh Art Society that was published on December 18, 1892, in the New York Times and elsewhere. I was naturally much grieved at the action of some of the industrial organizations. Whatever was of a personal character I readily understood and passed over, perhaps the more easily because I could not quite see how I deserved it. But the opposition expressed to the library, music hall, and art gallery was a wholly different matter. It was indeed pitiable if the wage earners, for whom these were chiefly intended, should be permanently prejudiced against them by any shortcomings of the donor, however grievous. For, sadly as he may fail in his efforts to live worthily and do his duty, and no one, alas, knows as well as himself how far he falls short of his own ideal, yet his gifts to Pittsburgh must ever remain stainless and work good continually and never evil. He desired only that my fellow workmen, for I have a right to use this title, see that fair play requires them to separate the donor and his many faults from libraries and music halls and art galleries, which have none. A month later, when the citizens of Mansfield and Chartiers, 2 small villages east of Homestead, let it be known that they wished to name their new consolidated borough in his honor, Carnegie felt vindicated. I confess that the whole unexpected action of the people of the boroughs of Mansfield and Chartiers has quite touched my heart, he wrote one of the men behind the idea. Coming at this time, it is peculiarly gratifying. Life would not be worth living to me if I felt that the people in and around Pittsburgh did not, at least in some degree, reciprocate the affection which I have for them. And why should I affect not to value their good opinion when I consider this as among the chief prizes of life to be won? It is a bold step to christen any place after one still living. That your people have chosen my name must make me more careful than ever to do nothing that can cause them to lose the confidence evinced that my future life will be such as to place no stain upon it. And although I can never fully deserve the honor they have conferred, I shall hope never wholly to discredit their choice. 5 years later, the new borough received its just rewards when Andrew Carnegie donated funds for a Carnegie Library in Carnegie, Pennsylvania. Unable to erase the public's memory of Homestead, Carnegie in 1893 redoubled his efforts to dissociate himself from the tragedy. While he could not publicly criticize Frick, he hinted in letters to his friends that he would have handled matters differently. "I have been in purgatory, if not worse, since July," he wrote his old traveling companion Alice French in February of 1893. "It is terrible. I do not believe in fighting labor, never did. New men are a delusion. Employers should shut down when things become intolerable. The whole works are not worth a human life." He wrote much the same letter to Whitelaw Reid the following month. "This has been the hardest trial I ever had to endure, save when the hand of death has come. I have been in misery since July, but am reconciled somewhat since I have visited Homestead and gone through all the works and shaken hands with the chief men." Again he asserted, without equivocation, that things would have turned out differently had he been in charge. "Between ourselves, no manufacturer is wise who attempts to employ new men." The guards had been hired to protect the old men, who he and his partners were convinced would return to work once the gates were open. But the workmen were terrorized and dared not appear. Here was the turning point. The works should then have been closed and the firm should have kept on negotiating, but never starting until matters were right. He refused to put any blame for the bloodshed and the extended strike on the working men. Whatever may have happened, it was not their fault. "No one knew the virtues, the noble traits of the true working man who has not lived with them as I have, and there's one consolation in all my sorrow. Not one of them but said, 'Ah, Mr. Carnegie, if you had only been here, it never would have happened.'" He had much to apologize for in his letter to Reid, who might have been vice president had things turned out differently. "To add to my cup, I know the mistake injured my friends, President Harrison and yourself, but I was powerless. After the riot, and with Mr. Frick supposed to be dying, no step could be taken that would not have complicated matters still more. I was all ready to return by the first steamer, but as my appearance on the scene would have implied Mr. Frick's virtual deposition, and he had begged me not to do this, I remained abroad." Whatever he might imply about Frick's leadership in private, Carnegie refused to second-guess or criticize him in public. He needed him to stay right where he was, in Pittsburgh, as president and chairman of the board of Carnegie Steel. The strike was over, but the labor problems at Homestead persisted. Frick and Schwab had ended up at Homestead with a volatile mixture of scabs and old men. In May 1893, Schwab notified Frick that he had decided to take a strong hand and investigate every squabble between former strikers and scabs, whether it occurred in the town or works, and deal with the guilty parties severely. Union sympathizers who harassed strikebreakers on the job were discharged immediately. When such harassment occurred in the town, Schwab notified the police, who promptly arrested and fined offenders. They were then discharged from the plant. To make sure that Homestead remained non-union, the company would later hire internal spies to report on any organizing activity. In 1894, a new Bureau of Information was organized to coordinate the work of the spies. Potential organizers and troublemakers were let go at once. "My own idea," Schwab wrote Frick in January 1894, "is that if the men hold any meetings or attempt to form any organization, we should be prepared to be fully informed of all that goes on and unhesitatingly discharge any man connected with this movement." Carnegie was not directly involved in any of this, though Frick and Schwab knew where he stood and acted accordingly. He and Louise had remained overseas until January of 1893, then, after 5 months in the States, returned to Europe in May and did not move back to New York until November 1893. In February 1894, they sailed again for Europe, en route to Egypt for the winter, England for the spring, and Cluny for the summer and fall. Between April 1892 and November 1894, they would spend 26 of 31 months out of the country. They were in Europe when, a year after the settlement of the strike, Homestead re-entered the headlines once again. In the late summer of 1893, Frick had received a note from an attorney who claimed to represent 4 men who had documentary evidence of fraud in the armor department. When Frick refused to pay them for the evidence, the 4 approached Secretary of the Navy Hilary A. Herbert through their attorney and offered him the same material in return for 40% of the fines that Carnegie Steel would have to pay if the allegations of fraud proved true. The newly appointed Democratic Secretary of the Navy, after checking with the U.S. Attorney General, offered the informers 25%, which they accepted. The documents the 4 men provided demonstrated that the superintendents in the armor department had filled in blowholes, tiny fissures in the steel plates, and secretly retreated those plates designated by Navy inspectors for further testing. The charges were true, but amounted to little. Blowholes were present in all steel plates, did not indicate any weakness in the material, and were routinely plugged to create a smooth surface. And while the superintendents had indeed secretly retreated plates marked for further testing, because the company received a premium for superior work, every one of them was up to standard, including those that had never been retreated. Despite the lack of gravity in the charges, the Secretary of the Navy, in secret and without informing the company, set up a board of inquiry which found Carnegie Steel guilty of fraud. A fine of 15% was levied on the total amount the company had received on all its armor contracts. Early in December, Frick was summoned to Washington to meet with Secretary Herbert and told of the Board of Inquiry's decision and the fine. He appealed the findings directly to President Cleveland. Carnegie, who was in New York at the time, was outraged by the judgment against his company. On December 17th, he took the train to Washington, where, accompanied by his attorney Philander Knox, Frick, and Millard Hunsicker, the firm's armor expert, he met with the Secretary of the Navy and the President. Later, he put his thoughts in writing in a confidential and strictly personal letter to "My dear Mr. Cleveland." On the envelope was written, "This is a personal letter to Mr. Cleveland, not to the President, and I ask the Secretary to hand it to him unopened. Andrew Carnegie." Though he did his best to control his anger, it seeped through nonetheless. "We have been accused, tried, found guilty, and sentenced without ever having been heard," he wrote Cleveland. "The vilest criminal has always the right to be heard in his defense. After we had been sentenced, we were asked to state our side of the case, not till then. But this is not the worst of it. The so-called board, who should have been our judges, were not allowed to judge. They were instructed, practically, by Secretary Herbert, what to find. This is a serious business for us, not as to mere money, though that is important these times. For 3 years I have devoted myself to meet the wants of the country, spent millions, subordinated every other branch of our business to the government's needs, succeeded, and then upon the testimony of spies we are charged with irregularities and our men with fraud. I cannot stand this. Even at the risk of offending the Secretary, good honest man, but overzealous in this affair, Carnegie Steel must ask to be tried by a court who will at least visit our works, listen to explanations upon the ground, and see for themselves before they judge." Cleveland, unwilling to publicly side with an unpopular Republican contributor and overrule his Secretary of the Navy, decided nonetheless to reduce the fine to the manageable sum of $140,000. Carnegie accepted the President's compromise with rather good grace. "So be it. President compromised. Divided amount claimed," Carnegie wrote Frick from the SS Columbia on his way back to Europe. "If this be the last of it, the loss is not great." Carnegie worried that this was only the beginning of a string of accusations against the company. "I fear other conspiracies. Carnegie Steel Company has become the Malakoff, a great stone fortress near Sevastopol that was under constant bombardment during the Crimean War, of the industrial situation, and must bear the first attacks. Our competitors escape and yet profit. It is intolerable." The company had no choice but to redouble its efforts to portray itself as a progressive, forward-looking, labor-loving concern. "Our policy should be to strengthen our general position before the country. Can't hide in a corner and attend quietly to business as smaller concerns do. Therefore, we should be in advance providing extra things for our workmen, libraries, etc., etc. Also, pay liberally in case of accidents. We cannot fight trade unions successfully without repeated losses, except by convincing our men that their best union is union with their employer. Think over this prayerfully. The armor scandal did not go away soon. The House empowered a subcommittee to investigate further, which it did, calling a series of witnesses for hearings that began in the spring and went on for several weeks. Carnegie tried to make light of the new scandal, but that was easier for him, vacationing at the time in Cairo, than for Frick, Schwab et al. In Pittsburgh. It had to come out. Our enemies, Amalgamated Association, bound to use it, he wrote Frick on March 6, 1894. The ghost of Homestead is not yet laid. He suggested that Frick should defend himself and the company by blaming the fraud on a few miserable wretches, these spies. They could not and did not do the work to our standard and shirked some parts, as was discovered. 3 weeks later he wrote again, Surely this armor fuss will be the last thing dragging Homestead before the public. I hope so. Carnegie would spend the rest of his life trying to remove the stain of Homestead from his reputation and demonstrate that he had always been a friend of the working man. In 1912, as he sat down to write his autobiography, he asked his old partner Alexander Peacock to seek out as many former Amalgamated officials and advisory committee members as he could locate, and ask if they remembered cabling him for advice in 1892. For years now he had insisted that the majority of Homestead working men remained loyal to him, and had cabled him at Rannoch in July 1892, Kind master, tell us what you wish us to do, and we shall do it for you. When Peacock wrote back that no one in Pittsburgh had knowledge of such a cable, Carnegie directed him to try again. It seems to me that, rightly managed, those who had part in signing that cablegram would be glad to pass into history as having shown friendly relations between the chief owner and themselves. It might be presented to them in this light, I am sure. Explain fully that what I wish is to leave a record of the past and is not to be published at present. If you were in position to write me a note stating that you had seen certain people who were aware of the message and had told you about it, it would be valuable, next to having their direct evidence. But you would be considered a reliable witness, I am sure, in after years. I should be satisfied with your statement. Shall rest satisfied that you will do the best you can that the truth of history may be vindicated. Peacock tried and failed again. No cable from the workers to Carnegie was ever found, nor was any Homestead veteran located who would corroborate that one had been sent. None of this prevented Carnegie from quoting in his autobiography from the cable that did not exist. Whatever the costs of the Homestead strike, they proved more than worth it for Carnegie Steel. It is difficult to overstate the long-term effects of management's victory and the Amalgamated's defeat. In the wake of Homestead, the Amalgamated was virtually driven out of the steel industry. Wage rates were reduced, the 12-hour shift was instituted in most of the departments that had previously run 8 hours, and union rules that had once prescribed occasional breaks were eliminated. Homestead's steelworkers, skilled and unskilled, lost their grievance rights and could from this point on be reassigned or discharged at management's will. The result of breaking the union was, as Carnegie had expected, an unprecedented boom in productivity and profits. While the nationwide depression that began in 1893 would not lift until at least 1897, Carnegie Steel would successfully ride it out, in large part because of Homestead. Between 1893 and 1897, rail production remained stagnant, while the market for steel plates, sheets, and structural shapes, all manufactured at Homestead, grew by 80%. By 1897, Carnegie Steel was producing 49% of the nation's structural steel. Annual profits, which had fallen to a 5-year low of $3 million in 1893, rebounded to $4 million in 1894, $5 million in 1895, $6 million in 1896, and $7 million in 1897. Despite Carnegie's earlier protestations that he regarded his employees as his partners, there was no increase in wages for the workers at Homestead or elsewhere. On the contrary, for the steel industry as a whole, wage rates declined dramatically for skilled workers throughout the 1890s, while holding stable for the unskilled. Theodore Dreiser visited Homestead in the spring of 1894, soon after his arrival in Pittsburgh. The battle was already 15 months past, but the feeling was by no means so, he wrote in newspaper days. I did not know then what it was about this town that was so depressing, but I learned afterward, in the 6 months in which I stayed there, that it was a compound of a sense of defeat and sullen despair which was over all. The men had not forgotten. In the hills above the plant were a few moderately attractive dwellings. There were some uniform frame houses on the side streets. But below, in the flats behind the mill where the bulk of the workforce lived, were cluttered alleys so unsightly and unsanitary as to shock me into the belief that I was once more witnessing the lowest phases of Chicago slum life, the worst I had ever seen. The entire town, the mill, the flats, the side streets, the river below, and the homes on the slopes above, was shrouded in gray smoke, so thick it blotted out the sun. 2 days later, Dreiser took the streetcar to the east end of Pittsburgh, which was, as I could easily see, the exclusive residence section of the town. As astonished as he had been by the destitution at Homestead, and by the degraded circumstances in which Pittsburgh iron and steel workers lived in isolated enclaves elsewhere in the city, he was even more dazzled by the wealth on display in and around Oakland. Here were homes of the most imposing character, huge, verandaed, tree-shaded affairs, with immense lawns, great stone or iron or hedge fences, and formal gardens and walks of a most ornate character. The houses here were so very, very noble, vast, roomy, restful, graceful affairs with shaded walks and portly entresols. He passed by the new Phipps Arboretum and Carnegie's huge and graceful library of white limestone, still under construction. Truly, never in my life, I think, neither before nor since, either in New York, Chicago, or elsewhere, was the vast gap which divides the rich from the poor in America so vividly and forcefully and impressively brought home to me. The poor were so very poor, the rich so rich, and their self-importance was beyond measure. Carnegie had fled Pittsburgh in the mid-1870s and seldom returned. His absence made it easier for him to ignore the changes that had taken place in the industrial city over the past 2 decades, as the English-speaking skilled workers who had once manned his iron and steel mills and worked on the railroad were replaced by unskilled day laborers from southern and eastern Europe. The steel magnates had always divided their workforce so as to more easily conquer it. As early as 1875, Captain Jones, in a letter to David McCandless, at the time chairman of the Edgar Thomson Steel firm, explained that his experience has shown that Germans and Irish, Swedes, and what I denominate buckwheats, young American country boys, judiciously mixed, make the most effective and tractable force you can find. In the years that followed, Frick brought in Italian and African-American workers as strike-breakers, and allowed them, in many cases, to keep their jobs after the strikes were settled. After the Homestead strike, there would be a greater and greater reliance on Eastern Europeans, whose primary concern was finding steady work, no matter what it paid. The one essential, as David Brody has written, was not wages, working conditions, or living standards, but employment itself. Carnegie never acknowledged the presence, in larger and larger numbers, of the Eastern Europeans. He also paid no attention, in his speeches or his writings, to the steady increase in the proportion of unskilled common laborers in the steel mills. He preferred to imagine life and work at his plants much as it had been 20 years earlier at the Union Iron Mills and Keystone Bridge, where most of his employees were skilled artisans or on their way to becoming such. In his mind, there was still abundant opportunity for upward mobility. From manual wage work, to foreman, to department head, to supervisor. He understood, how could he not, that his laborers were underpaid, but he believed that those who were worthy would quickly transcend that status. They would study and learn, in his own libraries, no doubt, and rise steadily in his employ, much as Charlie Schwab had. He did not ask, as his critics did, how it was possible for a man to improve himself if he was forced to work 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, or if his first language was not English, or if he had no connections of kinship, religion, or ethnicity to the bosses above him. Living in New York, visiting Pittsburgh only occasionally, and then only to stay at the exclusive Duquesne Club or one of the hotels downtown, or with Frick at Clayton, Carnegie preferred to make believe that the world of the Pittsburgh worker was still very much what it had been when he began his climb upward. It was a comforting illusion, one that would sustain him for the rest of his life. Chapter 26. Be of good cheer. We will be over it soon. 1893 to 1895. Less than 6 months after the surrender of the Amalgamated at Homestead, almost as if it were divine retribution for the sins of the nation's leading steel maker, the stock market crashed, bringing down with it the broader economy. There were multiple causes for the crash, as Carnegie had predicted in his 1891 article, The ABC of Money. The Sherman Silver Purchase Act of 1890 had frightened European investors. The act, which required the U.S. Treasury to purchase and coin millions of ounces of silver bullion, was perceived by bankers as the first step toward a silver standard. Fearful that their American bonds and securities might in future be redeemed in silver instead of gold, European investors began cashing them in. As more gold flowed out of the country and more silver was coined, European concerns were exacerbated and overseas banks accelerated their sell-off of American securities and bonds. Carnegie, whose bond trading career had made him acutely sensitive to European fears, wrote the newly elected Democratic president, Grover Cleveland, suggesting that he calm the financial markets by declaring himself in favor of strict adherence to the gold standard. Until all doubt is put to rest, there is still great danger of the country being drained of its gold. All excitement can be allayed and the crisis safely passed by a simple declaration from you. If I might suggest, somewhat like the following: as long as I am President of the United States, the working man is going to be paid in as good a dollar as the foreign banker is, i.e. in dollars backed by gold, not silver. I think this would also be good politics. I have spoken to many Republicans, and without exception they agree that in standing for sound money, you will receive almost the unanimous support of the Republican Party. Though Cleveland, having worked for one of the law firms which represented the Morgan interests, understood international finance and the importance of the gold standard, he could not get his party to abandon silver. Through the spring and summer 1893, American gold reserves continued to decline, and with them the value of the dollar. The heart of the American economy, and certainly of the increasingly vital steel and iron sector, remained the railroads. Unable in the spiraling crisis to borrow new money to service their old debts, the weakest among them struggled to stay afloat. More roads defaulted during the 1890s than at any time in American history, Gene Strauss has written. A year after the panic, 192 lines operating 40,000 miles of road and capitalized at $2.5 billion had fallen into the hands of receivers. With the failure of the railroads to pay their employees, their creditors, and their suppliers, the economy went into a tailspin. Some 16,000 firms and hundreds of banks closed their doors. More seriously, as Steve Fraser has written in Every Man a Speculator, thousands were left homeless, tramping the roads searching for work while 20% of the labor force could find none. The effects of the panic and the depression that followed were felt immediately in the iron and steel industry. The statistics only begin to tell the full story. Pig iron production fell by more than 20%, from 10.2 million tons in 1892 to under 8 million in 1893. Bessemer steel declined from 4.7 to 3.6 million tons. Rails almost 27%, from 1.74 million tons in 1892 to 1.27 million in 1893 and 1.4 million in 1894. Carnegie was not worried. "Be of good cheer. We will be over it soon," he wrote Frick in late May. The most recent monthly profit statement took my breath away. Isn't it incredible almost? I'm glad you are well and in command. I know you will choke every mill with orders at any price necessary and keep all the cash you can. The only immediate casualty, it appeared, would be his music hall on 57th Street in New York, which had been a losing proposition from the moment it opened. To stay out of bankruptcy, more money would be needed, which Carnegie hoped but failed to get in loans from New York banks. In early June 1893, Carnegie asked Frick to try to raise money in Pittsburgh for the music hall company. He promised to endorse the loans himself, i.e. guarantee payment should the music hall default, and to make the music hall self-supporting by expanding it to include rent-paying offices and practice studios. Carnegie miscalculated the breadth and depth of the developing depression. Try as Frick might to hold on to cash, there was simply not enough of it around to keep the Carnegie Works running at full blast, especially after the railroads, their biggest customers, struggling to stay out of bankruptcy, stopped paying their bills. As most American banks had ceased giving new loans, Carnegie offered to borrow money from the Bank of Scotland. "We could easily get £1 million sterling here, $5 million, if we issued 6% first mortgage gold bonds. I know how to write the prospectus, and the money would be available at once. I shall be anxious to hear just what your plans are and how you feel as to our ability to go on nicely. After a little we shall have money forced upon us, of course, but if Congress does not act on repeal of the Sherman Silver Purchase Act, we shall probably have to wait for money some time. I'm glad we have you at the helm, for you are the best financier I ever knew. If you get stuck, Lord help the rest. I shall be glad to go to you any time," i.e. return from Britain to Pittsburgh, "if you feel my presence would be only comforting and no more. There's profitable days before us. If others stop, we should take every order at prices which deter their starting." As the stock market continued to fall, bringing more banks and businesses down with it, Carnegie, with the bulk of his fortune tied up in his Pittsburgh plants, began to worry a bit. On August 7th, Frick wrote to suggest that salaries be cut at once for all Carnegie Steel employees. No sensible person would expect anything else than that a reduction when made should include everybody. None of his managers, Frick complained, was doing enough to keep costs down. The main culprit was Carnegie's favorite, Charlie Schwab, whom Frick criticized whenever the opportunity arose. "There is no question but what he has great ability, but it is too largely used to make himself popular. He is recklessly extravagant in everything he does for himself or anyone else, and I regret to say in many respects unreliable, tells you only that which he thinks will please, without regard to its correctness, and in that way has even misled you. I feel that he has outraged the confidence I have reposed in him many times. The management at Homestead, now Schwab's fiefdom, is the embodiment of all that is reckless and extravagant." "These are anxious days," Carnegie wrote Frick the following day, as if Frick needed any reminders. "I had thought the panic would hold off at least until December meeting of Congress, when we should have been prepared for it with $2.5 million more profits. But no amount of capital will enable us to run unless paid for our product." Carnegie advised Frick to pay his employees, but no one else. The railroads might threaten to stop carrying Carnegie Steel freight, but they would never follow through, as it was their not paying for steel and iron which render us unable to pay. He had, he told Frick, been to the Bank of Scotland and showed the chairman confidentially the 2 months' earnings statements, for the period before the panic broke, which almost knocked him from his chair. I took them away, and he promised not one of his directors would be told. Carnegie and Frick agreed not to provide potential lenders with full financial statements, as they always ask for earnings, and we must not surprise people so. $500,000 a month is out of all reason. If the size of their profits became public knowledge, it would become impossible to maintain even minimal protective tariffs on their products. Although the financial news from the States was not good, Carnegie remained upbeat. "When the Bank of Scotland officers get to know us, there will be a splendid pot of money at our disposal all the time. Probably will pay us keep door open here as stringency doesn't develop contemporaneously on both sides Atlantic. Congress met yesterday. It ought to clear the skies at once. Stop silver purchases, that's all we need to rebound back to prosperity. Don't fret or take matters too hard. We can't be hurt. It's all coming right." Congress did repeal the Silver Purchase Act at the end of August, as Carnegie had hoped, but it came too late to halt the damage already done. As the Depression deepened, with no sign of a quick recovery, Carnegie was besieged with requests for loans. From Walter Damrosch, who asked for $5,000, from Carolyn Vandervoort, his friend's wife, who asked for $2,500, from his Uncle Lauder, who asked for £100, and from Charles Scribner, who begged him to reimburse the man who had drawn the maps for the latest edition of Triumphant Democracy. Carnegie's business strategy was the one he had followed 20 years earlier: keep production steady by accepting orders at any price. In early October he notified Frick that the time had come to leave the rail pool. "I confess I can see nothing so good for us as a free hand in setting prices." He was willing to lower his prices and profit margin on rails if that was the only way to get the orders he needed to keep his works running. "By this policy we shall keep our men at work." Carnegie had never been entirely happy as a member of the rail pool, especially after Illinois Steel was allocated a greater share than Carnegie Steel. "For my part," he now declared, "I do not wish to play second fiddle in the rail business any longer. I get no sweet dividend out of second fiddle business, and I do know that the way to make more money dividends is to lead. I am sure that the Carnegie Steel Company can make more dollars even next year, and certainly in future years, by managing its own business in its own way, free from all understandings with competitors, than by continuing in any combination that possibly can be formed. Now, having made my speech, which I trust you will read to all my partners, I take my seat and imagine the loud applause with which my sentiments are greeted." Carnegie Steel would, in the end, survive the extended depression of the 1890s because, unlike its competitors, it was built to survive market downturns. Since the partners had reinvested so great a portion of their dividends in new machinery, the company could produce rails, beams, plates, and other steel products at costs below its competitors. As important, because capital for internal improvements was generated internally, the firm was not weighed down with debt. In the first 6 months of the Depression, while Illinois Steel, Carnegie's largest rival, posted a huge deficit and 32 different steel companies, including Pennsylvania Steel, closed their doors, Carnegie Steel turned a profit of $3 million and increased its share of the market. In 1892, Carnegie Steel had produced 17.8% of the nation's steel. By 1893, it had increased its share to 21.5%. By 1894, to 25.3%. Though Carnegie had the utmost faith in the long-term trends for the economy and his company, he worried about the short-term suffering the Depression had brought in its wake. "Never such stagnation in business here as now," he wrote John Morley in mid-December of 1893. "We have resolved that none of our workmen shall suffer, or his family, for food, shelter, and fuel. I am happy in this, and also in having started a committee Pittsburgh to adopt same rule as to every Pittsburgh decent workman. Not one shall want except for clothes. I draw the line there. Our own business is so infinitely better than that of others, we are thankful. All right with us comparatively." The committee Carnegie referred to was the Citizens Relief Committee. He had not organized it himself, as he claimed, but when solicited by his friend Robert Pitcairn, agreed to contribute a sum equal to what the citizens of Pittsburgh contribute, dollar for dollar, up to a total of $250,000. The day after Christmas, he wrote to tell Frick of his offer to Pitcairn. With very little free cash of his own to spend, Carnegie had begun relying on Carnegie Steel as a bank from which he drew money as needed to be repaid out of future dividends. "I couldn't satisfy myself short of the letter written R.P. today in reply to his. I have no use for money, don't want to die rich. It will never go to a better use than to give work to worthy men in this crisis. I feel better now, hope you approve. Wish Pittsburgh would show itself superbly grand in taking care of its workmen." Carnegie needed Frick's approval, as only Frick knew whether there was sufficient cash at Carnegie Steel to fund the contribution. Before Frick, however, had had an opportunity to check on this and get back to Carnegie, the letter to Pitcairn appeared in the press. Carnegie feigned surprise at the public disclosure, though he may well have been the one who told the press about his contribution. He instructed Frick to "arrange payments as you think best. Am too sorry this miserable breach of faith has occurred. It teaches us a lesson." The following day, Carnegie apologized again and thanked Frick for restructuring the gift. "Glad to get your suggestions. Have wired R.P. to do as you and he decide. I noted on outside of envelope to him, 'Consult Frick. I think it best $1,000 per day. My conscience says I must give to Pittsburgh in this crisis. I love the old smoky city and her people, and all my boyhood days return to me, and I feel I would give every dollar, if necessary, for Pittsburgh and her industrious working men." He reassured Frick that there would be no further calls upon my balance beyond this. Music hall will take a little cash each month. Frick, who knew precisely how much Carnegie could afford to spend, seized on the opportunity to ask for something for himself. On December 28th, 2 days after Carnegie offered the Citizens Relief Committee $250,000, Frick asked that his salary be doubled. He hated being in debt, especially in the midst of a depression when money was tight. He had borrowed from Carnegie to purchase his 11% share of Carnegie Steel Company, and owed him $1,696,894.55. Because the value of the Coke Company shares that secured the loan had increased significantly, there was no longer any chance of default. The loan being almost without risk, he asked Carnegie to lower the interest rate. "I would much prefer to sell my interest at 90 cents on the dollar and retire from the firm than accept the slightest change unless it came from you freely and cheerfully. I ask only what I would do if our positions were reversed." Frick had phrased his request in such a way that Carnegie was almost obligated to say yes, but he didn't. He agreed that now that Frick had mastered the steel business and made a success, he was worth twice the salary for managing Carnegie Steel that he had earned for managing Carnegie Brothers, which was half its size. He was not, however, going to renegotiate the terms of Frick's personal loan. "Now, about interest on loan, I cannot at all agree with you. Cannot quite understand how you can ask reduction upon a bargain which has made you $1 million. Frick's 11% interest in Carnegie Steel, for which he had paid not a penny down, had paid him average dividends of $500,000 a year. Seems odd. Really, I do feel when you look at it in this way you will wish you had never suggested it." Carnegie read as a veiled threat Frick's rather gratuitous claim that he would rather sell his stock at a loss and retire from the firm than force Carnegie to make a deal he was not comfortable with. But instead of confronting Frick directly, which he dared not do as there was no knowing how the impetuous Mr. Frick might respond, he digressed into a long-winded panegyric on the virtues of putting all one's eggs into one basket and the benefits of a partnership as compared to a corporation. He was, with masterful indirection, reminding Frick that he expected him to concentrate on the steel, not the Coke business, and to consult with his partners, as he had neglected to do 18 months earlier during the Homestead crisis. "I don't believe a man ever lived clever enough to attend to more than one manufacturing enterprise. Not one. He neglects it to some extent if he has other interests to employ his thoughts. He makes mistakes of omission or commission which he would have avoided had his brains not been scattered." It would, Carnegie conceded, have been preferable to consolidate the Frick Coke Company and the Carnegie Steel Company, so that Frick would not have to choose between them, but that was not practicable at this moment. Neither company had the excess capital to purchase the other, and Carnegie was not willing to merge them into a publicly owned joint stock corporation. "Don't want anything to do with a corporation as long as I am in business. Partnership is the only thing. No one man can manage well. Everyone needs the companionships of equals in business to contradict and differ from him. One advises the other. I who write you thus have grown gray in the service and speak the words of soberness and wisdom." There was no response from Frick. Carnegie wrote him a second letter, this one nastier and more peremptory than the first. Carnegie had learned that Harry Phipps, now retired and frightened by the effects of the Depression, was considering selling his Carnegie Steel shares at a discount, and that Frick had expressed interest in buying them. Carnegie was furious at the thought that Frick had even considered making such a deal. Carnegie Steel stock was not to be traded for. The partners had signed the ironclad agreement precisely to prevent such deals. When a partner was ready to leave the company, he had no choice but to sell his stock back to the company at book value. Don't try to negotiate with HP for his interest because he won't negotiate. Bargains from poor men carry no blessing. The books has been our rule. Why should it be changed? The firm can buy any of his shares with my approval at the books. Not yet finished berating his junior partner, Carnegie went on to criticize him for not adjusting the book value of the Keystone Bridge properties, as Phipps, fearing his shares were undervalued, had begged him to do. You promised him to fix it. You do yourself wrong, as I see it, to wish to treat your own partners worse than an outsider. I cannot understand this attitude, so foreign to my feelings, and I think should be to you. This is good gospel for you, my friend. You need a mixture of sentiment to make you the supreme manager nature intended you. Feeling, imaginations, and sentiment. These attract the best natures to you, and none others are worth attracting. Carnegie, of course, had no business lecturing Frick. Though his junior partner, Frick was neither a child nor a business neophyte. He was a man of substance in his mid-40s, a millionaire, and president and chairman of the board of the nation's most profitable steel company. It is true that he had tried to skirt the rules Carnegie had set up, but he did so from the inside. Frick had to have found it difficult to be on the receiving end of Carnegie's deflating remarks. But rather than say anything in his own defense, he remained silent, biding his time until Carnegie retired. Andrew Carnegie was as astute a politician as he was a capitalist and political economist. Political change was in the air, and it was important to pay attention to it. The election of 1892 had not only resulted in a Democratic conquest of the White House and both houses of Congress, but in the appearance of a new, and for the Eastern manufacturers even more frightening force in American politics, the People's Party, or Populists, who, in their first national election, had polled over 1 million votes, or 8.5% of the total, for their presidential candidate. The Populists had also elected 3 governors, 13 congressmen, and 2 senators. An optimist at heart, and one who believed fervently that the American capitalist system was just and reasonable, Carnegie expected that those who stood outside the two-party mainstream would eventually troop back in. But to hasten that process, it was necessary to tinker at the edges of the political economy and remove the most obvious traces of corruption, inequity, and injustice. The Democrats, following the lead of Grover Cleveland in 1888, had identified the protective tariff as the root of all social, political, and economic evils. The growing power of trusts, combinations, and monopolies, the exploitation of the many for the enrichment of the few, the corruption of the governing classes, the prostitution of law and the courts, urban disorder and decay, all was charged, directly or indirectly, to the operation of the protective tariff. Carnegie hoped that if the tariff issue could be taken off the political table, it would become more difficult for politicians to rally support for legislation curbing or regulating the economic power of industrial capitalists. He was, for this reason, not terribly upset when Cleveland was elected president. While other Republican manufacturers bemoaned the loss of the White House, Andrew Carnegie almost applauded it, and looked forward to the Democratic conquest of the Senate as well, as he believed only the Democrats could reform the tariff and thereby remove it from the political agenda. "Shall be sorry if Democrats don't get full control Senate," he had written Frick from Italy in mid-December of 1892. "We can only be rated as honest and not robber barons after the democracy passes the bill, reforming the tariff, that takes the robbery feature out of the question. They can't attack their own bill by alleging robbery still exists. No, their action must put down robbery. 1 cent per pound for steel doesn't seem to leave much margin, but the public in part believe we have been favored by law. Let the Democrats change these laws." In December 1893, Carnegie traveled to Washington to lobby for tariff reform. He met with Senator Arthur Gorman of Maryland, the chair of the Democratic caucus, and with his old comrade, Pittsburgh Republican Congressman John Dalzell. "Am an authority with both sides on tariff," he wrote Morley on December 17th. "Please neither, but still I am pressed to say privately, what shall we do?" He positioned himself as a moderate who believed that the protective tariff on iron and steel had to be lowered, but not precipitously, a Republican who was more than willing to compromise with the new majority party, and a pragmatist who opposed his fellow manufacturers' unyielding opposition to any change in the tariff schedule. On December 19th, the House Ways and Means Committee, chaired by William Wilson of West Virginia, reported out its tariff reform bill. Though the Wilson bill reduced tariffs more than Carnegie thought wise, it was, in his estimation, a reasonable bill, which, with a bit of tinkering, could be made palatable to the nation's manufacturers. On Senator Gorman's suggestion, Carnegie identified what he believed were the lowest possible duties the iron and steel manufacturers would accept on beams, boiler plates, pig iron, hoop iron, rails, tin plate, iron and steel sheets, and wire rods. His greatest fear at this point was not that Congress would pass a bill reducing tariff rates on iron and steel products. He could live with this, but that the politicians of both parties in both houses, having taken hold of the tariff issue, would sink their teeth in and never let go. The inevitable discussion of the Wilson bill, if it should continue for 6 months, is bound to keep the country in turmoil, he wrote Senator Gorman on January 2, 1894. He urged the Republicans to make only the most necessary changes in the schedules and then do all they could to make the Democratic bill a law. I think manufacturers and Republicans in Congress should see that a reasonable bill passed by the Democratic Party would take the tariff out of politics for many years. To secure this desirable result, I think manufacturers should be willing to take duties which seem to be lower than necessary. Much better low duties with stability and general approval than high duties subject to attack and deemed unfair by any part of the people. He added as a postscript, I wish to see the robber baron completely exterminated. The following day, as he prepared to sail to Europe en route to Alexandria, Carnegie wrote a confidential letter to Whitelaw Reid, and enclosed with it a letter to the editor to be published in the next day's New York Tribune. Believe me, the manufacturing interests need peace. Wilson bill is nearly safe and can be made so. There are 8 to 10 Democrats in Senate ready to agree to make necessary modifications, provided our people stand by them. Don't fear that passage of satisfactory tariff will enable Democrats to win next election. This is impossible. Trade cannot revive before November or indeed later. His letter to the editor, which was addressed to his fellow Republicans, repeated these ideas in more decorous language. What seems most desirable in the interests of manufacturers of the United States is that a tariff bill should be passed by the Democratic Party, and thereby that the suspicion that even one robber baron exists in the broad domain of the Republic cannot remain in the mind of the most ignorant citizen. Carnegie had played politics in his own idiosyncratic style, by swooping into the middle of an issue, positioning himself as a moderate power broker, having his say, and then departing in the expectation that his reasoned analysis would carry the day. It didn't. The Wilson bill became the plaything of the politicians, each of whom had his own constituencies to protect. For 6 months, senators attached amendments to it, in the end transforming it from a template for moderate reform to more of the same. Finally, as Richard Bensel has written, the House capitulated, adopting the Senate bill without change, 600 amendments and all. Cleveland allowed the bill to become law without his signature. Carnegie was not around for the sorry denouement. He would not, in fact, return to the country until November 1894. Though he would take credit for the tariff legislation that was finally passed, Carnegie's attempt at bipartisan compromise had failed. Neither the Republicans in Congress nor the manufacturers they represented signed on. Rather than being saluted as a peacemaker and diplomat, he was criticized as a renegade and traitor to his party and his class for supporting tariff reform. Carnegie, at the age of 58, decided to spend the winter of 1894 touring Egypt, which was all the rage for wealthy Americans and Europeans at the end of the 19th century. Before leaving New York, he had, as always, provided Frick with an itinerary, complete with mail and cable addresses. Arriving at Alexandria in early February, he was delighted to find a first cheering cable awaiting him. Frick was, as requested, busily scooping the market by accepting orders at prices his competitors could not meet. Carnegie warned him about offering rails on credit to Collis Huntington of the Central Pacific, whom he did not consider a first-class risk. Hope collections from him will be watched. So much for business. He then proceeded to describe his trip in delightful detail, and asked Frick to pass on his letter to Dodd and the boys so I needn't write any others. He and Louise were traveling up the Nile and had found 2 splendid fellows from New York. Rubber whist every night and lots fun. Given 2 dinner parties. Expect reach Cairo about 25th. Spend a few days there, and about March 18th go to Naples for Amalfi, Sorrento, etc., and be in England about middle April, where we shall be glad to receive the Frick household. Really, you ought to take a run over this year. You missed it last summer. Maybe Cluny do you more good. Come to one or the other. Nothing like a trip abroad. All work and no play, etc. Though Carnegie complained about the grip, he had become something of a hypochondriac. He and Louise were enjoying their role as pampered tourists. We were tanned like Indians by the hot sun. Nights and mornings and in the shade always cool, and truly the Nile trip is a treat in store for you. Only you of all men will be bored by it at first. Such beggars, such dust and squalor as I never saw. But the temples are great, and the blue sky, green crops always. The banks and the sunsets are all unequaled elsewhere. We take no interest in anything not at least 3,000 years B.C. Think of seeing the body of Ramesses II, the greatest conqueror Egypt ever had, buried over 3,000 years ago, and here he lies in his mummy case in perfect preservation as far as form and features of the face are concerned. Tired, but it is the exercise I need. Mrs. Carnegie is doing it all in her usual thorough manner, deeply impressed with the work done by these people much farther before Christ than we are behind him. Can't quite understand it. For the next 9 months, Frick would receive similar letters, filled with good tidings from abroad, a suggestion or two about business, a plea for the Fricks to visit, and a bulletin about his health. Am really well. Slight trace of nasal catarrh remain, and I sneeze now and then. By April, Carnegie was safely settled in at Buckhurst, in Sussex, where he had leased an estate with its own 2,000-acre English park and chapel, equipped with servants, the latest in appliances, and 30 to 40 cases of the finest wines bought from Hedges and Butler on Regent Street. While he still lived rather modestly in New York, at least in comparison with his fellow millionaires, he felt no obligation to do so in England. "Buckhurst appears to be spoiling all of us," he wrote Hugh Morrison, his chief lieutenant in Britain. "It is now thought we should have at Cluny a galvanized iron house into which the laundry could be put, so that it might be separated from the house as it is here. As you are a kind of consulting and supervising commissioner for Cluny, would you kindly look into this matter and see what you can get, and the price?" He had asked Morrison to stock some fishing streams at Buckhurst with live trout, and was disappointed to find out that it could not be done this late in the season. "Trout cannot be sent by rail in warm weather," Morrison had written on May 31st. "They could be sent to Buckhurst in February. The colder the weather, the better, the less the deaths by traveling, and the more readily do the fish take to new ground." Morrison suggested that instead of shipping dead fish to Britain, Carnegie stock the Cluny burns and loch, where the fish might survive the colder water. "My idea is that you should put in 500 at once of 2-year-old trout, so that you may not have to wait long for sport there. You should strictly preserve the streams and loch for your own personal use for 2 or 3 years. You could have fishing upon them next season." From England, Carnegie continued his assault on Frick. "Come over and get a rest to your brain, and if possible, come soon so you can all be with us. We shall have no other visitors. Truly it is worth your while, and you can come later to us in Scotland." Carnegie was in fine shape now, having recovered from a bad cold that had lingered for months. "I am gaining strength, and yesterday fished and in afternoon walked and was not fatigued. My only trouble has been getting tired. Haven't worked at anything since I left you. Can't and don't want to. Mean to be idle all this year." A week later, having heard nothing from Frick about a vacation, Carnegie tried again. "Whatever happens, you take your holiday. No man can stand very long the strains to which you have been unfortunately subjected, unless he takes intervals of rest under changed conditions." In a handwritten postscript he added, "You don't know the pleasure it will give us to take good care of you all." Frick, after several more letters, finally consented to bring his family to Cluny, though for a much shorter stay than Carnegie had hoped for. As had become his custom, Carnegie had photographs taken of his guests posed informally on the Cluny front steps. In the center of the frame, Andrew, in his hiking, picnicking outfit with his checkered coat and hat and knee-high boots, sits upright, smiling. At the top of the photo, in the doorway, Frick stands uncomfortably, almost slouching, with a rather grim expression on his face, looking as if he would rather be in Pittsburgh. Carnegie remained in Britain for several months after the Fricks departed, strangely reluctant, it appeared, to step back into the whirlwind. The Pullman workers, many of whom belonged to the American Railway Union, ARU, led by Eugene Debs, had gone out on strike against George Pullman's Chicago works in the spring. After a month off the job, and with no hint of compromise from Pullman, they were joined in a sympathy strike by the ARU men who refused to handle any trains with Pullman sleeping cars attached. Within days, some 50,000 railroad workers had walked away from the trains, curtailing traffic into and out of Chicago. The strikes were broken only when President Cleveland dispatched troops to get the trains moving again. From Cluny, Carnegie kept track of events in Chicago, but refused to be disheartened by them. "It is too bad that the country is just out of one great strike, Homestead, to be plunged into another," he wrote Frick in July. "But this will surely be short-lived. The present excited period through which the industrial world is now passing will give place to years of very calm operations. To this you may look forward with confidence. I hope you will not allow any but the most serious occasion to prevent or delay your getting a holiday." Carnegie Steel continued to be pilloried in the press. Congress held its own investigation and issued a damning report on the armor scandal, which was picked up by the press. Republican Whitelaw Reid led the charge against Frick and Carnegie in an editorial in the New York Tribune on August 31, 1894. In palming off those defective and inadequate armor plates upon the government, they were imperiling the lives of thousands of our seamen and jeopardizing the nation's honor and welfare, but they were making money. It is an appalling conclusion. One shrinks from believing a thing so monstrous. And yet there is the record in all its hideous simplicity and clearness. In previous years, Carnegie would have taken upon himself the role of public defender of Carnegie Steel. But since Homestead, the little man who had once taken such delights in broadcasting his views had become press-shy. He urged Frick to take his place as the company's spokesman. "I note you are averse to newspaper interviews," Carnegie wrote from England in October 1894. "Well, they are easily abused, and in the hands of any but the master," was he referring tongue-in-cheek to himself, "are usually bad, but there are critical exceptions." If Frick was unwilling to represent Carnegie Steel to the press, then Carnegie suggested he hire a newspaper man. Defending a large corporation was a great art, one that, he added parenthetically, Francis Lovejoy, the company secretary who had been sending out the press releases, lacked. "If we were a small concern, you could easily play ostrich policy, put your nose in the sand and think your body hid, but we are really a national institution." Unfortunately, Carnegie Steel's overshadowing size made it a target for public criticism. This is bad, very, but it is so and should be recognized. In this age, every public concern, and we, alas, are such, much to your regret and mine, must carry public sentiment with its action, and to do this it is necessary to acquaint the public with this action as it is, i.e., from our standpoint. Think carefully over this. To be unpopular with the masses, even other than our own employees, is to expose ourselves to injury undeserved. It is not good business policy. If I were chairman, I should myself write an account of all actions, and make sure it was widely distributed. Frick's failures as a spokesman were more than compensated for by his brilliance as a financier and executive. He was certainly the most talented businessman Carnegie had ever worked with. Carnegie remained extraordinarily pleased with Frick's shepherding of Carnegie Steel, and told him so. Their only area of disagreement concerned Frick's still divided loyalties. Carnegie had on several occasions recommended that Frick give all his attention to Carnegie Steel and withdraw from management of H.C. Frick Coke. Frick refused to even consider the possibility. By January 1895, the two little titans of industry had been entangled with one another and in one another's businesses for a very long time. Unfortunately for Frick, Carnegie held all the cards. He was the chief stockholder not only of Carnegie Steel but of Frick's Coke Company as well. The management of H.C. Frick Coke had been a sore point between the two men for more than a decade now. Frick, as founder and president, desired only to be left alone. Carnegie, as chief stockholder, felt obligated to intervene to protect his investment and Carnegie Steel's supply of fuel. In July 1894, just before Frick was to visit Cluny, he received an angry letter from Carnegie. Frick was considering entering into a temporary pool agreement with his competitor in coke, William Rainey, much like the ones Carnegie Steel maintained with its competitors in rails and beams. Carnegie was outraged. "You know that this proposed agreement is illegal," he wrote, knowing that if it was illegal, so too were his own pooling agreements. Carnegie demanded that Frick merge his company with Rainey's, as that was the only way to control Rainey, who had for years refused to cooperate on prices or wages. "For my part, I should much rather sacrifice my interest in the concern, H.C. Frick Coke, than be made a plaything for unfair competitors to sport with. As far as my stock is concerned, and also my influence, I give you due notice I will never cease to protest and work against anything but practical consolidation." The disagreement on how to deal with the renegade coke operator was put on hold when Frick agreed not to do anything until the new year. He had that spring suffered through another disastrously violent coke strike in the Connellsville region and was busy putting back the pieces. Rainey, he and Carnegie agreed during Frick's visit to Cluny, could wait. In October, just before returning from Scotland, Carnegie brought up the Rainey matter again in a letter to Frick. To facilitate the merger of H.C. Frick Coke with the Rainey firm, Carnegie suggested that it might be necessary to flatter Rainey by suggesting that one of his sons might make a good vice president. Frick should consider whether he wanted to act as president of the merged firm or whether it would not relieve you considerably to let Rainey or one of his sons chairman. Anything of that kind should be offered in order to get a start. Andrew and Louise returned to the United States in early November 1894 after 10 months abroad. Greeted by reporters as he walked down the gangplank, Carnegie explained that he had gone abroad to regain his health, the New York Times reported on November 4th. "I have not felt so well for years." He answered questions about politics, Tammany Hall, the death of the Tsar, business conditions in England, and the recently passed tariff bills before the reporters moved on to interview the actress Lily Langtry, who had also arrived on the Paris. Accompanying Andrew and Louise were several barrels of Scotch, 1888 vintage, for distribution to Carnegie Steel's most special friends. Frick cautioned Carnegie that he did not think it proper at this time to send Secretary of the Navy Herbert any, as Carnegie Steel was in the process of submitting bids for new armor contracts. There was no such obvious conflict of interest with Senator Matthew Quay, Republican senator from Pennsylvania and state party boss, who received his own barrel, which Frick assured him would only improve with age if left in the wood. In the meantime, Quay should drink from the gallon drawn from the barrel and bottled separately. Carnegie wasted no time in making his presence known, which did not greatly please Frick, who had done quite well managing Carnegie Steel in his absence. The first meeting he attended on his return was in New York City with Frick and Bethlehem Steel executives. The Navy had invited bids for millions of dollars of new contracts for steel plate armor and guns for its battleships. Carnegie suggested to the Bethlehem executives that the two companies either divide gun forgings and armor, 50% for each, or that Carnegie Steel take over the armor business, leaving armaments contracts to Bethlehem. The companies eventually agreed on the second division. There was no such agreement on foreign contracts. Carnegie had earlier dispatched his cousin Dodd to St. Petersburg, followed by Millard Hunsaker, his armor expert, to negotiate a secret preemptive agreement for an armor contract with the Russian government. He then sabotaged the effort by leaking the news of the potential contract to the press, thereby alerting Bethlehem to the need to lower its bid. Frick, who seldom if ever criticized Carnegie in public or in private, could not restrain himself in this case. "I was astounded this morning," he wrote Lieutenant C.A. Stone, a Navy officer with whom Carnegie Steel worked closely, "to find that the newspapers had obtained knowledge of Mr. Hunsaker's visit abroad. To my mind, this could only have reached the public through one source, through our leading stockholder, who, it seems, is not able to contain himself at any time or under any conditions. I will have this traced and ascertain. If it were an employee of this company, we would have no further use for his services. We don't know if he said anything to Carnegie about his indiscretion, but it is likely he did, and just as likely that Carnegie denied that he had done the company any harm. Following his New York meetings with Frick and the Bethlehem Steel officers, Andrew and Louise took the train to Pittsburgh, where they stayed with the Fricks at Clayton for 10 days. A Carnegie trip to Pittsburgh resembled nothing so much as a royal visitation. On November 19th, the Carnegies, with a party of 70 or 80, visited the Homestead Works. "It might be well," Frick had written Schwab in advance, "if you can spare the time, to come in this afternoon and write out a little program of what they will see, so it can be distributed among them." From Homestead, the Carnegie party took the train to Braddock, where they were met at the station by General Superintendent James Gailey and taken on a tour of the Carnegie Library. Frick accompanied them wherever they went. "Your letters would have had prompt attention," he apologized to a sales representative in New York, "but for the fact that Mr. Carnegie has been with us for several days past, and we have been very busy." On his return to New York in late November, Carnegie dispatched a warm thank-you note to Frick. A few days later he was back on a train again, this time to Washington, D.C., to meet with Coke Company President William Rainey to discuss a merger of his company with H.C. Frick Coke. Frick was neither invited to the meeting nor notified that it was going to take place. Frick was furious with Carnegie for going behind his back and meeting with Rainey. Rather than confronting Carnegie in person during his visit to New York and dinner with Andrew and Louise in mid-December, Frick waited until he had returned to Pittsburgh and then, in a brief handwritten letter displaying neither anger nor regret, announced his intention to resign from Carnegie Steel. "Having decided to sever my connection with this association January 1st next, it is but proper you should be at once advised that you may arrange for my successor in the purchase of my interest. The affairs of this association are in splendid shape, as you know from examinations made during your recent visit here, in every way better than at any time in the past, and the outlook for the future very bright, otherwise I should not think of retiring now." Frick made no mention of the Rainey meeting, but cited personal reasons for his decision. "The past 6 years have been trying ones to me, and my mind from necessity has been so absorbed in looking after the interests of this great concern, I have had no time for anything else, and feel now that I need such a rest as only obtained by almost entire freedom from business cares." The simple truth was that Frick could no longer tolerate Carnegie's meddling. For 10 months now he had run Carnegie Steel and H.C. Frick Coke while the senior partner and chief stockholder in both companies vacationed abroad. Had Carnegie remained in Britain, all might have been good, but Carnegie, having returned to New York, had signaled that he had no intention of severing his ties to his companies or leaving Frick alone to run his Coke company. Carnegie's response was immediate and condescending, the exact wrong tone for this situation. "I cannot consider your note for one moment, because you will decide upon reflection that it would not be worthy of you to retire without proper notice to your partners and friends. To lay down such a business upon a few days' notice would not be fair, and therefore I knew you too well to believe you will do it. I have told you of my desire to sell to you and my partners, and that I only waited until our affairs were in order when such a proposition could be made without adding to your cares. It is I who should be relieved, my dear friend, not you. You are yet young and should be my successor as chief owner, a post I have told you I aimed at your being, and left it to you to say when you felt the company was ready to take my interest." He added, as a postscript, "You are not well, my friend, you are not well. You would never have done me this cruel injustice were you well." A master of epistolary combat, Carnegie took the initiative in what was now a war of words. Having finished his first letter, he sat down that same day to write another. "I wrote you the minute I had grasped the main point in your letter. I read it more carefully since, and I must say it seems a nicer letter and more worthy of you than at first glance appeared. My friend, let me now say that what strain you have borne surprises me. That I have insisted on holidays for you, perhaps to the point of pressure, because I knew, although you didn't apparently, that no brain, no, not even yours, and your temperament, the latter as rare as the former, could stand it. Trips to Europe, recreation, hasn't that been my text? Not purely because we should thereby have the services of your rare ability, but I can say because I liked you and yours as friends." Carnegie suggested that, instead of resigning, Frick Take a long holiday and go to Egypt." He ended his letter with another melodramatic twist. "As I write, your face appears to me as it was the other night when you came to us to dinner. It was worn. You were tired, overstrained. Long meetings, vital questions, discussions had worn you out. I am not alone in seeing recently that just as I was this time last year, so now you require just what I did. And if you can only be restored as I have been to pristine health, you will return and smile at matters which now, in your tired state, seem gigantic and annoying. All your partners ask, at least I ask, is that you will be patient and try the cure. Not one of them would endanger your health." Frick's response was as brusque and cold as Carnegie's had been gracious and affectionate. In a second handwritten note intended only for Carnegie and therefore not given to the typist, Frick replied that he had carefully read your note of the 18th. "I think I understand what is due between partners and friends, and that to a large extent has influenced my action. The decision to retire from the firm was made after the most serious consideration, and I see no reason to recall it." On December 21st, Frick and Carnegie met with the Secretary of the Navy at the Shoreham Hotel in Washington to discuss future armor contracts. After the meeting, they talked for the first time about Frick's resignation. Carnegie tried to placate Frick by offering to withdraw as chief stockholder and sell his shares in Carnegie Steel to his partners. "I thought he was delighted with the proposition," Carnegie would later write Harry Phipps. Back in New York, Carnegie put his plans into writing, the two men's favored form of communication with one another. "My wish is to close my business career fittingly, a splendid close. The opening of the library, the dedication of the Pittsburgh Library was scheduled for October 1895, or rather handing it over to good old Pittsburgh would furnish this." Carnegie proposed to sell his stock in Carnegie Steel to "my dear friends and trusted partners," and receive in return 20 or 30-year 6% bonds which he would disperse as gifts to the various institutions I have established, subject to the revenue coming to me during life. The main point with Mrs. Carnegie and me is the fitting close to my business life. Both set much store upon this ending October. I have always intended to hand over my interests to my young partners, and, as you know, I have since my return explained this to you. Assist me then to realize my aim. All of you take the wealth and give me dignified retirement. You will have my blessing, and if I can ever be of service and am asked advice or my assistance, it will be given. Perhaps if I saw something awfully wrong, I might give advice unasked. Very likely, the C.S. Company must always be near to me." Carnegie's proposal was unacceptable, as he must have known. While it would have guaranteed him a lifetime income and an immediate infusion of new assets to donate to his various causes, his partners would be left with the burden of paying him 6% annual interest on $14 million of first mortgage bonds, a debt no firm could afford to carry. Frick refused to even discuss the proposal. Having made up his mind to leave the steel company, he was not going to change it. He was exhausted by the strain of running two companies at once, worried that he was not paying enough attention to his own coke company, anxious about the health and mental well-being of his wife and children, concerned about the $1 million or more he owed Carnegie for his Carnegie Steel stock, and furious at Carnegie's pig-headed certitude that he knew better than Frick how to manage the H.C. Frick Coke Company. Carnegie, for his part, continued to add fuel to the fire. Rather than admit that he had done anything wrong in meeting secretly with Frick's rival, William Rainey, he claimed now that he had done Frick a favor by excluding him from the early negotiations that might not have led anywhere. On December 23rd, he had written to tell Frick that he was going to meet with Rainey again, accompanied this time by John Walker, a Frick Coke Company stockholder, but not a director. The F.C. Company should be entirely free from any participation in the negotiation, Carnegie wrote. Now don't object to let Walker and me go ahead and see what can be done. Of course we have no power to conclude anything. Trust your pards, and don't know anything just yet. You remember eating of the tree of knowledge was once disastrous. There is nothing to know anyhow, but F.C. Company should keep aloof. That much is clear to you. Frick forwarded Carnegie's proposal to Walker and informed him that he had washed his hands of anything to do with Rainey, Carnegie, or H.C. Frick Coke. Under no circumstances would I interfere now or do anything that would look like interfering with what a large stockholder thinks is going to greatly benefit this company. Let him now work it out his own way. He did not keep his agreement with me, but, leaving my feelings out of the question, he has already done the Frick Co. Company great harm, in my opinion. You will observe he does not send the letter or a copy of it received from Rainey. He does not know the man he is dealing with, nor enough about the business or the affairs of this company to negotiate with him if he did. 2 days later, Frick repeated his message, this time in a letter to Carnegie, that any attempt to negotiate with Rainey was bound to fail. Rest assured, however, I shall do nothing to interfere in the slightest with your program in this matter, much as I deplore the way in which you started about it. Whether you fail or not, I cannot help but think you have placed the Frick Co. Company in a very awkward position indeed. One thing sure, you have added greatly to the merriment of friend Rainey this holiday season. When Carnegie at last invited Frick to join him in the merger discussions with Rainey, Frick angrily declined. You must really get along without me in this negotiation. I thought you had learned there was nothing like starting right, but while the start in this has not been in accordance with my ideas, as you know, yet let me repeat, I will not in any way hinder nor interfere with your negotiations, and have so written Mr. Walker, and you cannot now afford to lay down and hereafter say it was because I took exception to your way of going about it. That is all I have done or will do, so you have a clear field. I have had the pith taken out of me times without number, but have seen the thing through without flinching and without sympathy. You now have my sympathy in this, and shall have my support, if you evolve something with Rainey that is really to the benefit of the stockholders of Frick Co. Company. Carnegie, recognizing belatedly that Frick was dead serious about resigning, wrote Phipps a rambling, repetitive letter imploring him to come to New York as soon as possible. None of the firm know the trouble, and none shall know it but you, and you not till you come, and unless it be necessary to tell you. It's not surprising. Frick is not well. He is breaking down and is not of former power. Now this isn't my sole opinion either, but rest may cure him. I hope so. I shall say no more. I am so sorry for Frick. No man could have stood the strain. He ought to have rest. He is not well. Unhappy, overstrained, irritable. All nonsense to talk of his action being caused by our relations, for these have never been so thoroughly pleasant. He wishes to sell out, etc., but I shall try to dissuade him, and certainly will do nothing till you come and we decide together. He resigned with you once, please remember, in 1887, when he was ordered to end the strike at Connellsville, and I had to support you, but this time you will find more serious reasons for him doing so, I fear, his health. But now please don't go and talk to anyone about this till you come and see, and even not then. I have not told a soul of what happened here, not one, and won't, not even you till you come down and it is necessary. What rest will do we know not, but I hope he will return to us again as he did from your resigning crisis. What happened next defies explanation. Carnegie forwarded the letter intended for Phipps to Frick in Pittsburgh. It could only have been an accident. He had written Phipps at the same time that he was writing Frick and must have put the wrong letters in the wrong envelopes. Frick responded on New Year's Day, 1895. It is high time you should stop this nonsensical talk about me being unwell, overstrained, etc., he wrote Carnegie, and treat this matter between us in a rational, business-like way. If you don't, I will take such measures as will convince you that I am fully competent to take care of myself in every way. If ever a man penned a sillier lot of nonsense than you did when you wrote that letter to Mr. Phipps, copy of which you sent me, I should as a curiosity like to see it. It is from start to finish untrue, and you know it. Frick then quoted back much of what Carnegie had written to Phipps. Why do you write such stuff? I desired to quietly withdraw, doing as little harm as possible to the interests of others, because I had become tired of your business methods, your absurd newspaper interviews and personal remarks, and unwarranted interference in matters you knew nothing about. It has been your custom for years, when any of your partners disagreed with you, to say they are unwell, needed a change, etc. I warn you to carry this no further with me, but come forward like a man and purchase my interest, and let us part before it becomes impossible to continue to be friends. Instead of apologizing or explaining away what he had said, how could he? Carnegie continued on the offensive. "Of course some mistake has happened about letter to Mr. Phipps," he wrote at once. "Perhaps what I scribbled was not sent to him at all. I probably wrote him a cooler statement. I believe I did. I cannot understand it. What I scribbled I don't know, but still, my friend, I do know you will recognize in it one who likes you and values you." As he proceeded, Carnegie became angrier and angrier at the man he had tried so hard to befriend. "In the most sacred manner I asked if I might speak as a friend, which I said was to be held sacred. You agreed. I did. And judge my surprise. You disregarded your obligations and told it as a charge I had made about you. I spoke as your best friend, and you knew it. Wrong I may be, there may be nothing in it. You may have been yourself during your visit here, so be it. Think so if you can, but at the same time believe there may be something in it. I am not alone wrong, if wrong. Now, I wish to be friends as much as you do. It is simply ridiculous, my dear Mr. Frick, that any full-grown man is not to make the acquaintance of Mr. Rainey or anybody else without your august permission. Really laughable. But I did not do it till you had given approval. No use corresponding any more. You are determined to resign. All right. I am forced to agree that the work of the Carnegie Steel Company and the Frick Co. Company is too much for any man. No one values you more highly as a partner, but as for being czar and expecting a man shall not differ with you and criticize you, no, find a slave elsewhere. I can only be a man and a friend." He signed himself, "Your friend still, Andrew Carnegie." 5 days later, in Pittsburgh, at a special meeting of the Board of Managers with Carnegie and Lauder in attendance, Frick formally tendered his resignation as Chief Executive Officer of Carnegie Steel. The resignation was accepted at a second meeting a few days later. Carnegie took back 5% of Frick's stock, relieving him of the debt he had carried to pay for it, then turned 3% over to John Leishman, who succeeded Frick as president. Frick remained in place as chairman of the board. In the end, what is most remarkable is that after all this turmoil and mutual recrimination, the situation at Carnegie Steel remained much the same. Frick resigned from his position as president of Carnegie Steel in 1895, but he did not leave the firm entirely. On the contrary, he retained his position as chairman of the Board of Managers and continued to exercise a considerable degree of power. "As you know," Frick wrote J. Morse at Illinois Steel on January 11th, the day the new arrangements were formally approved, "I have for a long time been anxious to be relieved of a great deal of detail work in connection with the steel company, and have at last been able to bring it around pleasantly. I enclose, for your eyes only, and which return after you have read, the changes we have adopted. I shall take the same interest in the concern as I have heretofore done. Mr. Leishman will fill the position of president." Neither Frick nor Carnegie was willing, in the final resort, to sever their ties with one another. Carnegie could ill afford to lose the talents of so remarkable a businessman as Henry Clay Frick. Frick, for his part, had no choice but to remain an officer of Carnegie Steel, if only to protect his 6% share of the company, and his co-company, which remained, in all but name, a subsidiary of Carnegie Steel. Chapter 27. 60 years old, 1895 to 1896. Approaching his 60th birthday, Andrew Carnegie looked very much as he had at 50 and would at 70. His hair and beard were entirely white and closely trimmed, his eyes piercing and alert, his physique that of a man in excellent health. He had not changed his daily routines in 20 years. He began every morning at his writing desk with a secretary at his side to take dictation and type up his letters. He regularly shared his unsolicited views on matters of domestic and international affairs with John Morley, William Gladstone, Lord Salisbury, Lord Rosebery, Joseph Chamberlain, Arthur Balfour, and James Bryce in Britain, and with whoever happened to be in the White House or heading up the State Department in Washington. His dear friend James G. Blaine was no longer on the scene as Republican power broker-in-chief and Secretary of State, but Carnegie enjoyed almost equally strong ties with the Republican Secretaries of State who succeeded him, including John Foster, John Sherman, John Hay, Elihu Root, and Philander Knox, his former attorney in Pittsburgh. Beginning in the winter of 1895, much of his letter writing had to do with the boundary dispute between Britain and Venezuela. For more than 50 years, Venezuela had protested what it considered to be Britain's inclusion of Venezuelan territory in British Guiana. For the past 20, it had petitioned the United States for assistance in settling the border dispute. Finally, in 1895, Congress, claiming that the Monroe Doctrine authorized it to intervene in the matter, passed a resolution calling on the British government to submit the dispute to impartial international arbitration. President Cleveland directed his Secretary of State, Richard Olney, to draft a diplomatic note to the British Foreign Secretary, reinforcing Congress's call for arbitration. Lord Salisbury, who happened to be both British Prime Minister and Foreign Secretary, had 10 years earlier declined a similar request for arbitration. This time around, Salisbury again refused arbitration, asserting that Britain did not recognize the applicability of the Monroe Doctrine that Olney had asserted bound the United States to protect Venezuela. President Cleveland's response was to increase the tension by asking for congressional authority to appoint an American commission to determine the rightful boundary between Venezuela and British Guiana, the implication being that when the boundary line was fixed, the American government would recognize it. Though war with Britain over Venezuela was a preposterous idea at a time when the United States had 3 warships to Britain's 50, that did not stop Henry Cabot Lodge and Theodore Roosevelt from arguing that the Monroe Doctrine must be defended at all costs. "Personally, I rather hope the fight will come soon," Roosevelt wrote Lodge. "The clamor of the peace faction has convinced me that the country needs a war. Let the fight come if it must. I don't care whether our seacoast cities are bombarded or not. We would take Canada." As rhetoric on both sides escalated, William James at Harvard attempted to insert some reason into the discussion. In letters to the Crimson, influential friends, and his congressmen, James criticized both President Cleveland's fearful blunder and the almost unanimous support his bellicose message had received from press and politicians. Reasoned analysis and discourse, James charged, had given way to frenzied, impulsive, and dangerous threats to international peace, and over a simple border dispute. Carnegie joined James and others in the peace faction that Roosevelt so detested. The border crisis in Venezuela was tailor-made for his intervention, or so he believed. He had influential friends on both sides of the Atlantic, access to major organs of opinion, and an intuitive understanding of public opinion in Britain and the United States. In separate letters to the editors of the New York Sun and the Times of London, he pleaded with both sides to listen to reason. He exhorted the British people to pressure their government to accept the American offer of arbitration, while cautioning Americans that the Europeans were in the final stages of their exit from the Western Hemisphere, and if left alone would leave peaceably. "Let us recognize the position of these old lands, which so recently possessed the American continent, and treat them with all the patience and courtesy possible, making their exit as little distressful to them as we can." When the British government continued to reject calls for arbitration, Carnegie changed his tune and singled out the British for their intransigence. In a lengthy article entitled "The Venezuelan Question," published in February 1896 in the North American Review, he accomplished the near-impossible feat of defending British imperialism in theory while criticizing it in practice. He began by acknowledging that the English-speaking race is the boss race of the world. It can acquire, can colonize, can rule. The action of the race in the old home and in the new in regard to territorial acquisition has been precisely the same. The mother has dominated or acquired almost everything with which she has come in contact, and which she coveted, and the son, the United States, has been no discredit to his mother in the same line. It is a root passion, some of us think a prerogative of our race to acquire territory. The means by which this territory had been acquired, by both Americans and British, was not always legal or strictly moral, but this was not to be regretted. The management of the land acquired by our race has been best for the higher interests of humanity. It is an evolution, the fittest driving out the least fit, the best supplanting the inferior, and the interests of civilization rendered the acquisition of the land necessary. It was right and proper that the nomadic Indian should give place to the settled husbandman in the prairies of the East. It is also well that the Maori should fade away and give place to the intelligent, industrious citizen, a member of our race. Carnegie had no intention of holding Great Britain up to peculiar opprobrium for playing the wolf to the Venezuelan lamb. What he objected to was that the British had rejected out of hand McKinley's request that the boundary dispute be submitted to arbitration. For Carnegie, the principle of peaceable arbitration was, and he fully understood the irony here, a cause worth going to war over. He had, he declared in his article, recently resigned as vice president of the Peace Society because he could not accept its peace-at-any-price principles. Peaceful arbitration is one of the few causes for which it is not only justifiable but a duty to fight. If ever the industrial, peace-loving republic has to draw the sword, may it be in vindication of peaceful arbitration in international disputes, the Christian substitute for barbarous war. No swords would be drawn. With more serious issues to contend with in Europe, Lord Salisbury backed away from his refusal to arbitrate, and Cleveland and Olney tempered their rhetoric. The crisis environment dissipated almost as rapidly as it had taken shape. While the subject of arbitration was removed from the public agenda, however, it continued to preoccupy Carnegie, whose goal now was to get the United States and Britain to sign a formal treaty, pledging each nation to submit all future disputes to impartial arbitration. When William Dodge, the president of a new society, formed in the United States to labor for the completion of a general treaty of arbitration between the two branches of our race, asked for his support, Carnegie enthusiastically sent off letters to the influential British politicians he was in contact with, including Balfour, Chamberlain, Gladstone, Rosebery, and Morley, formally introducing them to Mr. Dodge. From Italy, where he, Louise, and Stella vacationed in May and June 1896, and Cluny, where they spent the summer and fall, Carnegie waged his campaign, entreating his friends in high places to exert pressure on Salisbury to publicly declare himself, and the British government, in favor of an arbitration treaty. "Truly this arbitration as a substitute for war," he wrote Gladstone, "seems to me the noblest question of our time, and I do wish that you could have put your stamp upon it now." When John Morley published an article in favor of arbitration, Carnegie praised him to the skies. "Never have I read a stronger article. It is so calm, yet so clear and decided that it must strongly affect Lord Salisbury. I wish Mr. Gladstone could be induced to support your view. I feel that it is the most important step forward that our race can take in our day." In the aftermath of the Homestead strike, Carnegie had lowered his public profile. In November 1895, within days of celebrating his 60th birthday, and exactly 3 years after the Amalgamated had called off its strike, he marked his return to public life by taking the train to Pittsburgh to preside over the opening of his monumental new library. The dedication was held in the music hall portion of the building on November 5th. The festivities began just after 8:30 p.m., with the solemn entrance onto the stage of the platform party, each man, and they were all men, bowing to the audience as he entered and took his seat. After a brief invocation by the Episcopal bishop, Carnegie was formally introduced and gave the speech he had that afternoon distributed to the newspapers in time to make the next day's front pages. He began somewhat defensively by announcing that he was speaking at the request of the trustees, who desired that he state the reasons and the objects which I had in view in donating money for the Pittsburgh Library. He recapitulated in brilliantly concise and incisive prose the principles he had earlier laid out in his Gospel of Wealth articles, defending himself from his critics as he did so. It was inevitable, he argued, that surplus wealth must sometimes flow into the hands of the few. To one to whom surplus comes, there come also the questions, what is my duty? What is the best use that can be made of it? Carnegie had determined early in life that he had no call on this surplus as an individual, but that it had been given him as a sacred trust, to be administered during life for the best good of my fellow men. He asked now to be judged by the uses to which he put his money, the enlightenment and the joys of the mind, the things of the spirit, all that tends to bring into the lives of the toilers of Pittsburgh sweetness and light. He had built a library to foster a taste for reading, learning, and self-improvement, a museum with plaster casts of the world's masterpieces of sculpture, so that those who could not travel abroad could enjoy and learn from these rarest, most interesting and instructive objects. An art gallery, because there was no surer means of improving the tastes of men than through color and the sense of beauty. And a music hall to spread among the masses of the people the appreciation and the love of music, which the more prosperous already enjoyed. His objective was to provide the masses with cultural benefits that, until then, had been reserved for the wealthy. If library, hall, gallery, or museum be not popular and attract the manual toilers and benefit them, it will have failed in its mission, for it was chiefly for the wage earners that it was built by one who was himself a wage earner, and who has the good of that class greatly at heart. After great and prolonged applause, Carnegie was followed to the podium by William N. Frew, the president of the Library Board of Trustees, who announced that Carnegie had established a $1 million endowment for the galleries and museum, thus bringing the total of Mr. Carnegie's gifts in round numbers to $5 million. Then it was the turn of the governor, the mayor, and the local congressman to shower the donor with praise. The governor and mayor were mercifully concise. Congressman Dalzell, the last speaker, went on forever, recalling in florid language the glories of Pittsburgh, Republican institutions, and Andrew Carnegie. There are unnumbered hearts here and elsewhere, in this, the land of his adoption, and across seas in the land of his birth, that beat to the measure of God bless Andrew Carnegie, and hearts shall continue thus to beat through generations yet unborn and by us unnumbered. For the moment, at least, the ghosts of Edgar Thompson and Homestead, of the vanquished knights and the amalgamated, were put to rest. After 3 years of virtual silence, much of it spent overseas, Carnegie had come home a hero and would venture forth in triumph. He had, as it were, bought himself absolution, or at least forgetfulness, which amounted to the same. Pittsburgh was already established as the nation's premier industrial city, and Carnegie's name indelibly associated with it. Just as he was not content to be regarded only as a businessman, so too he did not want his American hometown to be known only for its smokestacks. His goal, as he would write William Frew in 1897, was that not only our own country but the civilized world will take note of the fact that our dear old smoky Pittsburgh, no longer content to be celebrated only as one of the chief manufacturing centers, has entered upon the path to higher things, and is before long, as we thoroughly believe, also to be noted for her preeminence in the arts and sciences. He would continue to contribute his money and his ideas toward this goal for the rest of his life. In 1896 he appointed John Beatty, the secretary of the Art Society of Pittsburgh and the director of the Pittsburgh School of Design, to head up the Institute's Fine Arts Department. Beatty's first task, and from this point on perhaps his most important, certainly his most public, was to organize the Pittsburgh Art Show, the precursor of what would become known as the Carnegie International. Unlike his colleague Henry Frick and the majority of his wealthy contemporaries, Carnegie had no reverence for the old masters or contemporary European artists. He intended instead to make his Pittsburgh Art Gallery the first museum of modern American art. In his Deed of Trust, he provided for the establishment of a chronological collection intended to represent the progress of painting in America, beginning with the year 1896. Prizes would be offered for the 2 oil paintings by American artists judged of the highest artistic merit and worthy to represent the best American art of the year. These works would be purchased for the gallery's permanent collection. Runners-up would be exhibited annually in what was, at the time, the single largest art event in the United States. The first prize winner, and the first oil painting purchased for the permanent collection, was Winslow Homer's The Wreck. 154 artists were represented in the 1896 exhibition, but only 60 of them were American and only 30 from Pennsylvania. This was not what Carnegie had intended, as he made clear to William Frew the day after the opening. I cannot but think that Mr. Beatty devoted too much attention to the foreign pictures, while the primary object of the exhibition is to encourage American art. The absence of the most noted American artists is very marked. Carnegie was also disappointed by the lack of attention his Pittsburgh exhibition had received in the national press. There had not been the slightest mention in any of the papers here in New York this morning. The public sentiment is all right in Pittsburgh, but it now remains to bring the exhibition before the country. For the next few years, the annual exhibition would veer back and forth between being a showcase for American artists and an exhibition of the year's best paintings regardless of nationality. Despite Carnegie's wishes, the directors and judges would, in rather short order, open the exhibit to non-American artists. Over the next century and more, the Carnegie International would present the best in contemporary paintings, sculpture, and more recently video and photographic artists to Pittsburgh audiences. The second, but not less important component of the Carnegie Library complex was the Museum of Natural History. In 1898, Carnegie appointed William J. Holland, a former minister, zoologist, and the chancellor of Western University of Pennsylvania, as director. His initial charge was to develop collections representative of the Appalachian region, but Holland quickly broadened his mission with Carnegie's approval. He purchased the collection of the Academy of Science and Art of Pittsburgh and supplemented it with gifts from Carnegie, including 2 mummies he had brought back from Egypt and a collection of anatomical models from Paris. If the Museum of Natural History was going to be, as Carnegie intended, a world-class institution, it needed more than mummies, anatomical models, and Appalachian minerals. It had to have a dinosaur or two. The dinosaur was more than simply a crowd-pleaser. For Carnegie and other devotees of evolutionary science, it was an apt symbol of the unpredictability of a universe in which species and races fell into extinction when they failed to adapt to new environments. For men of slight stature, such as Carnegie, there must have been something quite enthralling about this most vivid demonstration that size and power did not guarantee survival. In December 1898, William Randolph Hearst's New York Journal ran a full-page story on the discovery of the bones of the most colossal animal ever on Earth, in Wyoming. Carnegie determined at once to bring them to Pittsburgh. "My lord, can't you buy this for Pittsburgh? Try," he wrote Holland, enclosing the clipping. "Wyoming State University isn't rich. Get an offer. Hurry." Holland contacted William Reed, the Wyoming man who claimed to have found the dinosaur bones. He assured Carnegie that he could get the dinosaur for Pittsburgh, but it was going to cost some time, labor, and money. Excavating the dinosaur would be only the beginning. Carnegie would have to come up with the funds to build a great hall for the display of such a monster. "See what you can do," Carnegie wrote back. "I should like to do the colossal, build a new hall, for the colossal by the colossal Lord Chancellor." Carnegie had begun to refer jokingly to Chancellor Holland as Lord Chancellor. In March 1899, Holland took the train to Wyoming to meet with Reed. He discovered that the land on which the bones had been found was claimed by the University of Wyoming. When he tried to arrange a sale of the claim, the Wyoming officials turned him down flat. So he did what experienced miners, for minerals or dinosaurs, do in such cases. He filed a competing land claim. With the tenacity of a bulldog and Carnegie's money behind him, William Holland eventually secured the rights to the claim, stole the American Museum of Natural History's top paleontologist, and dispatched a full crew of scientists, assistants, and cowboy laborers to excavate the Wyoming bone fields. The bones were cleaned, labeled, and photographed, saturated in gum arabic, wrapped in tissue paper, then wrapped again in plaster-soaked burlap, packed into wooden crates that had been lined with hay, hoisted onto a horse-drawn wagon, and driven to the Union Pacific siding where they were loaded onto freight cars for shipment to Pittsburgh. In mid-October 1899, the first freight car arrived in Pittsburgh. By mid-May of 1900, enough bones had been pried loose of their bandages, cleaned, studied, and assembled to allow the museum's new chief paleontologist to draw a full skeleton, though with the wrong cervical vertebrae attached. The drawing of what was now known as Diplodocus carnegii was framed and sent to Scotland for Carnegie to display. It had become clear to everyone involved that the dinosaur model, when finally assembled, was going to be too large to fit in the space assigned to the Natural History Museum. The only solution was to enlarge the building, which was fine with Carnegie. Frew, the president of what was now known as the Carnegie Institute, was delegated to oversee the design and construction of the new building. It was no easy assignment. Carnegie, who on these matters professed, rightly, to know more about real estate and construction than Frew did, ridiculed almost every recommendation Frew offered to him. Why, he wanted to know, was Frew even considering building in a new location instead of adding an extension at the old one? And didn't Frew know that it was impossible to build a hall that was suitable for both orchestral music and grand opera? In the end, the music hall would be the only component of the institute that was not enlarged. Frew persevered, and the plans for the new building were, after much give and take, approved by Carnegie, who, on selling Carnegie Steel in 1901, donated an additional $5 million for construction. When the building was completed in 1907, Carnegie doubled the endowment of what was now known as the Carnegie Institute, from $4 to $8 million. If someone had told Carnegie 10 or 20 years earlier that, at age 60, he would still be tied to his Pittsburgh businesses, he would have scoffed aloud. But Frick's change of title and responsibilities had left a hole in the management of Carnegie Steel. Carnegie had trusted Frick more than he could imagine trusting any successor. Now that Frick had given up the day-to-day management of the firm, Carnegie felt obligated to pay more careful attention. The business had been designed to run much like the railroad, with department heads reporting to vice presidents who reported to a president who reported to a board. Unlike the railroads, however, Carnegie Steel was a partnership, not a corporation, and because it raised its investment capital internally, beholden not to outside financial interests and directors, but to the senior partner and majority stockholder. The Carnegie Board was not, in name or function, a board of directors, but a board of managers comprised of the 9 men who occupied the most critical management positions in the firm. Every member of the board was a partner, but together they controlled a small minority of the stock. The 2 largest stockholders, Carnegie and Harry Phipps, were not board members and did not attend board meetings. The month after Frick stepped down, Carnegie instructed Francis Lovejoy, the board secretary, to rewrite the company's bylaws in consultation with Philander Knox, the firm's chief counsel. He wanted everything done precisely by the books, so whatever happened next there would be no legal trouble. The new bylaws should, he instructed Lovejoy, provide Carnegie, as majority stockholder, with veto power over board decisions and full, precise minutes of the proceedings of board meetings. Some suggestions I made to Mr. Frick are, I think, important. That the votes of each member, pro and con, in the board shall be recorded, that no new undertakings be gone into except by a 2/3 majority of the total number of the board, nor new methods adopted. Later that year, Carnegie reminded Lovejoy that the minutes should not only record every member's vote on every issue, but, in addition to this, any reason or explanation which a member desires to give for his vote. If this were properly done, then any of us looking over the minutes would be able to judge of the judgment displayed by the voter, which of course would affect his standing with his colleagues. It would bring responsibility home to him direct, and I do not see any other way that will enable us to judge whether any of our partners has good judgment or not. The minutes cannot err in being too full, the fuller the better. They can err in being too much curtailed. Carnegie gave the board the right to make decisions, but insisted that it understand he had veto power over those decisions, should he care to exercise it. The minutes, with verbatim reports on what each board member said, were the vehicles through which he kept track of the decision-making process. He went through the minutes of each meeting with pencil in hand, providing thoughts on the minutes in the margins, and in long memos that he forwarded to Pittsburgh to be distributed to board members. He kept abreast of recent developments in Pittsburgh through letters from Frick, who, having resigned as president, oversaw long-range projects as chairman of the Board of Managers. He received as well annual and biannual financial reports from Carnegie Steel and H.C. Frick Koch, and monthly statements on profits and loss, disposition of profits, stock of materials on hand, freight tonnage into and out of the plants, and pig iron production and coke consumption for each furnace. Carnegie welcomed the give and take of long-distance debate and had no problem with partners who disagreed with him as long as they provided facts, figures, and analyses to back up their conclusions. When, in January 1896, he discovered that the company had bought 2 bankrupt furnaces without his explicit approval, he was outraged. I leave you to imagine how unsatisfactory it is to have such surprises sprung upon one. In a sharply worded letter to John Leishman, Carnegie protested against what he took to be an unwarranted stretch of authority upon the part of yourself and the other members of the board, and certainly a violation of every sound principle governing business affairs. I am sorry to have to write this, but I cannot live and have the CS Company degraded to the level of speculators and gimcracks, men who pass as manufacturers, but who look to the market and not to manufacturing, and who buy up bankrupt concerns only to show their incapacity. Within a year, Leishman had been relieved of his duties. He was replaced by Charlie Schwab, Carnegie's fair-haired boy who, still only 35 years of age, could be molded into the type of executive Carnegie needed to run his companies. The way to Carnegie's heart, Charlie Schwab discovered, was to give him information. On taking office, Schwab arranged to meet weekly with the mill superintendents, detailed minutes of which were dispatched to Carnegie. These meetings, Carnegie wrote Schwab with evident delight, were one of the best ideas that has ever entered your fertile brain. It was not easy working for Carnegie. In August 1897, Schwab recommended and the board unanimously approved spending $1 million for improvements at Homestead and Duquesne, the broad outlines of which Carnegie had already agreed to. When Carnegie received the minutes with the decision, he assailed all the board members, but particularly Schwab, for having approved the request without sufficient debate. A very large question is presented to us which should receive months of study. I am not to be considered as deciding that the proposed changes are not desirable. I have had no opportunity to form a judgment upon the subject, but this I do venture to submit to the board, that no such important steps should be taken in haste. There does not seem to be much use in sending copies of minutes to absent partners if great questions are to be summarily disposed of. The board members were astounded at Carnegie's overreaction. They had approved the resolution without debate because there was nothing controversial in it, and nothing that had not been gone over in advance and met with Carnegie's approval. Frick spoke for them all when he declared, knowing that his words would be forwarded with the next set of minutes to Scotland, that he feared Mr. Carnegie did not read very carefully the resolution covering this matter. Carnegie would not let go. He conceded that Schwab's proposal was a sound one and should have been passed by the board, but objected to the way Schwab had presented it. Even if the president is right, his mode of action was wrong. Any plan involving a serious change in the works, product, or methods should be submitted to the board not for action, but first for study and discussion, and no action taken until all the parties have expressed their views after time taken for study. Would the secretary kindly refer to the bylaws of the company and read to the board and have entered in the minutes that portion regarding important changes in machinery or methods? I think these require a 2/3 vote of the stockholders. This important step was decided with 75% of the shareholders, Carnegie and Phipps, having no chance to express an opinion. These are a few of the points that occur to me as valuable for my partners to consider, and hence they are submitted with all due deference. Hearty congratulations upon August net. Great. In a private communication to Schwab, Carnegie continued his barrage. My dear young friend, you say you will answer any list of questions I may ask, but why should a report of a president recommending an investment render questions necessary? The report should be full, accurate, fact, not opinions or impressions. Really, you do not do yourself justice in the apparent slapdash manner in which you recommend this to the board. Schwab, who had been president of Carnegie Steel for less than 6 months, responded with a 13-page letter and report which gave the senior partner the information he needed. Carnegie thanked him, congratulated him on being such a hustler, and approved the proposal. He did not apologize for the tongue-lashing. Schwab had erred in presuming that he could judge what Carnegie wanted. He would not make that mistake again. Chapter 28. An Impregnable Position, 1896 to 1898. Business does not look well, but what can we expect? Nothing till the presidential election is over and the silver agitation with it. So Carnegie wrote Frick on June 27, 1896. It had become apparent to him that William Jennings Bryan was going to win the Democratic nomination for president on the promise that, if elected, he would move the country off the gold standard. Carnegie was aghast at the prospect. Investors needed both stability and liquidity. Gold provided them with both. As long as the United States remained on the gold standard, American manufacturing would remain a safe harbor for domestic and foreign investment. If the nation replaced gold with silver as the basis for its currency, the result would be nothing less than catastrophic. Or so Carnegie believed and had been writing since 1891. As business slumped in the spring and summer of 1896, Carnegie attributed it to fears that Bryan might be elected on a silver platform. "You see what the silver craze is bringing," he wrote Frick from Cluny in late July. "I have, as you know, been anxious about it for years. My belief is that the canvass campaign will weaken Bryan, but it is not enough to beat him to satisfy capital. I am afraid it will be timid for a long time, and therefore that business will be very dull." In June and October, Carnegie attacked Bryan, the Democrats, and the silver craze in articles in the North American Review. He also contributed generously to the McKinley campaign war chest. Carnegie and Frick had done business with Marcus Hanna, the Cleveland iron and coal merchant who had become McKinley's chief advisor and fundraiser. Hanna and McKinley were their kind of Republicans, stolidly conservative and committed to protective tariffs and gold. When J.P. Morgan resisted contributing because he feared McKinley was not enough of a gold bug, Carnegie offered to talk to him. Hanna was delighted. "I am only too glad to avail myself of your kind offer to put in a good word for us. You will know how to do it so that it will not appear that I am soliciting influence." William Jennings Bryan was young, attractive, and dynamic, in sharp contrast to the dour McKinley. Still, Carnegie was convinced that his popularity would tumble over the next 3 months as the Republicans, utilizing their enormous advantage in funds and their control of most of the nation's newspapers, hammered away at his youth, his radicalism, his inexperience, and his agrarianism. "The political situation in the United States is sadly mixed," Carnegie confided to Morley on August 1st. "Still, I do not believe that the silver craze can stand the 3 months' pounding that it is to receive previous to the vote. I am busy preparing ammunition for the campaign, short paragraphs for the wage earners whose votes are to decide the issue." On July 22nd, he published in the New York Times and the New York Tribune a letter to the editor attacking Bryan on the currency question. 3 weeks later, he expanded on it in the draft of a campaign pamphlet he forwarded to Hanna. "All that is needed to bring the wage earners, that is, the masses of the voters, into line against silver, is to have leaflets printed by the 100,000, and a copy given to each working man in every mill, factory, and farm in the doubtful states. I have tried my hand at a leaflet, and if your literary bureau publishes it, I will pay the cost. Do not be discouraged. The Bryan boom is bound to burst. It is not founded either upon fact or reason." Hanna accepted Carnegie's offer. In mid-October, he reported back that the Republican National Committee had printed and circulated 5 million copies of Carnegie's leaflet. Carnegie was convinced that Bryan would be defeated, but he worried nonetheless about the long-term effects of the politicization of the currency issue. European capitalists could not help but be frightened by the possibility that, if not in 1896, then perhaps in 1900 or 1904, a Democrat would be elected on a silver platform and take the nation off the gold standard. On August 6th, he expressed his fears in a letter to the members of the Carnegie Steel Board of Managers, who he feared were not paying sufficient attention to the looming crisis. Anticipating a fall panic, precipitated by a flight of capital and followed by plummeting prices, he urged the board to sell off whatever product the company had on hand and hoard its dollars for the coming crisis. "There is no telling but that our resources may be strained to the utmost, and every dollar will count." 2 weeks later, Carnegie cautioned his Pittsburgh executives again against taking Bryan's defeat for granted. He urged them not to renew the bonus that had been given the steel workers the year before. "The political situation seems to have taken a decided turn for the better, but until McKinley is elected there is danger of excitement and panic at any time." By late September, he was sure that Bryan would be defeated. "The majority of the popular vote will be enormous for McKinley, the largest ever obtained by any candidate," he prophesied for Henry Yates Thompson, the owner of the Pall Mall Gazette. "Perhaps he will have the largest majority in the Electoral College. The Bryan campaign promises to collapse. Once more, virtue triumphs in the Republic." His predictions were borne out on November 3rd, when William McKinley was elected with 272 Electoral College votes to 176 for Bryan. McKinley's margin in the popular vote was 610,000, but Bryan had polled almost 6.5 million votes, more than any other Democrat in history. The Silver Menace had been defeated in battle, but the war was still to be definitively won. In a final post-election attempt to bludgeon Bryan and his pro-silver forces into permanent silence, Carnegie published Mr. Bryan the Conjurer in the January 1897 North American Review. After 12 pages of accusing Bryan of the usually incompatible crimes of chicanery and stupidity, Carnegie saluted him and his loyal wife for being models of purity in their simple lives, and then wished them a well-deserved and he hoped permanent retirement to their sweet, humble, loving home. There were many reasons why Carnegie continued to put off retirement. Primary among them, his love of competition and his commitment to make more money so that he would have more to give away. His Pittsburgh plants were now the marvel of the industry, their productivity higher, their costs much lower than their competitors. The Coke problem had been solved long ago with the purchase of a majority share in H.C. Frick Coke. The major challenge now facing the company was ensuring itself an adequate supply of high-quality, low-cost iron ore. Carnegie and his partners had declined to join in the iron rush that had taken off in the late 1880s with the discovery of soft, sand-like iron ore in the Mesabi Range in northeastern Minnesota, about 100 miles from Duluth. Carnegie had no intention of investing in iron mining ventures hundreds of miles away. All the money earned in Pittsburgh was plowed back into the mills. In 1892, Harry Oliver, who had years before worked with Carnegie at O'Reilly Telegraph, offered him a share in a Mesabi iron mine he had invested in. Carnegie turned him down. He had no use for men like Oliver who, having made and lost fortunes in iron and railroads, were now speculating in mining properties. "Oliver's ore bargain is just like him. Nothing in it," he wrote Frick on August 29, 1892. "If there is any department of business which offers no inducement, it is ore. It never has been very profitable, and the Mesaba is not the great deposit that Lake Superior is to reveal." Like other startup businesses born in debt and requiring steady infusions of capital to survive, the mining companies and railroads that had been organized during the 1880s Mesabi iron rush were nearly destroyed in the Panic of 1893. John D. Rockefeller, who, according to Ron Chernow, stumbled almost by accident into owning most of the iron ore on the Mesabi Range, stepped into the breach and bailed out the failing companies by loaning them money in return for stock. By the mid-1890s, he controlled several million tons of iron ore and a railroad to cart it off to Duluth. To transport the ore the next step of their journey across the Great Lakes to the nation's steel mills, Rockefeller and his chief financial advisor, Frederick Gates, assembled a fleet of 56 oversized lake steamers. Harry Oliver, who had been steadily expanding his own holdings of mining properties, contacted Frick and Carnegie in the spring of 1894, fearful, and rightly, that Rockefeller would keep on buying Mesabi mines and railroads until he owned them all. Oliver offered Carnegie Steel a 50% interest in his Mesabi properties in return for a $500,000 loan. From Sorrento, in Italy, where he was vacationing that spring, Carnegie instructed Frick to open negotiations with Oliver in view of threatened combination. "Remember, Reckafellow and Porter, a Rockefeller associate, will own the railroad that links the mines with the Duluth ports, and that's like owning the pipelines. Producers will not have much of a show." Carnegie would for the rest of his life insist on misspelling Rockefeller's name in various ways. "We are big enough, however, to take care of ourselves, and if forced, could make another outlet somehow, to transport the ore to Pittsburgh. It's a pity we have to go in at all. Still, I cannot but recognize we are right in flanking the combination as far as possible. I don't think standard people will succeed in making ore a monopoly like oil. They have failed in every new venture, and Rockefeller's reputation now is one of the poorest investors in the world. His railroads are almost worthless." Within weeks of acquiring his half-share in the Oliver Mining Company, Carnegie forced Oliver to give him another third. He did not trust Oliver as a manager and wanted majority ownership of the new mining property. Although now committed to the venture, he still had major misgivings about investing large sums of money in it. "If Mesaba ore requires special form of furnaces, it will add force to my instinctive aversion to making investments hundreds of miles away. These, in my opinion, are all wrong. The ore mining business is a business by itself, and $10 can be made at home to any one that you can ever make in these outside ventures. Carnegie, despite his instincts, was being forced into the iron ore business as a defensive measure. He could not allow Rockefeller to continue to buy Mesabi mines, railroads, and lake steamers. There were two explanations for Rockefeller's oversized investments in Mesabi iron ore. Either he had decided to go into the steel business for himself, or he was intent on acquiring a monopoly position in iron ore and then forcing the steel manufacturers to share their profits with him. Either scenario would bring him into conflict with Carnegie. Though Rockefeller had made his fortune and his reputation earlier than Carnegie, he was in fact 4 years younger. He looked much older. Tall, gaunt, hairless, and unsmiling, he resembled nothing less than a skeletal ghoul. Carnegie, on the contrary, was beginning to look more like a well-groomed Father Christmas with a smile to match. By the mid-1890s, both were semi-retired. Whereas Rockefeller had virtually retreated from active business affairs, however, leaving more responsibility to Gates, Carnegie still paid close attention to his business empire. The oil baron and the steelmaker harbored no great affection for one another, but each respected the other's business organizations and commitments to philanthropy. They exchanged Christmas greetings, and Carnegie made sure to send Rockefeller copies of his speeches and pamphlets. "I am pleased with the sentiments you give expression to," Rockefeller wrote Carnegie on receiving the address he delivered at the dedication of his Pittsburgh library. "I would that more men of wealth were doing as you are doing with your money, but be assured your example will bear fruits, and the time will come when men of wealth will more generally be willing to use it for the good of others. I had intended to call upon you to express my appreciation, or I would have written before." Rockefeller and Carnegie had achieved dominance in their respective industries by running roughshod over the competition. But they were smart enough to know that they were too evenly matched in intellectual and financial resources to enter into combat. It made more sense to combine than compete. Carnegie, having submitted Mesabi ore from Rockefeller's mine for testing in his homestead open-hearth furnaces, and discovering that it burned cleanly, directed James Gailey, a former furnace superintendent and now a member of his board of managers, to "go and sleep in New York and do not come home until you bring us a lease of the whole Rockefeller ore." It would be a lengthy negotiation, as neither John Leishman, who represented Carnegie, nor Frederick Gates, who negotiated for Rockefeller, wanted it said that their counterparts had gotten the better of them. On October 27th, Carnegie recommended to Frick, who remained a master deal-maker, that the Rockefeller negotiation should be hastened and proposition got for our consideration. 3 days later, unwilling to let the negotiations drag on any longer, he wrote Rockefeller directly, suggesting that the two men close the deal by themselves. "Our people have been conferring with your Mr. Gates upon an alliance which would give us all the ores we can use from your properties. The differences between the two seems to have been so great as to cause a failure of the negotiations. They came to see me today and explained these differences, which do not seem to me too irreconcilable, if both parties realized, as I do, the mutual advantage of such an alliance and were prepared to meet each other halfway. When Mr. Gates submits the matter to you, as I suppose he will, and you concur in this, I believe you and I could fix it in a few minutes, and I shall be very glad to go and see you if you think it worth while to take the matter up. It is a big operation and needs to be looked at in a broader light than either Mr. Gates or Mr. Leishman, perhaps, are justified in taking." By mid-November, Carnegie confided to Cousin Dodd that the decision had been made to align ourselves with Rockefeller. "Oliver showed me yesterday a sketch of alliance which is good. We'll get Mesabi." The final agreement was signed in December 1896. Oliver Mining and Carnegie Steel, its parent company, took a 50-year lease on the full output of all the Rockefeller mines for a royalty of 25 cents per ton, far below the market price. Carnegie Steel guaranteed in turn that it would ship all ore from the Lake Superior region, whether it came from the Rockefeller mines or elsewhere, on Rockefeller railroads and steamers. The two titans agreed not to compete with one another in the future. The Carnegie interests promised that they would neither lease nor purchase any new Mesabi mines for the length of the agreement, leaving the field open to Rockefeller to expand his holdings. Rockefeller, for his part, pledged that he would stay out of the steel business. "I am happy knowing that we are now secure in our ore supply," Carnegie wrote Frick 9 months after the deal with Rockefeller. "This was the only element needed to give us an impregnable position. We can now figure cost within a trifle and take contracts ahead without danger." Though he had been hesitant initially to divert capital from steel-making, he was now quite ready to acknowledge the benefits of vertical integration. "It is clear to me," he wrote his cousin Dodd on New Year's Day, 1898, "that profit is to be made in steel manufacturing only by the concerns which do every step in the process themselves." Though the deal benefited both men, Carnegie, testifying in 1912 before the Congressional Committee investigating U.S. Steel, could not help but gloat over the price he had negotiated for the iron ore. "Don't you know, it does my heart good to think I got ahead of John D. Rockefeller on a bargain. This is the only time I really did get ahead of my fellow millionaire." He had, he told the committee, cheerfully digressing from the business at hand, recently visited with Rockefeller, who had given him and Mrs. Carnegie large photographs of himself. "Positively it is a delight to meet the old gentleman, but I did not refer to the ore purchases that I made from him." Carnegie's jest about getting the best of Rockefeller was front-page news across the country the next day, with the cartoonists having a field day picturing the two tycoons locked in combat. The two men had, in fact, become more friendly with the passage of time, as each moved further away from business and into philanthropy and golf. Carnegie kept sending Rockefeller his publications and books he thought the old man would find informative. They also exchanged holiday gifts. In February 1903, Rockefeller, on blue stationery in tight, almost perfect handwriting with only a hint of a flourish, thanked Carnegie for his latest gift of the oatmeal of your own manufacture. "It is very good, and I hope you enjoy the eating of it as much as I do. Be sure to eat it very slowly and masticate well. Mrs. Carnegie will explain. You grind oatmeal, I grind apples, and have ordered a bottle of my sweet cider sent you from Pocantico. Keep right on with your grand work of giving away money, regardless of the criticisms of cranks and fools. You have already given away more money than any man living. The good Lord bless you and give you wisdom for your great responsibilities." "The precious cider has arrived," Carnegie replied. "Been drunk, and your good health and all your families proposed and enthusiastically hailed. Verdict rendered by Mrs. Carnegie, whose favorite tipple is cider, best ever tasted. Many thanks. I note what you say about giving, as none knows more about that than yourself. The way of the giver is hard, like that of the transgressor, but you and I don't give for applause, nor to please any body of men, or any man but ourselves, what we see to be for good of others. Therefore criticism and mean flings don't pierce the skin, and we go on. Our own reproach alone we fear. That's my talisman. If I please myself, I'll have to do much better than ever. Nobody abuses me as keenly as I do myself. I know more faults in myself than all the outsiders do. I play 18 holes St. Andrews, his club in Hastings-on-Hudson, yesterday, Saturday, not Sunday. When you return, I'll be glad to go and have a round on your links. I wish we could get to see more of each other, and our respective wives also become friends, not mere acquaintances. Do come and spend 2 weeks at Skybow, then we should be friends ever after. Your kind do not like fashion and smartness, neither do we. Here's my hand, let us be friends. P.S. That's a boy you've got. Took to him first interview. Kind greetings to Mrs. Rockefeller." Carnegie's second major project in the mid-1890s, which he pursued simultaneously with his negotiations with Rockefeller, was the construction of a new railroad that would link his Pittsburgh mills with the Conneaut Harbor on Lake Erie, the final destination for the Great Lakes steamers with their shipments of Mesabi iron ore. After 20 years of battling with the Pennsylvania Railroad for lower freight rates for iron ore running south and coke running north, he was ready to invest whatever money it took to provide his own transportation networks. "Railroad companies simply charge what the traffic will bear," he wrote Frick in February of 1896. I do not blame them for combining and getting the best rates they can from us. I am sure that you feel with me that if we were in PR President Mr. Roberts's place, it is very probable we should do exactly as he does. I would not reduce rates until I thought it was necessary. The only long-term solution was to find an alternate way to move materials into and out of Pittsburgh. Carnegie toyed with the idea of getting the federal government to finance a canal between Lake Erie and Pittsburgh. If we elect a Republican president, as I think we shall by an immense majority, it is probable that we shall get our bill through for a canal from Pittsburgh to Lake Erie. The canal idea was, Carnegie knew, rather far-fetched. It would, in the long run, be simpler, if more costly, to build a railroad linking the Union Railroad, the privately held road that connected the Carnegie Steel plants in Pittsburgh, to Conneaut on Lake Erie, the port of delivery for iron ore shipments, and Connellsville and its coke ovens to the southeast. All that was required was a great deal of capital. Carnegie, having long ago decided that it was best to put all his eggs into one basket, was reluctant to go into the railroad business, but recognized that he might have no choice if he were to gain the leverage he needed to force the Pennsylvania to lower its rates. In January 1896, he signed a tentative agreement with the president of the small railroad company that owned the ramshackle road from Lake Erie to Butler, Pennsylvania, about 30 miles north of Braddock. The two agreed to enlarge and extend the railroad between Pittsburgh and Conneaut. He simultaneously launched discussions on building a 30-mile spur to link Connellsville with the Carnegie plants in Pittsburgh. In February, James McCrae, the Pennsylvania Railroad vice president in charge of roads west of Pittsburgh, wrote to ask Frick to intervene and ask Carnegie to halt construction of the northern link and planning for the southern. I suggested, Frick wrote Carnegie, that if he would address a letter to me, stating his position, and what the roads under their control proposed to do in lowering freight rates, I would see what could be done to prevent its construction, said he would be glad of an opportunity of doing so. Carnegie's bluff had paid off. Pennsylvania railroad officials volunteered to negotiate lower freight rates if Carnegie Steel would pledge to abandon any plans to build new railroads. Frick, as chairman, presented the deal to the Carnegie Steel Board of Managers and telegraphed Carnegie to suggest that it be approved. When Carnegie refused to approve the deal Frick had negotiated, President Roberts and Vice President Frank Thompson of the Pennsylvania requested an interview with him. Carnegie had by this time obtained information on the rates the Pennsylvania Railroad charged competitors to ship their freight. Armed with these figures, and with plans for his new railroad, Carnegie, as he tells the story in an article he wrote later, strode confidently into the railroad offices in Philadelphia and demanded that Roberts and Thompson lower the rates charged Carnegie Steel to the level his competitors were paying. The railroad officials agreed, but asked in return that he drop plans to build competing railroads in the state. Carnegie refused to halt construction of the road north to Lake Erie, but agreed to abandon plans to extend it south to the Coke region in return for reduced freight rates. It would in the end cost Carnegie $2 million, $1 million of it borrowed from the United States Trust Company, to build his Lake Erie Railroad. It was worth every penny. The road, renamed the Pittsburgh, Bessemer, and Lake Erie, then the Bessemer and Lake Erie, reduced the costs of shipping iron ore to Carnegie Steel's mills and furnaces. With long-term agreements on cheap iron ore and coke, and transportation costs brought down to what even he now considered a reasonable level, Carnegie saw no limit to the company's future market share and profitability. There was no need, at least for the foreseeable future, for the company to enter into or remain in pools that limited its share of the market. Since we have the ore mines on our shoulders, and coke and the railroad, Carnegie wrote Frick in October 1897, we cannot afford to do anything that will restrict us from taking the business of the country and running full. Carnegie Steel was now ready to take on the world. Carnegie dared his competitors to try to take any of his business while he prepared to advance into their territories. When Illinois Steel, Carnegie Steel's major rival, put in a bid for an armor contract, Carnegie was outraged. I never knew a dirtier action in business than that of the Illinois in regard to armor. It was pure spite. A foul blow. Besides, under present management, that company has declared war against us. Instead of trying to arrange a truce, as he had in the past, Carnegie directed Frick to take the battle to the enemy. Now is the time when we are prosperous and others are not, to drive our stakes in everywhere and command the situation. Its supplies of raw materials assured the future was brighter than ever for Carnegie Steel. Our organization never was so perfect, Carnegie bragged to Frick in the spring of 1898. We seem to have reached the secret of money-making in iron and steel manufacture. Net profits were not only climbing, they were climbing exponentially. From $3 million in 1893, the first year of the Depression, to $7 million in 1897, to $16 million in 1898. While we cannot discount the effect of the iron mine acquisitions and railroad building ventures on Carnegie Steel's newfound profitability, the foundation for the company's extraordinary growth had been laid a decade earlier with the expulsion of the Knights from E.T., the Amalgamated from Homestead, and potential union organizers from Duquesne. With organized labor banished, Frick and Schwab had been able to cut wages and increase hours with brutal efficiency. In January of 1895, when the 1892 Homestead contract expired, Schwab reduced wages by a further 15%. In the spring of that same year, in the midst of a boom in production, Schwab recommended that the pay scale, which he had cut in January, be raised to keep workers from moving to other plants. Carnegie suggested instead that the furnace men and unskilled workers be paid a bonus, which could be rescinded whenever the company decided it necessary to do so. The bonus was set at 10%, well below the 15% cut in wages that had preceded it. A little more than a year later, in the midst of a mild downturn in orders, Carnegie proposed that the bonuses be rescinded. There is a very easy way to stop bonus. When mills stop for a time, as they must, for maintenance, before starting them, let the men be told quietly that the firm regrets it cannot go on paying bonus under present conditions. The men will agree to start without the bonus. If not, you can wait. No public notice need be given. Much of the money that was poured into Homestead and the other Carnegie plants was spent on labor-saving equipment. The gangs of men who had lifted, hauled, and shoveled were replaced by huge scooping machinery, automated car dumpers, larger barrows, electric trolleys, traveling cranes, and a variety of other mechanical devices. Between 1892 and 1897, the Homestead workforce decreased by some 25%. Contrary to Carnegie's promises in the 1880s, his workingmen did not share in the firm's remarkable prosperity. On the contrary, there was, through the 1890s, an inverse relationship between the firm's revenues and profits and the amount of money distributed to the workforce as wages. According to figures compiled by the geographer and historian Kenneth Warren, while the value of the goods shipped from the Carnegie mills increased by some 226% in the 7 years following the strike of 1892, the percentage of revenues paid out in wages decreased by 67%. The sliding scale, which Carnegie had claimed would serve as the foundation of the employer-employee partnership, was based not on profits, which continued to rise, but on the price of steel, which continued to fall. Carnegie never evinced any guilt at the conditions under which his employees labored, many of them for 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, for less than $1.50 a day. He was, on the contrary, proud of his record as an employer. In response to critics of his Gospel of Wealth essays, he had declared that those who ensure steady employment to thousands at wages not lower than others pay need not be ashamed of their record, for steady employment is, after all, the one indispensable requisite for the welfare and the progress of the people. Andrew Carnegie was not a cruel or uncaring man. In paying his common laborers $1.35 or $1.50, he was obeying the laws of the marketplace, which established this value for a day's labor. To have paid them or his skilled workers extra would have endangered the viability and profitability of his steel works. It would also have violated the principles of the Gospel of Wealth, which he was determined to live by. Having declared that his role in the larger evolutionary schema was to make as much money as possible, so that he would have the maximum amount to give away, he was obligated to squeeze profits out of his enterprises, and that required him to pay his workers as little as possible. A weaker man, Carnegie implied in his speech at the dedication of his Pittsburgh library in November 1895, might have given in to the entreaties of his workers to raise their wages. But Carnegie would not, even if it had been possible to share his surplus with his workers without damaging the viability of the enterprise. To do so was neither justifiable or wise, because there are higher uses for surplus wealth than adding petty sums to the earnings of the masses. Trifling sums given to each every week or month, and the sums would be trifling indeed, would be frittered away 9 times out of 10 in things which pertain to the body and not to the spirit, upon richer food and drink, better clothing, more extravagant living, which are beneficial neither to rich nor poor. These are things external and of the flesh. They do not minister to the higher, the divine part of man. It was far better, Carnegie insisted, to hold on to the surplus and concentrate it in one great educative institution, lasting for all time, which ministers to the divine in man, his reason and his conscience, and thus lifts him higher and higher in the scale of being. Chapter 29. We Now Want to Take Root, 1897 to 1898. A decade after their marriage, any doubts Andrew and Louise may have harbored about their future happiness had evaporated without a trace. Andrew remained as restless as ever, Louise as stable and calm. The combination worked well. As the years passed, the marriage grew stronger. They remained an odd-looking couple, the age and height discrepancy exaggerated as he shrank over time. But they also found more and more to bind them together. Andrew learned to appreciate classical music, Louise Scottish folk songs and the bagpipes. Louise grew accustomed, though never completely, to having a house full of guests, her husband always the center of attention. She even came to appreciate the joys of travel. Andrew, for his part, slowly but gradually understood what it meant to have a home to return to when his travels were done. For the first 3 years of marriage, Andrew had shared Louise with Mrs. Whitfield. Having dedicated years of his own life to caring for his mother, he could not begrudge Louise doing the same. When, in early 1890, Mrs. Whitfield died, Carnegie regained his wife, and her sister Stella, who became a permanent member of the household. "Louise heartily with me since her mother left us," he wrote Frick, with a mixture of pride and relief in January 1890. With his father, mother, and brother gone, Carnegie relied on Louise for emotional ballast. There was no one else to whom he unburdened himself, if indeed he did so with Louise. A little man and a majority stockholder in a huge enterprise, he had no choice but to stand tall at all times. His letters were, with rare exceptions, brimming with good cheer. He remained close with several of his boyhood friends, Bobby Pitcairn, Harry Phipps, Vandy, and Dodd among them, and gathered new friends as he grew older. With the exception of John Morley, most of them were also business partners, which added layers of complication to the relationships. Aside from aging relatives in Dunfermline and Cousin Dodd, who divided his time between Pittsburgh and Europe, Louise was his family. In a curious passage from his autobiography, he refers to Louise's guardianship. Like his mother, she worried about his health, tried to slow him down, and made sure he was well fed and clothed. In the winter of 1891, after 4.5 years of marriage, the world Carnegie had built with Louise was put at risk when she took ill with a severe case of typhoid. Louise's illness and the long convalescence that followed were profoundly disturbing. Having married a woman 20 years younger, Carnegie had never anticipated that it was he who might be left alone. Dr. Dennis, who had cared for Carnegie and his mother in Cresson in 1887, was called in at once. For several months Louise was bedridden, in and out of the hospital, with periods of recovery and relapse following unexpectedly one upon another. Carnegie remained at her bedside, moved into the hospital with her, and put off his annual spring trip to Pittsburgh until he was assured that she was out of danger. In the winter of 1895-96, almost 5 years to the day she had taken ill, Louise was stricken again. Fearful that the New York winter was delaying her recuperation, Andrew took her south to Palm Beach, and then to his sister-in-law's estate on Cumberland Island. The convalescence took much longer than expected. When Louise's health returned to normal, he brought her north to New York, then traveled with her and Stella to Italy instead of to England and Scotland, in the hope that warm weather might speed her full recovery. Louise and Andrew had been married for 9 years now. His 60th birthday and her 39th had come and gone, and still there was no sign of a child. Louise's authorized biographers, who had access to her diaries and personal correspondence, tell us that Mr. and Mrs. Carnegie had longed for a child, and that Louise, with her maternal spirit and her fine gifts for motherhood, was starved for one. Neither they nor Carnegie's biographers provide any explanation as to why that longing had not been satisfied. The explanation that makes the most sense is the one handed down orally from Louise to the daughter she finally had, Margaret, and from Margaret to her children and grandchildren. According to Linda Hills, one of her great-granddaughters, Louise had always wanted to have children, and certainly more than one. However, because Andrew had a friend who lost his wife in childbirth, he was very fearful of losing Louise in the same way and did not want to risk it. She, on the other hand, more than anything, wanted children. In her late 30s, she became very ill and was delirious. The time frame corresponds with the 1895-96 illness. During her delirium, she cradled a pillow and tended to it as if it were a baby. The doctor at the time told Andrew that she was pining away for a child, and that if she survived the illness, he must let her have one. We have no way of verifying the family story other than to note that it is consistent with the chronology of events. Louise got pregnant in the spring or summer of 1896, probably in Italy. She was very much with child when she returned to the United States in the late fall of 1896. In November, Carnegie wrote his cousin Dodd to tell him that Louise had rented a fine country house 30 miles out, from New York, back of Greenwich, Connecticut, 2.5 miles. We are to run out there now and then. Louise gets tired so easily since grip, and I think the experiment well worth trying. She does far too much to please people here, many of them old, far-away connections who are of all people most exacting, and take offense at refusals to dine and visit, etc. Now, we can be out of town. Cowardly retreat, but a retreat from them. There was no mention of the pregnancy, though this must have been the reason for their taking the country house. All was well in the Carnegie household. Louise was healthy, her sister Stella delighted to be living in the country, Carnegie as content as he had ever been. The lengthy depression of the mid-1890s was finally lifting. The Republicans were back in the White House. His Pittsburgh library, music hall, art gallery, and natural history museum were a grand success, and his career as a writer had taken off, with regular essays in the 19th Century and the North American Review. When in New York, he spent every morning in his library, the grandest room in the Carnegie's home. In the center was a mammoth table covered with pens, paper, newspapers, and open books. "There are books and books everywhere," wrote one visitor. "They reach from the floor to the ceiling and cover 3 sides of the room, as well as encroach upon the 4th side, which is the bright spot in the library, with its fireplace." On either side of the mantelpiece, stacked on shelves, were precious mementos and pleasing reminders of interesting occasions, photos, plaques, and trowels given as gifts at library groundbreaking ceremonies. There was a large easy chair for reading and a comfortable lounge for napping, with the rollicking motto above, "There's a good time coming, boys." Scattered elsewhere in the room were Carnegie's collection of musical instruments, a xylophone-shaped instrument from the Orient, and a set of Japanese bells. Carnegie entered his library at 10 each morning and generally stayed until 1 in the afternoon. After luncheon, he was likely to take a walk or carriage ride in Central Park. On occasion, he would return to his library in the afternoon to read a bit more or give dictation to his secretary. He remained a prodigious correspondent, not only with his partners and managers in Pittsburgh, but with a large and growing assortment of friends, including some of the English-speaking world's most renowned and powerful men. In one of his letters to Gladstone, he boasted like a small boy of having received in that day's post 3 letters, 1 from you, 1 from Herbert Spencer, 1 from John Morley. "I am quite set up as no other can say this." He had continued to maintain a steady correspondence with Herbert Spencer, who had, as he aged, become even more sour and ill-tempered. Now 77, he had written Carnegie at great length explaining why he refused to sit for a portrait to be paid for by donations from his British admirers. Spencer told Carnegie he had no wish to give anything back to the British, who had, by earlier neglecting to subscribe to his works, delayed their publication for several years. The Americans had always been generous, and he would sit for a portrait for them, but to his latecomer British admirers he owed nothing. Carnegie wrote back at once. Great men, he reminded his old hero, were never appreciated by their contemporaries. When have the prophets not been stoned, from Christ down to Wagner? Why, my dear friend, what do you mean by complaining of neglect, abuse, scorn? These are the precious rewards of the teachers of mankind. Let me urge you to go carefully over every word you have written which shows other than a spirit of deep gratification at the neglect, scorn, and abuse which you have had to suffer. Your attitude towards ordinary beings should be that of lofty pity and anxiety for their reaching the light by and by, which you have discovered and in which you rest. My belief is that one word showing disappointment, or may I say resentment, of the treatment you have received from your countrymen, will detract very much from the loftiness of our guide, philosopher, and friend. Do think this over. If earlier he had worshipped Spencer from a distance, he now acknowledged that he had something in common with his hero. Both men were underappreciated for their accomplishments. I remember you once said to me that you did not understand how I could go forward building libraries, halls, and museums for the working masses of Pittsburgh, when these had publicly requested city councils to reject the gifts. If I had entered upon the work with the desire to win popular applause, I should have richly merited the punishment that their action would have inflicted upon my vain nature. But I was sustained by the knowledge that they knew not what they did, and so rendered only more steadfast, if possible, in my determination to give them the precious gifts. The result has been extraordinary. Never, to my knowledge, have halls, libraries, museums, art galleries roused the masses of a city to such enthusiasm. Carnegie suggested that Spencer take a lesson from his disciple. While Louise and Stella remained in Greenwich through the winter of 1897, Carnegie commuted back and forth to New York. In March he took the train to Harrisburg for a brief business meeting and, as he wrote Frick, caught slight cold. The cold developed into pleurisy, a dangerous condition for a man in his 62nd year. The newspapers having picked up the story, his private secretary was obliged to acknowledge that Carnegie had indeed been struck by an acute attack of pleurisy, but that there were no complications, and reports in the press were making out his case much worse than it is. Carnegie insisted, in letters to Frick and Frew, with whom he now consulted regularly on his Pittsburgh library, that he was on the mend, but Louise remained concerned. Handed a note to mail to Frew in Pittsburgh, she added on the bottom that while Mr. Carnegie is really better, as you may see by the above, he is very weak, and the doctors say he must be exceedingly careful about exposure for some time. That dinner with the subsequent visit to Harrisburg were too much for him. He came home completely fagged, caught a chill, and this is the result. The episode brought dramatically home to Louise the harsh reality that she had married a much older man who was almost certain to die before her. On March 20th, from New York, where she was awaiting her confinement, she wrote to John Ross, Carnegie's solicitor in Dunfermline, to inform him that she had now completed paying, out of her own funds, for the property where Andrew had been born, and wished to begin work on erecting a fitting memorial to Andrew's mother and to himself. Of course, this cannot be done during either his or my lifetime, but I should like it started. She and Carnegie had talked a great deal about it this winter, and we both cling to the idea of a winter garden or palm house. This palm house should be filled with the choices of palms and exotic plants, placed under the care of an educated man who could instruct the people and make their visits interesting. The actual house in which Andrew was born I should like to keep intact. It could be used as a tool house. Perhaps the superintendent could live on the lower floor or have his office there. In the center of the palm house I should like to place a beautiful fountain of the finest marble, really a work of art, and if possible to bring the stream where Andrew used to draw water to flow through the fountain so that it would be a perpetual stream of pure water. 10 days later, on March 30th, 1897, 3 weeks after her 40th birthday, Louise Whitfield Carnegie gave birth to a daughter. Carnegie, who had remained behind in Greenwich to convalesce from his pleurisy, returned to New York to visit his wife and daughter. The birth had gone well. The baby was healthy. "As I first gazed upon her," Carnegie recalled in his autobiography, "Mrs. Carnegie said, 'Her name is Margaret, after your mother. Now one request I have to make. We must get a summer home since this little one has been given us. We cannot rent one and be obliged to go in and go out at a certain date. It should be our home. I make only one condition. It must be in the Highlands of Scotland.'" Louise had long before fallen in love with Cluny, which had been their summer home for almost a decade. It was here that she wanted to put down roots. There were, regrettably, more pressing matters at hand than their future Highland home. Carnegie's convalescence was not proceeding smoothly. Having exhausted himself during his trip to New York to meet his daughter, he was driven back to Greenwich to recover his strength. "Every day I find myself better," he wrote his wife on his return. "The trip to New York and excitement of meeting rather upset me, and I appeared worse than the normal condition. Wait till you see me here, and you will be happy. Now, since I have seen you and the little saint, I seem always with you. Before this, all was glamour, like a dream. Now, as real as ever, Margaret a little uncanny yet, fresh from heaven and not yet just earthly like ourselves. Guess I'll not risk another visit. I do so much wish to be well to welcome you. Only 6 days more after this. Hurrah! A kiss for Margaret and 20 for her mother. Ever, darling, your own Andrew." One tiny cloud lay on the horizon. Carnegie had received a note from Mr. Macpherson of Cluny, who was engaged to be married and intended on taking a wife to take up residence on his estate instead of leasing or selling it to the Carnegies. "We must remain in that district," Carnegie reassured Louise. "But hopes of our getting Cluny seem faint now, although there's many a slip, etc." Louise, knowing full well that her husband was overly optimistic, dismissed his cheery reports about his recovery. Worried that he would cut short his convalescence to take the train to Washington on armor business, she asked Stella, who had remained in Greenwich, to please tell Andrew the most patriotic duty we can perform to our country, better than the making of armor plate, is the taking care of our wee Margaret so that she in turn may grow up a strong, healthy woman and become the mother of men. This duty I cannot perform by myself, nor can he do it alone. We must do it together. Therefore please urge him to take good care of his health, not only for our sakes, but for our country." Carnegie stayed in Greenwich for another 2 months and received there the congratulations of family and friends on becoming a father. Frick, a devoted father to his own daughter, Helen, was among the most enthusiastic well-wishers. On April 30th he wrote Carnegie that he should like exceedingly to see Mrs. Carnegie and be introduced to the little daughter, and hope for that pleasure before you go abroad. Carnegie wrote back, as he always did, that he was gaining daily, up for breakfast regularly now. He intended to leave for Europe as scheduled on June 2nd, and invited Frick to bring the whole family to visit at Cluny. On May 31st, just before their departure, he wrote Dodd of their plans. "We intend to be quiet for a time at Cluny till all settle down. The Laird of Cluny's marriage may cause us to lose Cluny, and therefore I intend to coach about and see various places. We have decided to own our Highland home, no more leased houses." He suggested, as he would continue to do for the next 10 years, that Dodd buy an estate in the Highlands. "Don't you want to invest? Buy the adjoining estate and settle down for summers. I think a nice yacht up there would be worth having. Am improving, but not yet fit for the moors. The sea will do it, however." Undeterred by the difficulties of taking a newborn baby on an ocean cruise, Carnegie, Louise, Stella, and Margaret sailed on June 2nd, with their small army of maids, male servants, and private secretaries, supplemented now by nannies and nurses. "We came via Southampton," Carnegie wrote Gladstone, "only because in the American ship is to be had a complete suite of rooms, including Bathetic. Our infant traveler, only 2 months old, needed all conveniences." Their first weeks in Britain were not easy ones. "Margaret stood the voyage well," Carnegie wrote Frick from Cluny on June 14th. "But a boil or swelling on her neck gave trouble, and it had to be lanced in London. Poor little tot! She is flourishing here and begins to get her former rosy cheeks. We have had news of the death of Mrs. Carnegie's grandmother, who was more of a mother to Stella and Louise. This coming just after Aunt's death has made this for the first time a sad house. Stella has not been out of bed since we received the cable. Louise has Margaret, fortunately, but the doctor insists she should have no other cares for a time. So we are to live quietly, and those friends who were coming to see us and Margaret we have had to prevent. Mrs. C. insists upon nursing Margaret entirely. One doctor suggested a little mixture of our own condensed milk, which is fine, but no use. So as the time approaches for you to sail, I feel I must write to say that I have not the heart to suggest to her that we could have the Fricks with us. There are very few lady friends Mrs. C. would welcome so cordially as your wife. But you and Mrs. Frick will understand how we are situated. It would be no pleasure for you anyhow to be in the house with us, and so we must just go on ourselves until matters frightened. I am gaining strength daily, which is all I lack. Can walk around the Burns without fatigue, which is something. Of course you could run up or down, see me for a day or two, and talk over any business matters. Men need no attention, and Mrs. C. would not be interfered with in any way. Frick wrote back at once to say that he was not surprised by Carnegie's request. On my return from New York, Mrs. Frick at once said she did not think Mrs. Carnegie would want even her most intimate friends to visit her this year. He fully understood that the Carnegies were not up for a family visit, but hoped to be able to run up a day or two to see you. If not on my arrival, we'll do so before returning home. Carnegie was exaggerating his daughter's and wife's condition. They were well enough to take the train from Southampton to London for Queen Victoria's Diamond Jubilee. Baby Margaret's first trip, 9 weeks old. Baby an excellent traveler, Louise wrote in her travel diary. They stayed at the Metropole, from where they watched the Queen's procession from their window. From London they traveled directly to Cluny. On arrival, Carnegie set off on a coaching tour of the Highlands with the faithful Hugh Morrison, Edinburgh librarian and general aide-de-camp, at his side. Their holy grail was a Highland estate for the Carnegie clan, now expanded to include little Margaret. Louise remained behind at Cluny to care for her daughter and try to talk Macpherson into changing his mind and selling his family's estate to the Carnegies. While she had willingly sent Carnegie off on his journey, Louise worried that he might be enjoying the coaching so much he had taken his eye off the prize. She begged him to focus his considerable talents on this one task. Am very anxious, too, for your report by word of mouth. We now want to take root. We haven't time to make mistakes. As many playthings and play places as you like and yachts galore, but a home first, please, where we can have the greatest measure of health. But enough. We can talk this over better when we get together, and understand, darling, I want your good first, and I'll try to be happy wherever you settle. We shall gang far ere we find anything muckle better than Cluny for baby. Her cheeks are as brown and as fat as possible. She almost talked to me as I was undressing her this evening. Carnegie, meanwhile, was having a fine time touring. The only property that came close to meeting his requirements was Skybo in the northern highlands near the ancient town of Dornoch. The estate encompassed tens of thousands of acres of meadows, moors, gently rolling hills, lochs, and streams, a long stately entranceway lined with beech trees and yews planted 7 centuries earlier, and a view of the North Sea. An added attraction was its accessibility to several large lochs, the Dornoch Firth, and the North Sea, on which Carnegie could go yachting, his newest passion. There were, unfortunately, serious problems with the property. Unlike Cluny, where the main house and outbuildings were in fine repair, served by well-maintained roads and surrounded by finely manicured lawns and gardens, Skybo needed a great deal of work before the Carnegies could consider it their home. The last owner had ripped down what remained of the ancient castle and substituted a faux Gothic mansion in its place. The house looked grand enough from the outside, but was far too small for the full Carnegie entourage of extended family, servants, and visitors. Worse yet, the grounds, roads, fences, stone walls, and fields were in severe disrepair. The outbuildings, barns, dairies, stables, and the cottages in which the tenants, servants, and day laborers lived were literally coming apart at the seams. The previous owner had gone bankrupt and abandoned the property. The estate had fallen into the hands of court trustees who were willing to sell it relatively cheaply. The real costs would come later. It was going to require vast amounts of time, energy, capital, and on-site supervision to bring Skybo back to its glory. And then there were the dependents who came with the estate. As the laird of Skibo, Carnegie would become a post-feudal landlord with responsibilities for the hundreds who lived and worked on his land, but had no legal rights to it. Earlier in the century, Scottish landlords had had almost absolute rights to their land, the tenant farmers who lived and worked it almost none. But after a series of revolts in the Highlands and the passage of the Crofters Act of 1886, the laws governing land tenure had been changed to provide tenants with some protection. This almost guaranteed that Skibo, like other Highland estates, was destined to continue leaking money, until and unless Carnegie spent large sums to improve the land, attract new crofters, cotters, and day laborers, and make it possible for the protected tenants to pay their rents. No one, it appeared, but a rich American would have dared take on such a project. Even Carnegie was daunted. Instead of buying the property outright, he asked permission of the court trustees to lease Skibo for a season. With no other potential bidders in sight, the trustees readily agreed to his terms. In the fall of 1897, Carnegie, who had that spring suffered through a potentially life-endangering illness and become a father, initiated discussions with his partners about purchasing his and Harry Phipps's stock in Carnegie Steel. His fondest wish was that the company remain a closed partnership, with the surviving partners absorbing his and Phipps's shares. To make this possible, he proposed that the payout schedule be extended to give the surviving partners a full 50 years to buy back his stock and 16 years to pay for Phipps's. Carnegie's proposal to revise the terms of the ironclad agreement had to be approved by all the partners. Phipps, who had balked at the last revision in 1892 but eventually been persuaded to sign, refused to do so this time. Anxious to retire as soon as he could, he did not want to have to wait 16 years for his payout. Carnegie was incredulous. "My dear Pard," he wrote Phipps rather condescendingly, "surely you are a little off. I know of no reasons why the ironclad is not pleasing to you. Is it the 16 years you wish shortened? No doubt every partner will try to meet your wishes in this respect. I know when you consider fully you will never say you will leave your partners in the dark about what they are to meet when you go. If you go before me, and I am well, I think I could meet the occasion, i.e. come up with the money needed to buy Phipps's shares, but it might give serious trouble. Think over this. You have a fine, kind nature which will lead you to humane decision. Our partners are next to our family, in my opinion." On October 9th, Carnegie wrote Frick to warn him about Phipps, who was also concerned that the company was still offering new partners stock and allowing them to pay for it out of future dividends. "You may find him all awry in regard to ironclad agreement, but if you will have Lovejoy," the Carnegie Steel board secretary, "get all the signatures to it promptly, the squire will be all right. He seems unduly alarmed about matters, thinks we give new men interests unnecessarily large, favors getting in capital. In other words, he would make the firm like a corporation. The secret of our success has been that we have done just the opposite, and I have written him that next to taking care of our own families, I think our young partners have the greatest claim upon us old fellows, for whom they are working, making fortunes. I also suggested that if he wanted enough of cash out of the business to secure his family if they were not secure, I believed you would buy a part of his interest and could give him satisfactory security and rather prompt payments. He has not been up here. If I had a personal interview with him, I could no doubt arrange something satisfactory to him, but he sails on the 16th, and I shall not see him. You can, no doubt, smooth him down, calm his fears, and get his signature to the ironclad, which I think it is important to close." Phipps, having met with Frick, agreed to rethink his position on the ironclad before declining once again to sign it. Frick, as chairman of the Board of Managers, declared in October 1897 that with the new ironclad agreement in hiatus, perhaps permanently, because Phipps refused to sign it, the 1892 one would remain legally operative. The following June, Frick changed his mind. As he wrote Carnegie, he now believed the 1892 agreement was not binding on any of the partners, nor on anybody, and never has been. The agreement to take effect had to have been signed by every partner, but for some reason Vandy, now dead, had never signed it. This meant that the procedures set up in that supposedly ironclad agreement including the mandatory purchase of deceased partners' shares at book value, were unenforceable. Where this left the company, Frick did not care to speculate, nor did he let the rest of the partners know that the ironclad had been pierced. The bottom line was that if Phipps or Carnegie should die or demand it to be bought out, there were no legal procedures in place to determine the price of the shares or the method by which they would be purchased. The Carnegies decided not to return to the United States in the fall of 1897, as had been their custom. Carnegie, warier than ever of his health and that of his wife and baby, had decided that they would winter at the Villa Allerton in Cannes, where the climate was gentle, the accommodations luxurious, and the company, including William Gladstone, most hospitable. When the weather turned warm, they would return to Scotland and take up residence at Skibo. "Off to Cannes Saturday, beautiful Villa Allerton for the season," Carnegie wrote Walter Damrosch in early November, "and I have chartered a yacht. Expect to take almost daily excursions with Margaret. Her mother also, and Stella no doubt on fine days. All well. I am very well, Louise also, except a slight cold last 3 days, better today. I am all right, sure, never felt better, and the temptation to risk New York this winter was strong. Little Margaret and the Atlantic turned the scale." The villa turned out to be everything Carnegie had hoped for. It was a relatively new house, built about 1882, with a large garden, a pond, a shooting range, and a caretaker's cottage for the servants. "I'm sitting in my spacious library in shirt-sleeves, windows all open," he wrote Hugh Morrison in mid-November, soon after arriving. "The blue sea in the distance. All I need now is the coming yacht," which had been chartered from a Glasgow firm and was due to arrive in January. Margaret was doing brilliantly. She had graduated to porridge, Carnegie proudly reported. Louise was also delighted with the Cannes villa, though she had not gotten over her disappointment that, on leaving Cannes in the spring, they would not be returning to Cluny. "The giving up of Cluny, with all its tender associations," she wrote her friend and former pastor, Charles Eaton, "has affected my sister and me deeply, and we cannot look forward to Skibo with the delight that Mr. Carnegie does, but when we have seen it and have lived there, no doubt we shall grow to like it, particularly if it suits Mr. Carnegie and Margaret. We find our home here all we anticipated and more, and we are most delightfully situated. The restful out-of-door life has brought new vigor to Mr. Carnegie, and really there is not a trace of his recent illness left. He climbs the hills with the greatest ease, and is in the best of spirits." The Villa Allerton, rented for the winter season, provided everything the Carnegies required except a private secretary. Carnegie had decided to begin work on his memoirs and asked Hugh Morrison to find him a discreet, well-organized young man who could take dictation and use the typewriter. He must be an all-round intelligent, pleasing young man with brains, one anxious to do everything he can to make himself indispensable to us. Educated, of course, typewriter and stenographer, if with some literary ability, so much the better. Should like to try him on a special piece of work I have on hand. Would not engage him beyond 3 months. If he is just the man I want, would engage him permanently for £250 per year or even more. It is the exceptionally bright, good-natured young man I am after, but must have good judgment. He may have to see people about Skibo and attend to many little arrangements for me. Don't recommend any ordinary person. Give me a young man who can make a future for himself." Morrison suggested James Bertram, a 25-year-old Scotsman who had just returned from South Africa, where he had worked for the railroads. Carnegie was delighted. "You have rendered me a great service anent the secretaryship. Of course you know Mr. Bertram comes of good kith and kin and has a record. We shall expect him as stated. A real treasure of a secretary is the most important member of the family beyond its own members. He ought to become a lifelong friend and companion." Bertram turned out to be the perfect secretary. The two men would spend their mornings together for the next 18 years, until Carnegie was too sick to write any more. Bertram found Carnegie to be the most charming and companionable person he had ever met. Carnegie's conversation, Bertram would report later to Burton Hendrick, was brilliant, sizzling with anecdote and epigram, and reaching all fields. Soon after coming to work for Carnegie, Bertram would take on the task of organizing Carnegie's ever-growing begging correspondence, signing his own name to letters he preferred not to bother Mr. Carnegie with, transcribing handwritten scribbles into formally typed letters on the appropriate letterheads, and setting up the application procedure for groups applying for church organs and libraries. Carnegie, with Bertram at his side, kept very busy at Cannes. He turned over a full complement of business reports from Pittsburgh, started work on his memoirs, and spent increasing time on his philanthropies. As the profits at Carnegie Steel increased annually, so did his disposable income, and the size and number of his gifts. With profits at $3 million in 1893, he had spent less than $1,000 on new philanthropic projects. In 1896, with profits at $6 million, he donated more than $132,000, $100 million today. $12,500 to the New York Botanical Gardens, $1,000 to the New York Public Library, some $62,000 for his Pittsburgh Institute and Library, $14,000 for a library in Wick Parish in the Northern Highlands, $6,300 to Damrosch's Oratorio and Symphony Societies, $4,000 for schools in Homestead and Dunfermline, almost $27,000 for church organs, and $500 to the Old Timers Telegraphers Association. There would have been more money to spend had Carnegie acceded to the requests of his retired partners, Harry Phipps and Dodd, and paid out higher cash dividends. Phipps compared the fate of the senior Carnegie Steel partners with the fabled Philip Nolan, the man without a country, who had wandered the globe, always drawing near land but never landing. We get in sight of dividends, then a new ship, a new voyage, and never land, each time a new and deeper disappointment. Dodd was in full agreement. I have a long communication from Harry on the question of dividends versus improvements. His position seems to me unassailable. I cannot see why you do not make dividends. Phipps's and Dodd's entreaties fell on deaf ears. With Frick's support, Carnegie maintained that the company had no choice but to reinvest up to 75% of its profits in capital improvements if it were to remain competitive. For the time being, Carnegie thought it best to continue to concentrate his philanthropic spending on Pittsburgh. He turned down a request for funds for the Free Library in Wolverhampton, explaining that because he made a practice of not saving any money, he had none on hand to spend on new ventures. I am depending upon the future to provide the £400,000 which I promised to spend in Pittsburgh, and therefore I must resolutely confine myself to this department until I have the money. As it will come from Pittsburgh, I think it is only right that it should be spent there. When Gladstone asked for money for the Bodleian Library at Oxford, Carnegie turned him down as well. He had, he explained to Gladstone, pledged $1 million for his Carnegie Institute in Pittsburgh, and have still about $400,000 to spend there. I am in no position to give any considerable sums for other purposes. All my surplus will be needed to pay for the Pittsburgh editions. Much of the news from America that winter of 1897-98 was of Cuba, the atrocities committed by the Spanish troops, the growing independence movement, and the pressure on the American government to intervene. On taking office, President McKinley had declared himself opposed to intervention, but events were conspiring against him. In February 1898, the Spanish minister in Washington insulted McKinley in a letter published in the Hearst newspapers, and the American battleship Maine exploded under mysterious circumstances in Havana Harbor. In March, Senator Redfield Proctor, a respected moderate from Vermont, visited Cuba and reported to Congress on the deplorable violations of decency and human rights practiced daily by the occupying Spaniards. A great pity that Cuba looms up just when the nation was getting financially in splendid shape, Carnegie wrote Frick from Cannes on March 29th. There will be great excitement, but I believe there will be no war. Spain blusters, but is too weak. While leading Republican members of the business community, including Henry Frick, implored the president they had put into office to resist the drumbeat for war, Carnegie kept his silence, if only because he could not believe the Spanish government would be stupid enough to go to war, or strong enough, if it did, to hold back immediate defeat. Even after war had been declared in April 1898, Carnegie remained optimistic that it would soon be over. I am not alarmed, much as I regret war, he wrote Frick on April 23rd. Spanish bravado is a proverb. When put to the test, the forces of Spain will melt away. My only fear is that we may be induced to linger in Cuba, and become responsible for good government there. This would be more serious than the war. If we restrict ourselves to clearing the Spaniards out and then clearing out ourselves, the United States will have scored, as showing to the world a chivalrous act without taint of self. 20 years earlier, he had offered up the prayer after traveling through British-held India, "May heaven keep America from the colonizing craze. Cuba, Santo Domingo, avaunt and quit our sight." He had in the succeeding years witnessed nothing to convince him that America would benefit from following the British example and becoming an overseas colonial power. Fortunately, he had seen no evidence that McKinley was prepared to embark on such a course. On June 4th, as U.S. troops mobilized in Tampa preparatory to invading Cuba, the New York Times published a front-page interview with Carnegie, who was in London on his way to Skibo. He expressed his opinion that General Nelson Miles, the commanding general, was an ideal warrior who wins victories without fighting, and then went on to protest energetically against any extension of the Republic. Responding directly to the chatter from home about the emerging American empire, he declared his fondest hopes that the Americans will justify the sentiment of Mill. "The Americans often talk as if about to do foolish things, but so far they have never done one." Carnegie must have been referring to John Stuart Mill here, though I can find no reference to the statement cited. On June 12th, the New York Tribune and other newspapers reported that Carnegie had turned down a request from the Scottish Highlanders of Illinois that he outfit a regiment for service in the war with Spain. "I do not believe that the war will last long or ever reach the dignity of a real war. You will see Spain go all to pieces soon, much sooner than you could get the historical Highland garb provided for the regiment proposed." The Carnegies arrived at their new Highland home at Skibo in the spring of 1898, almost simultaneously with the American landing in Cuba. While Carnegie was as delighted with the estate as he had been on first sighting, he was still not convinced that he should purchase it, in large part because it was so lacking in the amenities required by a 62-year-old man, his 41-year-old wife, and their year-old daughter. Within weeks of settling in, he began making plans, tentative ones, to improve the estate. The overworked but compliant Hugh Morrison had already hired a staff, arranged to transport the Carnegies from London, and their furnishings from Cluny, and at Louise's request found the perfect organist. He had done so well at all these tasks that Carnegie added a new one. "I understand that principal librarian means that one has nothing much to do but attend to odds and end. Here is one for you. I wish very much to have a saltwater swimming bath, heated. Please ascertain who the man is in Scotland who has distinguished himself building these. I do not wish to get into connections with anyone who has not had great experience and knows the latest and best. Should like some idea of cost, say 30 feet by 60 feet. Louise found the new estate to her liking, though it would never come close to replacing Cluny in her affections. "We are all very pleased with our new home," she wrote Dr. Eaton that spring. "The surroundings are more of the English type than Scotch. The sweet pastoral scenery is perfect of its kind. A beautiful undulating park with cattle grazing, a stately avenue of fine old beeches, glimpses of the Dornoch Firth, about a mile away, all seen through the picturesque cluster of lime and beech trees. All make such a peaceful picture that already a restful home feeling has come. To show you the unique range of attractions, yesterday Mr. Carnegie was trout fishing on a wild moorland loch surrounded by heather, while I took Margaret to the sea, and she had her first experience of rolling upon the soft white sand and digging her little hands in it to her heart's content, while the blue waters of the ocean came rolling in at her feet, and the salt sea breeze brought the roses to her cheeks." Louise was especially pleased that her idea to hire an organist for Skibo had worked out so well. She had arranged to surprise Andrew, not told about her plan, by having the organist greet the Carnegies with Beethoven's Fifth as "we stepped on the threshold of our new home." The organist has now become a permanent institution. Every morning we come down to breakfast, greeted by swelling tones, beginning with a hymn or chorale, and swelling into selections from the oratorios, etc. In the evening our musician plays for us on our fine Bechstein piano, which we now are really enjoying for the first time. We are all delighted with our musical atmosphere. As important as the organist would be, he would never supplant the piper who, as chief music-maker at Skibo, was given the task of waking family and guests by circling the main house before sweeping through the downstairs hall, assuring that all were awake and primed for breakfast, and then returning at dusk to pipe the guests in to dinner. John Morley, to whom Carnegie had confided his misgivings about purchasing Skibo, urged him to think twice before turning it down. "I never put my ballot in, after all. My feel is for it, but you must surely try a little longer. It is of no use to take it for a term by way of experiment, and then to decide before the experiment has been fully made. The only possible drawbacks are 1. Distance, and 2. The bother of tenants. The place itself is extremely fine, as pleasant a place as I ever saw." With Morley's vote in favor and Louise's approval, Carnegie purchased Skibo. In early August, Carnegie was startled to receive a densely written letter at Skibo, in a tight, tiny hand, from his former secretary and assistant, James Bridge. Their last communication had not been a pleasant one. Carnegie had donated the copyright and royalties for the first edition of Triumphant Democracy to Bridge and John Champlin, who had helped him with the book. 5 years later, in 1893, Bridge contacted him to request his permission to bring out a second edition. Carnegie rejected the idea, but 18 months later changed his mind. Instead, however, of commissioning Bridge, he hired new researchers to bring the book up to date. Bridge was understandably angry. He held the copyright and was convinced that he had every right to profit from future editions. Having heard nothing from Bridge for almost 5 years, Carnegie was startled to receive what he believed was a thinly disguised blackmail request. Bridge had, he wrote Carnegie, rescued a trunkful of papers from the rubble after his house had burned down. Inside was a bundle which he assumed had to do with Triumphant Democracy. When he opened it, an unaddressed scrap of paper fell out. This unaddressed scrap, signed E, had evidently dropped out of letter written by a Mrs. Seymour. There were other envelopes addressed in the same hand, besides some in the hand of Miss Whitfield, as she was then, and some in another handwriting which I had seen before but did not recognize. Bridge claimed that he had no idea how Carnegie's private letters had ended up in his trunk, a good question, but he guessed that when Miss Hood, the maid, cleaned up your private desk on our leaving Crescent, she dumped the contents onto the pile I had taken out of my desk, which you remember was in the same room. His first impulse, on finding the letters, was to burn them all, but on reflection I thought that you might be told of their discovery. He assured Carnegie he understood how sensitive the letters were, and in order to avoid any embarrassment had placed them in a safe place in New York where no one but myself can get them. The scrap from E, the most sensitive note of all, he had locked away in his own safe in San Francisco. He suggested Carnegie should notify him immediately upon his return to New York, so that they might arrange for the transfer of the letters, and the scrap from E. You will understand why I do not wish to have it in my possession any longer than is necessary. It is needless to say that you may confidently rely on my discretion. Your instructions concerning the disposal of these papers will be carried out to the letter, and afterwards I shall try to forget the incident. Of course I have not read anything beyond the note which showed the character of the rest, though as you probably guessed at the time, I know who the Seymours were. Bridge closed his letter by asking for a loan of $10,000 so that he might purchase stock in the Overland Monthly, which he currently edited in San Francisco. In return, he would give Carnegie a half-interest in the company. It is a good business proposition as it stands, but I would supplement this by an appeal to Auld Lang Syne, when there was a bond of sympathy and mutual trust between us which alone would have justified me in making this request, and you grant it. Carnegie asked Bridge to mail anything you have of mine, but received nothing. In 1903, when Bridge surfaced once again, Carnegie warned his friend William Stead against him. He told Stead about the blackmail attempt and that he had refused to pay Bridge off. There was no reason why he should have. His relations with E. or Mrs. Seymour, whoever they were and whatever form they may have taken, occurred before he was married. Bridge did not get his loan, but neither did he follow through on his implicit threats. Carnegie followed events in Cuba as closely as he could from Skibo. Never one to put much store in protocol, He took it on himself in mid-July 1898 to cable the ranking officer in Cuba, General Nelson Miles, with his personal advice. It was a miracle that he got through to Miles, at a time when even William Randolph Hearst, covering the Cuban conflict for his New York newspaper, found it difficult to get an open cable line. The city of Santiago having fallen to the Americans, Carnegie urged General Miles to proceed at once, full force to Puerto Rico. Capture Puerto Rico would tell heavily in Spain and Europe. Through back channels, Carnegie had learned that the Spanish had fortified Havana and were preparing for a lengthy siege. The war, he counseled, would be brought to a speedier conclusion should the Americans proceed directly to Puerto Rico. Rather than dismissing this advice, General Miles laid it before McKinley and his cabinet. He was, he tells us in his memoirs, delighted when he was ordered to proceed to Puerto Rico, as the patriotic philanthropist had suggested. The general and his troops landed in Puerto Rico on July 25th. By the end of the month, as Carnegie had predicted, the Spanish government, its navy destroyed in Manila Bay and its soldiers defeated in Cuba, opened negotiations for an armistice. On August 12th, hostilities were formally suspended. The Spanish agreed to grant Cuba independence and cede Puerto Rico and Guam to the United States. The fate of the Philippines was to be determined at a peace conference to be held in Paris in the fall. Carnegie wasted no time making his opinions known on how the U.S. government should proceed. In Distant Possessions, The Parting of the Ways, published in the August 1898 North American Review, he presented a strong argument against the annexation of the Philippines, in the process establishing himself as a viable leader for a burgeoning anti-imperialist movement. The American nation, Carnegie argued, had come to a parting of the ways. Would it remain a republic, governed by the principles of self-determination? Would it continue to prosper as it enjoyed the blessings of triumphant democracy? Or would it follow the path of the mother country toward empire and triumphant despotism? The question should be calmly weighed. It is not a matter of party nor of class. Let us therefore reason together and be well assured that we are making no plunge into an abyss. Carnegie had no doubt but that the United States would be best served by withdrawing quickly from Cuba, Puerto Rico, and the Philippine Islands. As a manufacturer, he proclaimed, he had learned that trade did not follow the flag and colonies did not mean new markets. Even loyal Canada trades more with us than with Britain. She buys her Union Jacks in New York. Possession of colonies or dependencies is not necessary for trade reasons. The annexation of the Philippines would weaken, not strengthen the economy. The nations of Europe were already spending millions to stay abreast of one another in a feverish, escalating, and increasingly threatening race for foreign colonies. If we are to compete with other nations for foreign possessions, we must have a navy like theirs. France had 51 battleships, Britain 80. The Americans had 4, with 5 more in construction. To secure and protect its future colonies, America would have to spend millions. Arguing directly against his own self-interest as chief stockholder of the nation's leading manufacturer of steel plate and armor, Carnegie argued that monies spent on the military would come out of the funds needed for internal improvements in the Americas. A Nicaragua Canal, a waterway from the Great Lakes to the ocean, new and improved ports, harbors, canals, and railways. To be more powerful at home is the surest way to be more powerful abroad, and the way to enhanced power and prosperity at home was through investment in internal improvements. Carnegie's arguments against annexation were, for the most part, economic and political, but there were moral issues at stake as well. If it be a noble aspiration for the citizen of the United States himself to have a country to live for, and if necessary, to die for, why is not the revolt noble which the man of the Philippines has been making against Spain? Is it possible that the Republic is to be placed in the position of the suppressor of the Philippine struggle for independence? Are we to practice independence and preach subordination, to teach rebellion in our books, yet to stamp it out with our swords? It has hitherto been the glorious mission of the Republic to establish upon secure foundations triumphant democracy, government of the people, for the people, and by the people. tires the republic so soon of its mission that it must perforce discard it to undertake the possible task of establishing triumphant despotism, the rule of the foreigner over the people? And must the millions of the Philippines who have been asserting their God-given right to govern themselves be the first victims of Americans, whose proudest boast is that they conquered independence for themselves? It was a bravura, if uneven, performance. In shifting the terms of his argument from the economic to the geopolitical to the moral and then back again, Carnegie diminished the effectiveness of each strand in his loosely woven manifesto. But by extending the range of the anti-imperialist argument, he framed the contours of the debate that would follow. The tone of his article was confident, not defensive. He had logic and morality on his side. There was, in his article, what John Morley would later refer to as a touch of exaggeration in expression, but Morley excused it as an inevitable component of Carnegie's invincible optimism as to the whole world's progressive course. Carnegie had no doubt but that warfare and imperialism belonged to prior eras of world history. The future was to be one of peace through arbitration and the widening of the sphere of triumphant democracy. He was convinced that his arguments against annexation would carry the day. His confidence in President McKinley's judgment was bolstered when the President recalled John Hay to Washington to serve as Secretary of State. McKinley, Hanna, and Hay were reasonable men who could not possibly disagree with him on the dangers of annexation to the very soul of America. He could not have been more wrong. He had been a loyal Republican all his life and never veered far from the party line. Even his apostasy on tariffs had been relatively mild and short-lived. It was difficult, if not impossible, for him to imagine that he would ever be out of step with the leaders of his party, including his friend John Hay. But he was very much out of step, and would remain so for the rest of his life. While the Republicans, timidly under McKinley, more defiantly under Roosevelt, became the party of expansion and imperialism, Carnegie would remain, as he had always been, an opponent of military adventurism and American imperialism. Chapter 30. The Anti-Imperialist, 1898 to 1899. Andrew Carnegie's Views. A policy of colonial acquisition means death to business prosperity, read the October 21, 1898 New York Times headline. 2 days earlier, the Carnegie family had returned to New York on the Kaiser Friedrich after nearly a year and a half abroad. Carnegie wasted no time making public his anti-imperialist sentiments. When a Times editorial on October 24th questioned his assertion that the Filipinos were capable of governing themselves, he reminded readers that the Europeans had used similar arguments to defend their own colonial acquisitions. It was the cry against the Spanish republics that they could not govern themselves. Even Mexico not so long ago was thought incapable of self-government. These are all acquiring the art of self-government through the stern but salutary school of experience. So it will be with the Philippines. The people who have organized a large army and beaten their oppressors may be safely trusted eventually to establish stable government. He then proceeded to raise a new set of objections to annexation. Young Americans who had volunteered to fight against the Spanish oppressor ought not to be asked now to shoot down the patriotic Filipino soldiers who were fighting against the oppressor for their country's independence long before Admiral Dewey appeared. Let us watch what they say and do, if a President of the United States ever dares so to order. Carnegie had never in the past been much of a team player, but the stakes were too high for him to fight annexation by himself. Just 3 days after his return to New York, he began making contact with the nation's most outspoken anti-imperialists. "With every word you say as to the gravity of the present situation, I am in full accord," he wrote Carl Schurz, the former Republican senator and now a leader of the campaign against annexation of the Philippines. "I have been greatly troubled and have written the President several times from the other side. When can we meet? P.S. I think I have read everything you have said or written upon the subject. If we could have 100 bold men in public life like yourself, it would be better for the Republic." Carnegie's efforts were embraced at once by the anti-imperialists. E.L. Godkin, the editor of The Nation and the New York Evening Post, welcomed him back to the country with a personal note, and congratulated him on his recent articles and interviews. "You are doing the best work of your life. God protect you. Keep it up. We will copy you," in the Evening Post, "every time." Mr. Carnegie's re-entry into the public arena, after being out of the country for nearly 18 months, did not go unnoticed by Republican Party stalwarts who were pushing McKinley to annex the Philippine Islands, as he had Hawaii. Republican Chauncey Depew, who would be elected that year to the Senate from New York, attacked Carnegie for believing that the only thing to do was to scuttle and run. Depew assured his listeners that he and Teddy Roosevelt, who was running for governor, believed in assuming the responsibility in the spirit of Bunker Hill and holding on to the Philippines. On October 26, the week after Carnegie's return, Secretary of State Hay, acting on President McKinley's orders, instructed the American commissioners to the Paris Peace Conference to demand that Spain cede the Philippines to the United States. Carnegie was incensed at the decision and prepared to do whatever he could to get it reversed. On October 31st, one day after the commissioners formally presented their demands to the Spanish, he wrote a letter to the editor of the New York Tribune, a pro-annexationist Republican newspaper, in which he provocatively, some might say tastelessly, called attention to the stories from the day before on the return of the dead and wounded. "So goes on day by day the weary tale, only the first drippings, these, of the heavy blood tax required to feed imperialism." The following day, the Tribune published a second letter from Carnegie in which he updated the record of the vampire imperialism, which feeds upon the blood of our volunteers, and asked pointedly, "How many lives of American volunteers is occupation of the Philippines worth, I wonder, in the estimation of imperialists? Not one drop of one, I hope, will yet be the reply of the American people." 2 days later, he published his third letter in 4 days, this one longer and angrier than the preceding 2. In what he promised Tribune readers would be his last letter to the editor, Carnegie on November 3rd suggested rather bluntly that the men who had volunteered to fight to free Cuba from the Spanish should refuse to take up arms against the Filipinos. Volunteers cannot be induced to do the work of imperialism. They never expected to be called upon to hold in subjection at Manila insurgents who had risen against the oppressor, Spain. Now these men can urge with some degree of reason that they have not been fairly treated, that the President has taken advantage of them, that the war being ended, their engagement is also ended. Republicanism and imperialism were essential foes. If McKinley did not retreat from the course he had set, Carnegie was confident that the U.S. Senate would do its duty, reject the Treaty of Paris, and dedicate itself anew to the policy of the fathers, and keep the Republic solid, compact, impregnable, free from the vortex of European strife. It is a credit to Carnegie's stature and to President McKinley and his cabinet's commitment to free speech that no legal action was taken against Carnegie for suggesting that American soldiers should refuse to fight in the Philippines. Carnegie was fully committed now to the anti-annexation campaign, though he knew this would put him at odds with his party, his president, and his friend John Hay. On November 19th, he signed on as an honorary vice president of the newly constituted Anti-Imperialist League and sent a check for $1,000. On Sunday, November 20th, he attacked the president for vacillation. "I begin to grow doubtful about the president having convictions upon any subject," in the anti-imperialist Democratic New York World. This change of venue from the Republican Tribune to Joseph Pulitzer's World was a big step away from the political orthodoxy that had marked his public statements to this point. The World welcomed him on its front page with a portrait, all the space he needed, and a huge banner headline, "Andrew Carnegie, No Imperialism. The greatest steel manufacturer on earth writes for the world his reasons against annexation of the Philippines." On Tuesday, November 22nd, 3 days before his 73rd birthday, Carnegie took the train to Washington to call on the president at the White House. The meeting was a private one. Carnegie told reporters only that he had left his card in the White House. He did not say he had returned later to implore the president to take a firm public stance against annexation. Receiving no hint of any sort that McKinley was going to do anything of the sort, Carnegie stepped up his public attack. On Thursday, he sent Secretary of State Hay a preview of the article he intended to publish that Sunday in the World, and closed with a personal letter. "Strictly confidential, I would write this to no one else but you," imploring him to intervene with the President. McKinley, Carnegie feared, was being ill-advised by nice, courteous gentlemen, the very kind of people the President don't need about him just now. He, Carnegie, did not relish having to contradict the President in private and criticize him in public, but he knew of no other way to get him to reverse his policy. "Someday, if the President awakens from the abyss into which he is about to plunge, he will send for me and thank me for being his best friend. If I arraign him, it is for his good. My friend, I have never had such an unpleasant task to perform in my life." He intimated that McKinley was not listening to reason because he was ill. 3 years earlier, he had suggested the same thing about Frick, the last man to disagree with him. "I am so sorry for the President. I do not think he is well, and yet I see that if one American soldier's blood is spilt shooting down insurgents, either in Cuba or in the Philippines, he should be like another Macbeth. He shall sleep no more. Every drop of blood is upon his hands." Carnegie was so used to winning people over to his point of view, through charm, logic, and sheer bullheadedness, that he took it as a personal affront when he failed. "It is a great strain which the President is putting upon the loyalty of his friends and supporters," he confessed to Hay. "Many are bearing it. It has proved too great for me." He signed his letter, "Bitterly opposed to you, yet always your friend," then added a P.S. "How I wish I could stop all this stirring up of the President in the newspapers, but he gave me no hope that he realized how he was drifting to the devil." Carnegie's self-importance knew no bounds. What, for John Hay and the loyal Republicans who surrounded the President, must have been most infuriating was his cocksure self-confidence combined with a total lack of party loyalty. It was one thing to criticize the President in private, quite another to do so in the Sunday newspapers. On Sunday, November 27th, Carnegie published his second anti-imperialist article in the World. This one also splashed across several front-page columns. The centerpiece was a monetary account of the pros and cons of imperialism. Speaking from his bully pulpit as a successful manufacturer and businessman, Carnegie reckoned the cost of annexing the Philippines to be not less than $100 million per annum. Its benefits, zero. Despite the prognostications of Secretary of the Treasury Lyman Gage, who has never manufactured anything nor exported anything, and President McKinley, who had no experience of commerce, annexation, Carnegie declared, would yield no tangible rewards for the nation's businessmen, working men, wage earners, or farmers. The Philippines were simply too far away to be a viable trading partner. The claims of the imperialists that foreign acquisitions extend our commerce with the Philippines is groundless. Let us hear no more of it. They must confine themselves to humanity with a big H. For business reasons, there are none. Recognizing that he might have exceeded the bounds of propriety in attacking, in a democratic newspaper, the President's policy, logic, and lack of convictions, Carnegie concluded his onslaught by confessing that he was a personal friend of McKinley who had, just that week, been granted an interview in the White House. Mutual friends, he claimed, had suggested that he had gone too far in questioning whether McKinley had convictions upon any subject. He declared in his World article that he had not been speaking of the private character of Mr. McKinley, but of his official acts as president. "I have known Mr. McKinley most of my political life. I have always been his friend, but never so much his friend as I am today when I tell him the truth as I see it. Would that he had more such friends." Shamelessly advertising his exalted place within the Republican Party as independent advisor to presidents past and present, he declared that years before he had counseled another friend, former President Ulysses S. Grant, against annexing San Domingo. "I have done with President McKinley just as I did with President Grant, opposed and denounced his policy. General Grant remained my friend notwithstanding to the end, and I his friend." Carnegie was walking a tightrope now, and he knew it. He had criticized the President and his policy in print, but remained, or so he professed, a Republican who had the best interests of the party and the president in mind. On November 28th, he wrote to warn McKinley that labor and the nation's chambers of commerce were opposed to his decision to pay Spain for the Philippines. The true friend, Carnegie assured McKinley, not only warns a friend of what he sees to be dangers that surround him, but he ventures to counsel him as to what he should do in the crisis. Were I President of the United States, I should announce in my message to Congress that I demanded the Philippines from Spain that I might give to them the independence which every people can claim as a God-given right. He signed his letter, "Your friend personally, but the bitterest enemy you have officially, as far as I know." Secretary of State Hay was beginning to worry for Carnegie's sanity. In a letter to Whitelaw Reid, Hay criticized the wild and frantic attack now going on in the press against the whole Philippine transaction, and added that he feared that their mutual friend Andrew Carnegie really seems to be off his head. He writes me frantic letters, signing them your bitterest opponent. He threatens the president, not only with the vengeance of the voters, but with practical punishment at the hands of the mob. He says henceforth the entire labor vote of America will be cast against us, and that he will see that it is done. He says the administration will fall in irretrievable ruin the moment it shoots down one insurgent Filipino. He does not seem to reflect that the government is in a somewhat robust condition, even after shooting down several citizens in his interests at Homestead. Carnegie would have been aghast to discover that Hay was ridiculing him behind his back. He had indeed thrown caution to the winds in publicly attacking the sitting president he had helped elect, but he could do no less to protest a policy so fraught with danger to his beloved republic. Annexation of the Philippines was wrong, politically, economically, morally. The president had to be made aware of this. In everything he said or did, Carnegie believed he was acting in the best interests of his nation and of the Republican Party. He had, it was true, allied himself with the anti-imperialists, many of whom were opponents of core Republican positions, but he had done so as a loyalist who stood with the party 100% on the issues of tariff protection and the gold standard. It was incumbent on those in the anti-imperialist camp, whatever their views on other issues, to work together against annexation. He would do his part as a Republican insider. He expected Godkin and other independents and Democrats to do theirs by rallying to the cause as many voices and votes as they could. Believe me, the fight has just begun, and we are going to win. The president is now getting letters from most important men, both industrially and politically. They are opening his eyes. There is nothing that benefits the cause like such letters from men to whom he is indebted. Carnegie spent most of his waking hours on the anti-annexation campaign. He might have done better to devote some of that time to his steel business. Since Frick's retirement as president almost 5 years earlier, Carnegie had been trying to redefine his role in the company. He continued to read and comment on the minutes, reports, and accounting statements sent him, and had taken a lead role in negotiating a long-term agreement with Rockefeller for iron ore, and in constructing a new railroad that linked his mills to Conneaut Harbor on Lake Erie. By the fall of 1898, his company had attained what he had earlier characterized as an impregnable position in the steel industry. This did not mean, of course, that there were not issues that required his full attention. There were. The steel industry had entered into what Alfred Chandler has called the nation's first great merger movement. The notion of merging competing firms was not a new one, but it had been sidetracked by a lack of interest in financing industrial consolidations. Only as it became apparent that manufacturing firms had come out of the mid-1890s depression in better shape than the railroads, and that the best protection against antitrust legislation was to merge competing companies, did capital become available for a new and robust round of industrial mergers. In 1897, there had been 6 mergers in the manufacturing sector. In 1898, there were 16. In 1899, 63. In September 1898, the Morgan interests organized the Federal Steel Corporation, with a capitalization of $200 million, by consolidating the Illinois Steel Works, the ore mines of the Minnesota Iron Company, the Lorain Steel Company, and 2 railroads. Judge Elbert Gary, Illinois Steel's general counsel, became Federal Steel's first president. Through 1898 and with accelerating ferocity in 1899 and 1900, the merger movement transformed the steel industry. The Morgans were not the only financiers who understood the magnitude of profits that could be generated by merging former competitors. Speculators like the Moore brothers of Chicago and John Betamillion Gates, acting separately and in concert, organized American Can, American Steel Hoop, National Steel, and American Tin Plate. Judge Gary, with the Morgans' support, merged 14 different companies into National Tube and another 25 into American Bridge. Carnegie, Frick, and Schwab had at various times during these 2 frantic years been asked to join the parade, but they had never found an offer to their liking. In January 1898, Judge Gary had broached the idea of having Carnegie Steel merged into the new American Steel and Wire Company he was helping to organize. 4 months later, John Gates had suggested that Carnegie might want to purchase Illinois Steel, then in the process of being consolidated into Federal Steel. In May, with mergers in the air, Frick suggested that Carnegie consolidate Carnegie Steel and H.C. Frick Coke Company, which were still managed as separate companies. It seems to me time may have arrived when Carnegie Steel Company should own all stock in H.C. Frick Coke Company. One big perfect organization would have many advantages. He didn't add, and didn't have to, that the individual shareholders in the companies would profit enormously from such a merger. Though Phipps was in favor of the plan, Carnegie's cousin Dodd feared that the terms Frick laid out were far too favorable for the Coke Company shareholders. "How comes it that the Coke business has got so very valuable, has increased in much larger rates than the steel works? Let us take a breath anyway. There are a number of different points of view to look at this from." Carnegie agreed with Dodd that the issue needed further examination, which he put off until his return to the States in the fall of 1898. By the time Carnegie returned after 18 months abroad, the business decisions waiting to be made had mounted, one on top of and often dependent on the other. His partners tried their best to get Carnegie to concentrate on these issues, but he demurred. All through the fall and winter of 1898, while Frick was considering various plans for consolidation, the majority stockholder appeared to be fully absorbed by the anti-imperialist campaign. Phipps, who had been trying to cash out his interest in the company for several years, traveled to Washington to spend time with Carnegie in November and reported to Frick that Carnegie had finally begun considering the great question of selling out and contemplating what he would do with the great sum he would get. Much of it, he had decided, would be spent on a fine plum for Pittsburgh. Dodd, who was in closer communication with Carnegie than anyone else, had no idea whether his cousin was prepared as yet to sell his interest in his companies. "His mind is nothing like made up, sometimes one way and sometimes another," Dodd wrote Phipps in late November. "A little circumstance took place during one of our talks which it would be well you should know. Louise came in and sat down. He turned to her and told her what we were talking about. His thoughts were running favorably to the sale at the time. She remarked that when it was done she would be the happiest woman in America. He immediately turned on her quite savagely and went into quite a tirade on men who retired from business, dying, etc., etc., that he would be laying down a crown, etc., etc. So I judge the matter will make the most progress by being let alone as much as possible. He is in a considerably excited state about the Philippines anyway, and this coming on the back of it may have had physical effects, I fear." Carnegie had been talking about selling his steelworks for years, but never very seriously. It was impossible to sell without a buyer, and outside of Messrs. Rockefeller and Morgan, there were few men capable of coming up with the cash or guaranteed 5% gold bonds that Carnegie wanted for his share. Still, he knew that he could not hold out forever, that sooner or later he would have to cash in his majority interest in the company that bore his name. The question was, when? In his Gospel of Wealth essays he had stated that it was the duty of the man of wealth to dispose wisely of the surplus revenues he had accumulated. Had his fortune been smaller, it would have required less time to dispose of. But it was huge, and growing larger by the day. The sooner he started giving it away, the better. On the other hand, the longer he delayed, the larger that fortune would grow, and the more there would be to give away. Approaching his mid-60s, Andrew Carnegie had reinvented himself again. The star-spangled Scotchman, capitalist, and philanthropist had become the nation's most outspoken anti-imperialist. Almost daily now, new letters, tracts, pamphlets, and articles were sent forth from the library at 5 West 51st Street. He published letters to the editor of the New York World on November 30th, December 1st, December 8th, and December 11th, then switched to the Republican New York Times and published 3 more on December 12th, 17th, and 24th. The onslaught continued through January 1899 with another 5 letters to the editor of the World. To make sure that his message reached the widest possible audience, Carnegie hired a press agency to privately syndicate his World letters to at least 500 papers in the agricultural press, as well as to thousands of weeklies and hundreds of the leading dailies in the country. His friend, the industrialist Clem Studebaker, requested copies of all the letters that you have written in reference to the Philippine question to distribute to his own networks. Frank Doubleday approached him with the suggestion that they publish a short book of articles, Imperial Policy of the United States, which will sell for 25 cents in paper, 50 cents in cloth. Carnegie also published the speeches and articles of other prominent anti-imperialists. "Print your speech in pamphlet form and distribute it, and I will be your banker," he wrote Carl Schurz after receiving an advance copy of a speech Schurz intended to deliver in early January in Chicago. "This is the way in which I can aid the good work. You have brains and I have dollars. I can devote some of my dollars to spreading your brains." Fearing that Schurz, like Godkin, was becoming disillusioned with the mounting drumbeat of support for annexation, Carnegie reassured him as best he could. "Do not lose faith in the Republic or in triumphant democracy. It is sound to the core." As the weeks passed with no sign that McKinley was backing away from his decision to annex the Philippines, Carnegie reached out to Democrat anti-imperialists like Grover Cleveland. In mid-December, another Democrat, William Jennings Bryan, the man whom Carnegie had so caustically referred to 2 years earlier as a trickster, a charlatan, and a conjurer, sent him a note asking Carnegie to call at the Hotel Bartholdi in New York. Carnegie replied by asking Bryan to visit him instead at home. "I would go to you, but am sick and unable to leave the house. I believe you to be the only man in the country today who can save us from the twin evils of imperialism and militarism." The newspapers got wind of the meeting and had a field day with rumors about the canny old Scotsman and the Nebraskan populist plotting an alliance to overthrow McKinley. Carnegie asked Bryan to abandon his silver campaign and concentrate his energies on the fight against imperialism. He may also have suggested that if Bryan ran for the presidency in 1900 on an anti-imperialist instead of a pro-silver platform, he might support him. Bryan, of course, had no intention of tying himself to Carnegie politically. "Am informed that you have prepared public statement discussing our interview and suggesting possibility of your supporting me in 1900, Bryan cabled Carnegie on Christmas Eve. "I hope report is untrue. I have not discussed interview publicly and prefer that you do not. I am not a candidate for any office at this time. Whether I ever shall be again depends upon circumstances. I not only ask no pledge of support, conditional and unconditional, but believe a pledge or prophecy likely to injure the cause of constitutional government against imperialism, a cause which is more dear to me than political preferment. I am making this fight in my own way, and hope to see the question disposed of before 1900 so that the fight for silver and against trusts and banknotes may be continued. You and I agree in opposing militarism and imperialism, but when these questions are settled we may find ourselves upon opposite sides as heretofore. Let us fight together when we can and against each other when we must, exercising charity at all times." The silver issue, Bryan insisted, was far from dead. Still, he agreed that it was important that he and Carnegie join together to fight imperialism and militarism. "Keep after them," Bryan wrote again on December 30th. "You will reach Republicans and I shall reach silver men. I assure you that I wish you every success in your effort to point out to other people the evils that attend a colonial policy. Having met the enemy in his own home and been spotted doing so, Carnegie had some explaining to do. On December 29th, in a note wishing John Hay and his family a Happy New Year, accompanied by a small lot of whiskey from the Queen's vat, i.e. the vat from which she is renewed every year, Carnegie mentioned the silly reports anent Bryan and your servant, and explained that Bryan had called upon him as well as upon several Americans, not imperialists. I was honored. He's right anent Americanism, but unless he drops silver he has no chance. But he can beat us to death on the right platform. Though Bryan had told him the exact opposite, in no uncertain terms, Carnegie, pulling out all the stops, informed Hay that he now believed that the Democrats will drop silver, then look out. Carnegie had become something of a one-note Jeremiah with his dire predictions of gloom and doom should the Republicans become the party of imperialism. Opposition to Republican expansionism, he insisted in another letter to Hay, was mounting across the country. A large majority of the most intelligent are opposed. As to labor, that is settled. As to the farmers, I believe they will be ranged alongside of labor. From the party point of view, I see nothing but disaster. If the country should be polled today, the majority against expansion would be something surprising. I believe President McKinley stands today in grave danger of wrecking the party to which he owes his elevation to the highest political office on earth, and needs today more than ever he did in his life the counsel of men who will tell him the truth, because they have no favor to seek at his hands. If McKinley was not going to pull back from the abyss, the Senate could block annexation by refusing to ratify the Treaty of Paris. In January 1899, a month before the Senate was scheduled to vote on the treaty, Carnegie published the first part of Americanism versus Imperialism in the North American Review. Having in previous articles dispatched the argument that imperialism promoted commercial expansion, he took aim at the two remaining tenets of the imperialist credo: that America's military might and security would be strengthened by its acquiring a Far Eastern empire, and that humanitarian interests dictated that the Americans benevolently govern the Filipinos, who, as an inferior race, were incapable of governing themselves. Carnegie declared that the annexation of the Philippines would weaken, not strengthen the nation militarily by providing potential enemies with an easy point of attack. With a tiny navy and almost no regular army, the United States had but two ways to protect its new holdings in the Far East. It could enter into a military alliance with the British and rely on them for protection, or it could embark at once on a 20-year project of militarization. For it would, he argued, take at least that long to construct a viable navy. In either case, the result would be disastrous. The Senate vote on ratification of the Treaty of Paris was scheduled for February 6th. Carnegie relocated to Washington in late January to lobby against it. Because a two-thirds majority was required for ratification, the Democrats had it in their power to reject the treaty. Bryan, however, already looking ahead to the 1900 presidential election, believed it wise politics to permit the treaty to pass so that he could oppose it and imperialism in the upcoming campaign. He argued as well, and as speciously, that the treaty did not obligate the president to annex the islands. Carnegie and the vast majority of the anti-imperialists did not see it that way. A vote for the treaty was a vote to ratify the sale of the Philippines to the United States, preliminary to formal annexation. The treaty was ratified by a one-vote margin when Bryan refused to marshal any votes against it. In the years to come, it would be claimed, without proof, that soon after the ratification vote, Carnegie visited with President McKinley and offered to buy the Philippines for $20 million, the amount the Americans had given Spain, and set the islands free. The claim is not credible. Carnegie did not have anywhere near that sum to spend, and would not until he sold Carnegie Steel, an event that was several years in the future. He never mentioned any such offer in his autobiography or any of his letters, but he never denied the rumor either, preferring perhaps to let it stand as testimony to his commitment to peace. Carnegie had now lost every round of his fight against annexation and imperialism. Like a punch-drunk boxer, he staggered forward, refusing to concede defeat. Though the Philippines were now a possession of the United States, McKinley or his successor could, he claimed, with the stroke of a pen, grant them independence. In March 1899, Carnegie published the second part of Americanism versus Imperialism. Again, he laid out all the arguments against annexation, but this time around, the article format could no longer contain his anger. The evils of imperialism had assumed human form as American soldiers waged war on the people they had sworn to free from Spanish tyranny. How could this have come to pass? The Filipinos, though an inferior race, were not savages or barbarians who required taming. Carnegie urged his readers to concentrate their attentions not on the differences between the races, but on their similarities. It is astonishing how much all human beings the world round are alike in their essentials. The Filipinos love their homes and their country, their wives and children, as we do, and they have their pleasures. They have just the same feelings as we have, not excluding love of country, for which, like ourselves, as we see, they are willing to die. Oh, the pity of it, the pity of it! That Filipino mothers with American mothers equally mourn their lost sons. One fallen, defender of his country, the other, the invader. Sometime during the fall of 1898, as Carnegie entered deeper and deeper in the battle against the annexation of the Philippines, he made up his mind to sell his shares in Carnegie Steel if a suitable offer were made. He did not advertise the decision or put it in writing, but let Frick and Phipps know that this was his intention. Frick proposed that Carnegie Steel and H.C. Frick Coke should be consolidated into one holding company and sold to outsiders or to the remaining partners. Carnegie suggested that Frick should work this up. Frick answered that there was really nothing to do but call a meeting of the senior partners and reach firm agreement. There were, he insisted, several potential investors ready to provide the funds required to buy the new company. It is surprising the amount of money awaiting investment in this city, Pittsburgh. On all sides you find people who are looking for investments. Early in January 1899, Carnegie, Phipps, Frick, Dodd Lauder, Charlie Schwab, and the other senior partners met at Carnegie's home in New York. It was agreed to try first to sell the Coke and Steel companies either to Federal Steel, the new conglomerate organized by the Morgan interests, or to Rockefeller. When neither party consented to bid, Frick, with Carnegie's encouragement, wrote up the alternative plan to consolidate the Steel and Coke companies into a new company which the partners would then purchase. Dodd, Carnegie, Phipps, and perhaps Frick would be paid for their shares in cash and gold bonds and retire. Although there was much to recommend selling now, Carnegie, after initiating talks on selling, hesitated and then declined to move. The latest profit figures for 1898, which he had just received from Frick, convinced him that the business was doing too well to give up just now. It made better sense to wait a few years and then sell out at an even higher price. On January 24th, he cabled Frick that he had decided not to sell his shares or to merge Frick Coke and Carnegie Steel into a new company. He claimed his decision had been made with Frick's best interests in mind. To be frank, I prefer keeping with you in Coke. Why should your own concern, biggest of its kind, be merged or changed as long as you are to the fore, or willing to look after it, which I know you can't help doing any more than I can Carnegie Steel? These are no Helen, Frick's daughter, or Margaret by a long sight, but they are our business creations. I can't get over the feeling that we lose our affection for this baby if ever a change is made. My will gives Carnegie Steel Company control if I die, and if anything happens to you, which the fates forbid, of course we should have to do the best we could, which I fear wouldn't be very good. Frick Co. Company is good for a year, bigger than interest on bonds. Let's let it alone is my vote. I'm not anxious to sell, neither is the squire. Neither should you be. It's good enough. Frick did not agree. He wanted out of the partnerships with Carnegie, out of the Coke Company, out of the Steel Company, and he believed that that was what Carnegie would in the end agree to. He had received too many confused signals from Carnegie to abandon his plans to first consolidate, then sell H.C. Frick Coke and Carnegie Steel. He would, he was convinced, eventually come up with a plan that was too good for Carnegie to refuse. In March 1899, the next chapter in this extended saga opened when Frick was approached by William Moore, who, with his brother, had made a name for himself by organizing a number of trusts and mergers, including American Tin Plate and National Steel. Moore offered to buy and then consolidate Carnegie Steel for $250 million, 5 times its established book value, and H.C. Frick Coke for the inflated price of $70 million. He intended to raise much of this money by selling shares in the merged company to the public. We don't know if it was Moore's idea or Frick's to keep his name from Carnegie, but it was in any event a wise decision. Carnegie had spent a lifetime distinguishing the good he did as a businessman from the evil wrought by stock speculators. He would not have been comfortable handing over the business that bore his name to a man like Moore with a reputation for stock manipulation. Years later, Carnegie testified under oath that he did not know it was Mr. Moore that we were dealing with. Mr. Frick told me that the parties had bound him not to reveal who they were. Carnegie claimed that because he did not know who the principal investors were, he required, as an earnest of good faith, a non-refundable option of $2 million, of which 58.5%, or $1.17 million, his share, was to be deposited in his private account. A reputable businessman and investor, he reasoned, would have no trouble coming up with such an amount. Frick agreed that this was a reasonable request. Carnegie then gave Mr. Frick and my partner, Mr. Phipps, my power of attorney to act for me in accepting to option if it were taken. Frick presented Moore's proposal to the Carnegie Steel Board of Managers and announced that as the mystery investor was able to put up only $1 million of Carnegie's option money, he and Phipps would contribute the extra $170,000 from their own pockets. He asked the other partners to forego what would have been their share of the $2 million option money, and they agreed. On May 4, 1899, Frick and Phipps cabled Carnegie in Britain, "Option money deposited today. We furnished $170,000. Cannot say when prospectus will be made public. Will cable frequently." The next day, Frick cabled again, this time with the news that the outline of the prospectus had been well received, although full details not made public. Subscriptions will be received here at First National Bank and like institutions in leading cities in this country. Likely will be oversubscribed. Before 5 days had passed, Carnegie received another enthusiastic cable from Frick and Phipps. The new company, they announced, was going to be organized in New Jersey with the current board of managers as directors and 6 additional members. The officers would remain the same. Sufficient money had been raised so that there would be no necessity ask public subscriptions. 2 days later, Frick discovered for himself why Carnegie had wanted nothing to do with speculators like the Moore brothers. On May 12th, Roswell P. Flower, the ex-governor of New York and one of the speculators whom the Moores had enlisted in their syndicate, died suddenly, throwing the whole plan into limbo. Frick confronted William Moore, who confessed that with Flower out of the picture he would have a difficult time coming up with the money he had promised. He suggested instead that they raise it by selling 2.5 million shares of stock at $100 each. Before Frick had a chance to notify either Carnegie in Scotland or the Board of Managers in Pittsburgh, word was leaked in Chicago that Moore was behind the plan to sell stock to the public, infuriating Frick, who directed his chief lieutenant in New York to say to Mr. Moore, "If statements of this kind appear in the press, I will feel called upon to deny them." The understanding was there was no publicity to be given this matter until we all agreed just how and when it should be done, and I expect that understanding to be strictly lived up to. The cat was out of the bag. On May 20th, Frick and Phipps wrote Carnegie about the new plan, which, they explained, would, unlike the first one, capitalize the company at $50 million, exactly what it was worth, with no water added. Mr. Moore, Frick now confessed, had wanted a higher capitalization, but in the new plan would not get it. 3 days later, Frick cabled Carnegie again in one final attempt to explain away Moore's failure to live up to the agreement he had made. Mr. Moore is an honest man, but very sanguine. He led us to believe that the First National Bank and City National Bank would join him in taking charge of this matter. This new agreement puts the matter in control of Mr. Phipps and myself, and is on a very conservative basis in view of what has been agreed to pay you, and on a basis where our employees and friends can safely invest. It is astonishing the demand there is from that source. Notwithstanding the demand, however, amount of money to raise is immense. Believe the public will subscribe, buy common stock, largely. If I should find, however, that it was not all going to be taken, might conclude to sail with my family on 6th of June, and have a conference with you regarding it, in which event would have Mr. Phipps accompany me. Though he did not reveal it in his letters or cables, Frick was close to panic now. The option was due to expire on August 4th, at which point the $1,170,000 paid Carnegie would be forfeited. Frick and Phipps expected that Carnegie would keep Moore's portion of the option money and return the $170,000 they had contributed. On May 29th, Frick wrote to suggest that Moore accompany him and Phipps to Skibo to ask Carnegie for an extension. If you should decide to go, it would be well to keep it entirely quiet, and not let the newspapers know that you are going abroad to see him. I have grave fears that Mr. Carnegie will decline to extend the option. He will regard it as a cold business transaction, so that the result, as far as you are concerned, would be to lose the money you have paid, and I have serious doubts about Mr. Carnegie's willingness to ever return it. Please think this all over and let me hear from you. When Moore refused to travel to Scotland, Frick asked if he could at the very least organize an underwriting syndicate that would take absolutely, say, $50 million or $60 million of the stock and pay for it. This, I think, would greatly influence Mr. Carnegie to extend or modify the option. Without this, I fear our effort will be fruitless. The four Carnegies, Andrew, Louise, Stella, and Margaret, who had celebrated her second birthday in March, arrived in June to spend their second summer at Skibo, their first as owners. On June 23rd, they were joined by their tenants and neighbors for the official laying of the foundation stone for the castle they intended to build on the site of the existing house. Construction began at once. The servants were moved to a nearby cottage. The Carnegies settled into their own wing of the old house. There were fewer guests than usual that summer, though Carnegie did entertain the American ambassador to Britain, Joseph Choate, Choate's wife and daughter, the journalist William Stead, and several Americans who were shooting nearby. Carnegie had quickly settled into his new life as a country squire. He was, his friend Stead thought, like a child with a new toy. For a man of 62, 64 really, he has succeeded marvelously in preserving unimpaired the delight of youth in all that is new and beautiful. He is as enthusiastic as a boy about Skibo. Heaven itself, he declared, is not nearly so beautiful as Skibo. Carnegie enjoyed fishing for salmon in the Durnach Firth, and trout in the mountain streams that fed it. The Sea Breeze, his yacht, lay at anchor a short distance from the house. That summer, Carnegie took several trips with his family and one with Rudyard Kipling, who was staying nearby with his father and cousin while recuperating from illness. Carnegie also spent a great deal of time at the golf links, about 3/4 of a mile from the main house, down a beautiful winding path. He introduced Ambassador Choate to the game that summer. With Stead as their caddy, he and Choate played 3 or 4 holes before a thunderstorm, a frequent Skibo occurrence, sent them scurrying back to the house. Harry Phipps and Frick arrived at Skibo in the second week of June to petition for an extension of the Moore option. Carnegie's answer was blunt and to the point. "I said not 1 hour," he reported to Dodd, adding that both Frick and Phipps were delighted, both wishing the matter ended. Carnegie then proposed that the company be sold to the partners, who, he suggested, could take out a new mortgage on the properties and buy out his share for 4% gold bonds. Pleasant interview at Skibo, Frick and Phipps cabled the board in Pittsburgh. Will not extend or modify present option. Have advised Chicago, i.e. Moore. Carnegie, as always the most gracious of hosts, took the two men on long walks and carriage drives, and proudly showed them the improvements he had made, and planned to make, on his estate. It was, he thought, a very pleasant visit. In July, Carnegie visited Phipps at his estate in England. The partners, who had been friends now for almost half a century, went fishing, and Andrew was made happy by catching 2 fine salmon, 17 to 18 inches long, hooked and landed them unaided. Phipps wrote Frick, who had returned it to Pittsburgh, "I landed 3 the other morning." The Moore plan had fallen through, but the promise of a huge payout had prompted Carnegie to think again about selling his interests in Carnegie Steel and H.C. Frick Coke. During Stead's visit, Carnegie confided to his old friend that he was going to retire on January 1st, 1900. He was not, he insisted, retiring because of health. He was as active as ever, Stead found. Nor was he retiring because of pressure from his partners, who, he told Stead, hoped he would remain active in the business. But Mr. Carnegie was inexorable. He said it was much better that he should leave and let them run the business themselves. If he held on to the business, it would increase greatly in value. Nonetheless, he had decided to retire in order that he might spend his life in distributing the money which he had taken so much time to earn. Stead found the prospect of a self-made millionaire embarking on such a venture of giving away his entire fortune so interesting and so practical and so up-to-date that he chose to devote his upcoming annual, the 150 to 200-page pamphlet he sent in December to his Review of Reviews subscribers, to the story of Mr. Carnegie's Conundrum. 40 million pounds. What shall I do with it? On learning of Stead's intention, Carnegie had rather deprecated my publishing anything about him or his millions until next year. His plans, he said, were not completed. Still, he supplied Stead with the autobiographical materials he needed and tacitly gave him permission to proceed. Stead's pamphlet was published in late November 1899. Carnegie was busy that summer on his own writing projects. He expanded his anti-annexation articles into the full-length book Frank Doubleday had asked for, then put the manuscript away. It would never be published. Carnegie had reluctantly concluded that summer that there was nothing more to be said on the subject of the Philippine annexation. The Senate had approved the Treaty of Paris, an insurgency had broken out in the islands, American soldiers killed, and a new war declared. No president could dare grant independence to the Filipino insurgents while they were at war with American soldiers. Carnegie wrote no more articles or letters to the editor or private notes to Secretary of State Hay about the Philippines. He did not give up his commitment to anti-imperialism so much as redirect it from the American annexation of the Philippines to the British invasion of the Transvaal, the Northern Boer Republic. Britain's conduct in South Africa was, Carnegie insisted in a North American Review article written that fall and published in December 1899, indefensible and her policy foolish. No nation has a right to attack and endeavor to suppress a people so capable of self-government as the Dutch, Boers. Carnegie did not feel quite so isolated as an anti-imperialist in Britain as he had in the United States. In the United States, his allies had been apostate Republicans and a few Democrats. In Britain, he was joined in his attack on the Boer War by his friends in the Liberal Party. When Sir William Harcourt, formerly Chancellor of the Exchequer in Gladstone's government, delivered one of his several impassioned speeches against the war, Carnegie congratulated him on his and the Liberal Party's stance. Although I have no right to interfere in your politics here in Britain, I cannot refrain from writing you a few words having just finished your speech. Never has the question been so clearly, so powerfully placed before the country. It is unanswerable, and such is my faith in truth so clearly put that I have new hopes, and, barring accident which is always to be feared in such positions as the present, that my nation is to be saved from the indelible disgrace of wrongfully waging war against a weak state, whose internal independence it has itself guaranteed. Yourself and Morley will live in history for your noble defense of the right. Our own branch of the English-speaking race is today covered with infamy, suppressing allies whom it promised independence. I have tried to imitate you even against my own party. I am going to denounce McKinley and his apostasy to our traditions. Wish I could reach our people as I know you have done. Despite his promise, Carnegie did not, on returning to New York in the fall of 1899, denounce the president. With American troops having returned to battle, this time against Filipino insurgents, he realized that there was now no way of recalling them, short of some sort of victory. Chapter 31. The Richest Man in the World, 1899 to 1901. The battle was joined in October 1899. This time, there would be no reconciliation. Frick had hoped and expected that Carnegie would refund the $170,000 he and Phipps had put up as option money in the Moore deal. By the end of the summer, it had become clear that Carnegie had no intention of giving it back. He had discovered that Frick and Phipps had, without informing him, written into the agreement with Moore a $5 million bonus for themselves should the deal be consummated. Carnegie had given them power of attorney to act on his behalf in the negotiations. He had never suspected that they were, in fact, co-promoters and would profit handsomely if and when Carnegie Steel was sold to Moore's syndicate. The least he could do to show his displeasure was to withhold their $170,000. Frick did not petition Carnegie for the money he and Phipps were owed, nor did Carnegie ever raise the issue of the $5 million bonus. Instead, Frick and Carnegie took out their anger by veiled and not-so-veiled criticisms of one another. Carnegie, who held his temper better, did not mention Frick by name when he criticized several contracts which the board, under Frick's leadership, had recently approved. Frick defended himself by going on the attack. "These contracts have been made, and we must live up to them. If Mr. Carnegie wishes to review past actions," Frick declared at the board meeting of September 11th, "we have as much right to review other things. I think we have blundered about in proportion to our interests in our concern." Carnegie, he was suggesting, as the majority stockholder, had made the majority of the blunders. Remarks published in the minutes were intended for Carnegie's consumption, and Frick knew this. He had tried to provoke Carnegie, but without much success. "The chairman says that we all have blundered," Carnegie responded blandly on October 16th. "True, and always will blunder. No one is infallible, but suggestions of a change do not imply personal reflections. It is simply a business question as to what is best, and experience should teach us to change when thought best." Frick was not conciliated by what he must have seen as a rather condescending riposte. For more than 2 decades now he had bristled as Carnegie exercised his prerogatives as majority stockholder. After resigning as president of Carnegie Steel, Frick had stayed on as chairman of the board of managers and provided the glue that kept the company together. While Carnegie was leading the high life in New York, London, and his Scottish estates, Frick stood at his post in Pittsburgh through fair weather and foul. He had waited patiently for the older man to resign, or, failing that, to turn over control of the business to his partners. At the very least, he expected that Carnegie might by now have recognized, as surely everyone else did, that Henry Clay Frick knew as much as he did about the steel business, and infinitely more about Coke. Twice before, Frick had lost his temper and his good sense at Carnegie's hauteur, picking a fight knowing he could not win, and been forced to resign. As long as Carnegie remained the majority stockholder in Carnegie Steel and the controlling stockholder in H.C. Frick Coke, there was no way Frick was going to win a battle with him. On October 25th, 9 days after Carnegie's letter acknowledging his blunders was presented at the Carnegie Steel board meeting, the H.C. Frick Coke board met, with Frick in the chair. At the end of the meeting, Thomas Lynch, the president of the company, reported that Carnegie Steel officials had informed him that they had been advised by Mr. Carnegie that he made a permanent contract with Mr. Frick at a fixed price per ton, $1.35, commencing January 1st last, and that they would pay only that amount, not the higher rates the Coke Company had been billing them. Lynch insisted that there was no record of any such contract for $1.35 a ton Coke, and he had repeatedly so informed the proper officers of the Carnegie Steel Company. There were arguments to be made for and against such an agreement. A year before, Frick, at Carnegie's suggestion, had agreed to fix the price of Coke at $1.35 for the next 5 years, but the oral agreement reached between the two was never finalized. Because the market price of Coke was, in 1899, above $1.35 a ton, it was to Carnegie Steel's advantage to enforce the unsigned agreement. It was to H.C. Frick Coke's advantage to deny its existence. Dodd Lauder, who represented his cousin and Carnegie Steel on the Coke Company board, suggested that any questions about such an agreement should not be the subject of board business, as they were between Mr. Frick and Mr. Carnegie. Frick ignored him and asked Lynch if he wished the board to take any action. Lynch recommended a formal resolution rejecting Carnegie Steel's claim that H.C. Frick Coke was bound by prior agreement to deliver coke for $1.35 a ton. Dodd Lauder protested again that this was a matter for Frick and Carnegie. Frick overruled him. He insisted, no authority to make any contracts for the Coke Company. That was the responsibility of the board. He put Lynch's resolution to a vote, and it was passed, with Dodd the sole dissenter. On Carnegie's copy of the board minutes is scrawled in his handwriting, "No contract, declaration of war." This had, it appears, been Frick's intention. Rather than attempt to negotiate his differences with Carnegie, he was ready to go to war. Lynch formally notified Schwab at Carnegie Steel that he had been authorized by the H.C. Frick board to cease delivery of coke until the steel firm acknowledged that there was no agreement in place setting the price at $1.35. Carnegie and Schwab did not respond to the obvious provocation, but instead behaved as if nothing had happened. In early November, Carnegie traveled to Pittsburgh to attend a meeting of the Carnegie Steel Board of Managers. There was no mention of the coke pricing dispute at the meeting. The major item of business was a resolution to buy from Frick a parcel of land near Homestead. It was approved unanimously. While their two companies remained in battle mode over the critical issue of how much the steel company would pay for its coke, Frick and Carnegie continued their long-term correspondence on merging. Carnegie had proposed combining the two companies based on their book values. Frick recommended on November 18th that the merged company be capitalized at $150 million, double the book value for both companies. It was not an unreasonable proposal, as the Consolidated Steel and Coke Company would be worth at least that much on the open market. Carnegie rejected Frick's proposal. That same day, November 20th, the Board of Managers of Carnegie Steel held its regular monthly meeting. Frick inserted into the minutes an angry, disjointed, frenetic attack on Carnegie. He called the board's attention to the fact that the company had, at Carnegie's insistence, loaded up on advance orders for rails at a full $8 less than the current market price. Then, having accused his senior partner of poor business judgment, he violated Carnegie's cardinal rule of business etiquette and launched an ad hominem attack. Frick informed the board that he had learned, from whom he did not say, that Mr. Carnegie, while here, stated that I showed cowardice in not bringing up the question of price of coke between Steel and Coke companies. It was not my business to bring that question up. He insisted that neither he nor Carnegie had the right to determine company policy in regard to coke pricing, then steered off in another direction and accused Carnegie of attempting to destroy the H.C. Frick Coke Company and its directors. The value of our coke properties for over a year has been at every opportunity depreciated by Mr. Carnegie and Mr. Lauder, cousin Dodd, and I submit that it is not unreasonable that I have considerable feeling on this subject. He, Carnegie, also threatened, I am told, while here, that if the minority stockholders of H.C. Frick Coke would not give their share of the coke to the steel company at about cost, he would, if possible, attempt to ruin them. He also stated, I am told, while here, that he had doubts as to whether I had any right, while chairman of the board of managers of the Carnegie Steel Company, to privately purchase land near Homestead for later resale to the steel company. Why, Frick asked rhetorically, had not Carnegie been manly enough to say to my face what he said behind my back? Frick demanded that Carnegie apologize for slandering him, and threatened not to sell his land to Carnegie Steel without such an apology. Harmony is so essential for the success of any organization that I have stood a great many insults from Mr. Carnegie in the past, but I will submit to no further insults in the future. There are many other matters I might refer to, but I have no desire to quarrel with him or raise trouble in the organization, but in justice to myself I could not at this time say less than I have. Carnegie wrote Frick at once, "To relieve you as promptly as possible from present troublesome thoughts. Never did I say a word other than in praise of your conduct anent the purchase upriver, i.e. the property adjoining Homestead which Carnegie Steel had purchased while Carnegie was in Pittsburgh. This is just the result sure to come from talebearers, distortion. Words innocent, if one hears and knows the conditions and spirit in which they are said, become quite another thing when the informer injects his venom. Again, I don't remember ever mentioning the coat difference except to those who had said to me you had told them you would fix it with me. If I have insulted you, I have known it not. On the contrary, I have looked forward, until your scheme miscarried, to you being in command of all, and it has not been a source of anything but a satisfaction to me. I shall receive your unmerited invective in silence. When you get your usual calm, and if you come to me, I shall tell you all the circumstances just as they occurred, and you will be sorry for your hasty outburst to your partners. I am not guilty, and can satisfy you of this, also of the folly of believing talebearers, a mean lot. Carnegie had probably gossiped too much about Frick during his most recent trip to Pittsburgh. Discretion had never been one of his virtues. The important point, for Carnegie at least, was that he had acted without malice. Carnegie did not hold grudges. Frick had tried to profit at his expense from the Moore deal, but that was past history, and Carnegie was always looking forward. The dispute between the two men on the price of coke was about business, and thus Carnegie trusted, amenable to settlement. Cousin Dodd, who had never liked or trusted Frick, was not nearly as charitable. By personally attacking Carnegie at the board meeting, Frick had thrown down the gauntlet. Carnegie, Dodd insisted, could not now back away. To my mind, the chairman, Frick, seems to have deliberately burned his boats, and the issue is now Carnegie or Frick, pure and simple. Should you make any arrangement that leaves him in power, everyone will practically look on the settlement as your virtual abdication from the control of the affairs of the firm. I have considered ever since this controversy about coke began that he is scarcely responsible for many of his sayings and doings, and now that the sting of the failure last summer is added, the less said about his condition of mind, the better. You voice my views exactly, Carnegie wrote back. He had, he recognized now with a bit of prodding from his cousin, suffered too long from Frick's tantrums. Carnegie had no stomach for personal confrontations, and never had. He had long ago exiled himself from Pittsburgh because he had no wish to engage in boardroom battles or intrigues with partners. Frick, on the contrary, appeared to enjoy such confrontations. For that reason alone he had to be sent away. Frick goes out of chairmanship of board next election or before. That's settled days ago. Carnegie insisted to his cousin that he had, in years past, put up with Frick's outbursts because he needed him. But the time had come to replace Frick with Charlie Schwab, who had demonstrated that he was ready to run the company. You may show to CMS, he instructed Dodd, and let him lay his plans accordingly. Once again we are to be a happy and united family. My birthday. Never better nor happier, especially since I decided to tell Mr. Frick in kindest manner that I mean divorce under incompatibility of temper. I shall tell him never had anything but happy family until he came into it, and I am not going to have anything else. It is divorce between us as far as management of our business is concerned. I believe our best business interests demand an end of quarreling. Schwab, uncomfortably thrust into the middle of the dispute between his two superiors, tried to effect some sort of reconciliation, but failing, suggested that Carnegie notify Frick himself that he was removing him from office. Undoubtedly the best way is for you to come to the offices in Pittsburgh and arrange matters with Mr. Frick direct. Believe me, dear Mr. Carnegie, I am always with you and yours to command. I want to be straightforward toward all. I believe the great majority of important partners feel as I do. Schwab then wrote Frick, advising him that Carnegie was going to depose him as chairman and that there was nothing Schwab could do to protect him. Carnegie arrived in Pittsburgh a few days later and informed the board members that he was going to request Frick's resignation. Before he had a chance to do so, Frick formally resigned in a letter to the board dated December 5th, 1899. Frick's resignation came at a critical moment in the company's history, as it was being challenged by newly formed conglomerates in finished steel. On December 30th, Carnegie outlined his battle plan to the Board of Managers. If the newest of the giant steel finishing trusts, in tin plate and wire, decided to produce their own unfinished ingots instead of purchasing them from Carnegie Steel, Carnegie was prepared to fight them to the death. If they decline to give us what we want, then there must be no bluff. We must accept the situation and prove that if it is fight they want, here we are, always ready. Here is a historic situation for the managers to study. Richelieu's advice. First, all means to conciliate. Failing that, all means to crush. We should look with favor upon every combination of every kind upon the part of our competitors. The bigger they grow, the more vulnerable they become. It is with firms as with nations. Scattered possessions are not in it with a solid, compact, concentrated force. Hoping that Frick had cooled down since submitting his letter of resignation, Carnegie wrote him from New York in late December or early January 1900, and took up once again the notion of consolidating Frick Coke and Carnegie Steel. At the end of this handwritten letter, he segued into a discussion of the dispute about coke pricing which had precipitated the break between the two partners. I wish you would fix coke prices. Schwab wrote me about them. My views are, as far as I can see now, that the price fixed by you, $1.35, was right. He suggested that the two companies begin negotiations on a fixed price for all time, and relieve us of friction which has arisen. Surely you and Lauder and Lawrence, Phipps, Harry's son, could figure this out. Do get at a permanent arrangement and greatly oblige. You want to make your pard a Christmas gift anyhow. I'll not look for a $40,000 thing. Give me a settlement permanent on coke and I'll bless you. Below his signature, Carnegie added, We never had friction before. It annoys me more than dollars, even than Philippines. There is no record of any response from Frick, perhaps because he recognized belatedly that he held a losing hand. Kenneth Warren, whose account of the breakup is the most compelling we have, concedes that from this point on it is difficult to follow the sequence of events. There was clearly further tampering with the company records. The evidence now available is not complete. Triumphant Capitalism, page 255. Carnegie's position was unassailable. As a majority stockholder in H.C. Frick Coke, he now pushed through a reorganization which gave him 5 out of 7 seats on an enlarged board of directors. He, not Frick, was in complete control now, not only of Carnegie Steel, but of the Frick Coke Company as well. On Sunday, January 7th, 1900, Carnegie, who had been in Pittsburgh twice in 2 months, returned once more to ratchet up the pressure on Frick. On Monday he met again with the Carnegie Steel Board and proposed that it formally withdraw the 1897 ironclad agreement, which, because Phipps had refused to sign it, was non-binding. He then asked the partners who had joined the firm in the last 10 years to sign the 1892 ironclad. His reasons for adding the signatures of the new partners to the 1892 agreement were transparent. He was making sure that this agreement was legally binding should he choose to invoke it. Like the other versions of the ironclad, the 1892 agreement provided that 3/4 of the partners with 3/4 of the shares of stock could at any time, for any reason, expel a sitting partner and demand that he sell his shares back to the company at book value. If Frick did not back down, Carnegie intended to exercise this clause and remove him from the partnership. On Tuesday, January 9th, the reconstituted board of the H.C. Frick Coke Company met and, with Frick and Lynch in a 5-2 minority, approved the $1.35 a ton price agreement. Frick stormed out of the room to confer with his lawyers. On Wednesday, as Frick worked in the private office at the Carnegie Building in downtown Pittsburgh, he was told that Andrew Carnegie was in the anteroom asking to see him. According to George Harvey, Carnegie announced that he had dropped in to see if they could not reach a definite and final settlement of the coke dispute between their two companies. He insisted once again that Frick had the year before agreed to a permanent price of $1.35. As Frick was uncomfortable with that agreement, Carnegie now proposed that the price stand for 2 years only. Frick asked if this were a final offer. Carnegie reminded him that he had the votes on the board to do anything he pleased. Frick then inquired if Carnegie would be willing to sell his interest in H.C. Frick Coke at a price to be fixed by competent and disinterested businessmen. Carnegie declined to do so. Frick asked if Carnegie would buy Frick's interest in Carnegie Steel at a price to be fixed in the same way. Again, Carnegie refused. Frick wanted to know what would happen if he declined to accept Carnegie's offer to set the price at $1.35 for 2 years. Carnegie answered that if Frick persisted in causing harm to Carnegie Steel, the partners would have no choice but to buy him out at book value. The discussion had gone as far as it could. Frick, realizing he was trapped, lashed out in anger. According to Burton Hendrick, who based his account on a memorandum by Carnegie describing the episode, Frick jumped up and clenched his fist and said, "Why, I expected that. Now you will see what a fighter I am. This is a fight." And then he began a tirade of personal abuse. I sat very soberly, because there is nothing sobers one man so much as seeing another give way to passion. He became wilder, and I was forced to leave. The next step had already been prepared. Carnegie called into session an emergency meeting of the Carnegie Steel Board of Directors. A resolution was offered and passed requesting Henry C. Frick to sell, assign, and transfer to the Carnegie Steel Company Limited all of his interest in the Carnegie Steel Company. Those signing the resolution represented more than 3/4 of the partners and 3/4 of the outstanding shares of the company, as per the 1892 ironclad agreement. On Monday, January 15th, the board secretary, Francis Lovejoy, who had been one of the few partners opposed to the resolution, presented Frick with the resolution. 2 days later, Lovejoy resigned his position as secretary of the board in protest against its treatment of Frick. On Tuesday, Frick delivered his reply to Lovejoy. "Yesterday you served on me a notice dated January 15th, 1900, in which you referred to a certain agreement between the Carnegie Steel Company Limited and the partners composing it. Will you please give me an exact copy of the said alleged agreement, the existence of which I deny?" On February 1st, Charles Schwab, as president of Carnegie Steel, informed Frick that his 6% interest had been transferred to the company and that the proceeds from the sale were being held in trust for him. Based on the terms of the ironclad agreement, Frick was to receive $4.9 million, which represented 6% of $75.6 million, the book value assigned the company. The settlement was ridiculously unfair. Any impartial valuation of the company would have put its worth between $250 and $500 million, 6% of which would have yielded Frick some $15 to $30 million. It was true, as Carnegie and Frick both knew, that on several occasions in the past the interests of ejected or retired partners or their estates had been formally bought back by the company at book value, but almost always with additional monies added as bonuses or honoraria to bring the sum closer to the market value of the shares. Had Carnegie found a way to do the same for Frick, he might have avoided the trouble that was to follow, but he did not. Frick had turned aside Carnegie's repeated offers of friendship. He had spurned his many attempts at reconciliation, and he had, in the past year alone, betrayed him twice, first in the Moore agreement, then by denying the existence of the $1.35 price agreement he had orally agreed to. With Carnegie steadfast against any compromise, Frick had no recourse but to turn to the courts. On February 13th, 1900, he sued Carnegie Steel in the Court of Common Pleas of Allegheny County, asking the court, among other things, to enjoin the company from interfering in any way with his interest in said Carnegie Steel Company Limited, and from excluding him from participation in the care and management of the assets and business. The contents of Frick's complaint exploded across the front pages of the nation's newspapers. It was, to that point, the most spectacular lawsuit in American corporate history, with 2 flesh-and-blood protagonists, each of whom made for great copy and better caricature. Frick's complaint and Carnegie's reply were filled with juicy tidbits that provided fodder for the many stories that followed. Frick charged that Carnegie had been an absentee feudal landlord who, having conceived a personal animosity, had, without good reason and actuated by malevolent motives, forced his resignation and concocted a fraudulent scheme to defraud him of his rightful share in the company, whilst benefiting himself. There was no properly signed ironclad agreement, and had never been one. Carnegie had no legal right to eject him from his leadership role in the company, no right to force him to sell back his 6% interest, and certainly no right to fix an arbitrary value on that 6%. Carnegie gave as good as he got. The response to Frick's complaint, filed on behalf of Carnegie Steel and signed by all the board members, save Phipps and Lovejoy, declared that Frick was a man of imperious temper, impatient of opposition, and disposed to make a personal matter of any difference of opinion. At times, moreover, he gives way to violent outbursts of passion, which he is either unable or unwilling to control. He demands absolute power, and without it is not satisfied. Frick had been removed from office and from his position as a partner and shareowner because he had caused dissent within the board, and had begun to introduce controversy of a personal character into the business of the association. In demanding Frick's resignation, Andrew Carnegie had not been actuated by malevolent motives, but rather by a desire for what he believed to be, and what in fact was, for the best interests of the association. Carnegie did not harbor any personal animosity toward the plaintiff. On the contrary, he had at all times entertained and exhibited towards the plaintiff the most kindly sentiments, and had always endeavored at all times to deal with him in the most generous spirit and with the most sincere regard for his interests. As for the ironclad agreement which determined the value of Frick's 6% interest, it had been in place for years, was absolutely legal, and had in fact been enforced by Frick during his tenure as president. Frick knew from the moment he joined the firm that he would be bound by this agreement, and that the value of his interests is by the terms of said agreement to be ascertained by reference to the books of the company, not by the market value of the company's assets. The most spectacular revelations to come out of Frick's lawsuit had to do with the outrageous profits Carnegie Steel had been generating as a tariff-protected manufacturer. Until Frick's complaint, no one had any idea how profitable Carnegie Steel had become. Carnegie and Frick had kept these numbers secret because they knew they would provide union leaders, Democratic politicians, and anti-tariff men on both sides of the aisle with vital ammunition against protective tariffs for the steel industry. Now, in an instant, Frick ripped away the curtain, revealing that Carnegie Steel had earned net profits of $21 million in 1899, and that he and Carnegie expected those profits to rise above $40 million for 1900. The cartoonists had a field day, picturing Frick demanding his share of the loot from Carnegie. The story of the feud was too good to go away. It had everything the newspapers wanted: melodrama, revenge, deceit, and betrayal with political overtones. Democratic politicians and editors were particularly overjoyed. 1900 was a presidential election year in which a Republican high-tariff man, William McKinley, was running for re-election against a Democratic free trader, William Jennings Bryan. Marcus Hanna, now a U.S. Senator and still in charge of Republican Party politicking, insisted that Frick and Carnegie agree to postpone any trial until December, after the election. Both men were besieged with letters and cables begging them for the good of Carnegie Steel, the steel industry, Pittsburgh, and the Republican Party to settle their differences and avoid the disclosure of embarrassing revelations sure to emerge from a public trial. George Westinghouse, an associate of each, offered his services as mediator. "Will you allow me to say," he wrote Carnegie, "at the risk of being considered officious, that this matter is looked upon by mutual friends not only as very harmful to your own interests, but to Pittsburgh generally." Among the most poignant letters was one from Samuel Hardin Church, the secretary of the board of Carnegie's Pittsburgh Institute. "The sorrow which has fallen upon you has filled my heart with profound pity. Nowhere do I hear any comment except of deepest regret. All look upon it as a very great misfortune for all concerned, including this community. It is a melancholy reflection to those who love you that you should be called back to hard labor, to detail, to drudgery, and worst of all, to face the friends and partners of a lifetime in the angry controversies of a lawsuit." Though Carnegie, with his cheery smile and outsized benevolence, was a much more sympathetic character than the tightly laced, perpetually scowling Frick, on legal and moral grounds it was hard to argue with the junior partner who was being defrauded of tens of millions of dollars. Carnegie could argue that Frick had agreed to the terms of the ironclad when he became a partner, but he could not destroy the evidence that the 1892 ironclad was not binding, as Frick had warned him, because it had not been signed by all the partners in 1892. Carnegie's resolve not to compromise gave way quickly. Had Harry Phipps been willing to fight on alongside him, Carnegie might have stood his ground, but Phipps was firmly planted in the Frick camp. He believed Frick was entitled not to a share of the book value of the company, but to its market value, which was considerably more. On March 17th, a month after Frick filed his complaint, Carnegie and Schwab met with Phipps and Lovejoy, representing Frick. at 5 West 51st Street to arrange a settlement. Phipps suggested that as a first step forward, the proposal that Frick had floated the year before to consolidate the steel and coke companies and increase their capitalization, or book value, be considered. 2 days later, again without Frick present, a second meeting was held, this time in Atlantic City, a neutral location a step closer to Pittsburgh and far enough away from New York not to be noticed by the press. The Carnegie Steel board, with wives in tow to fool the press into believing this was a pleasure trip, agreed to organize a new holding company capitalized at $320 million, $250 million for Carnegie Steel and $70 million for H.C. Frick Coke. The existing partners, Frick included, were to receive half their interests in the new company in common stock and half in 5% first mortgage bonds. Under this agreement, Carnegie's share was almost $176 million, Phipps's $35 million, Frick's $31.6 million. Frick agreed to give up any management role in the new company and withdraw his suit. The base issue of the price of coke was settled quickly and sensibly, with the companies splitting down the middle the price H.C. Frick Coke demanded and the $1.35 Carnegie insisted had been agreed upon. "Settlement made," Frick telegrammed a friend and former colleague. "I get what is due me. All well. I, of course, have not met this man Carnegie and never expect nor want to. It is not my intention to be officially connected with the reorganized concern." Frick and Carnegie would never meet again. Their final communication came in the form of a nasty telegram from Frick to Carnegie in Skibo in August 1900. Frick, who remained a stockholder in the new consolidated firm, in his final attempt to convince Carnegie that he, Clay Frick, was the better businessman, caustically criticized the high prices that the Carnegie Company, as it was now called, was paying for coal and scrap. "Ruinous. Look into these and other matters yourself. Do not let them hide things from you. You cannot trust many by whom you are surrounded to give you facts. You need commercial rather than professional ability to cope with concerns managed by brainy and honest men trained to the business. You are being outgeneraled all along the line, and your management of the company has already become the subject of jest." Frick may have had the last word, but as his great-granddaughter and biographer would later write, though vindicated and victorious, his had been a hollow victory. All but 2 of his Carnegie Steel partners had voted against him, reminding him that, in a sense, he had never belonged. Frick severed his ties with the Carnegie Library and the Carnegie Institute in Pittsburgh and withdrew his offer to lend art to the international exhibitions. He would soon leave Pittsburgh altogether to take up residence in New York City. The Carnegie Company, formed with the merger of Carnegie Steel and H.C. Frick Coke, was formally organized on April 1, 1900, with Charles Schwab as president and chief executive officer. One might have thought this would have been the perfect time for Andrew Carnegie to retire. He was 65 years old, and in Charlie Schwab had found a chief executive in whom he had full trust. But reinvigorated by the battle with Frick, Carnegie was not about to let slide one final opportunity to modernize, expand, and extend his market share. Frick had claimed loudly and publicly that he, not Carnegie, had been the genius behind the success of Carnegie Steel. Carnegie appeared determined to prove his former junior partner wrong. With Schwab at his side, he would demonstrate yet again that there was no one, living or dead, who was his equal when it came to the steel business. He would at the same time do the larger community a service by amassing yet more profits to be given away when he retired. He had new dragons to slay, new competitors to best, and many more millions to earn before the day arrived when he would turn his attention from accumulation to distribution. The situation in the steel industry had been transformed in the past 2 years by the formation of several giant new firms, including American Steel and Wire, Federal Steel, and National Tube. "I have had to take general charge of our business for next year," he had written John Morley in mid-December 1899. "Some moves to be made to meet these huge combinations, which are really at our mercy. But my being at helm makes victory easier. So thought my partners, but it is only a short postponement of withdrawal. Retirement. Ashamed to tell you profits these days, prodigious." The boom times that the steel industry had enjoyed in 1898 and 1899, with record-high prices and profits, encouraged a flow of capital into the industry. Old firms expanded production, while new ones were started up. The result was added capacity, which, when the boom was over, as it appeared to be by 1900, translated into excess inventory and a profit crunch. The new conglomerates, which had been organized to produce finished products like steel hoops, sheets, tubes, tin plate, nails, and wire, were hit hardest. To lower costs and prop up profits, they integrated backwards. Instead of buying steel ingots and billets from Carnegie and his competitors, they constructed their own blast furnaces to produce them, depriving Carnegie of substantial orders. Carnegie's response was to integrate production forward into finished steel. With Frick out of the way, Phipps in full retirement, and Tom Carnegie long gone, there was no one left to restrain Andrew's adventurism. "Urge prompt action, essential," he cabled Schwab on July 7th from the telegraph office he had set up at the Skybo Lodge House. "Crisis has arrived. Only one policy open. Start at once. Hoop, rod, wire, nail mills. No halfway about last two. Extend coal and coke roads. Announce these. Also tubes. Prevent others building. Never been time when more prompt action essential, indeed absolutely necessary to maintain property. Have no fear as to result, victory certain. Spend freely for finishing mills, railroads, boat lines, to transport ore on the Great Lakes. Continue to advise regularly by cable." In his communications back and forth across the Atlantic that summer of 1900, Carnegie sounded much as he had 25 years earlier, urging on his partners to take risks, spend money, keep production up and prices down. On July 11th, he wrote Schwab again. "Confirming my wire upon the situation, let me say that all is coming just as expected. There is nothing surprising. A struggle is inevitable, and it is a question of the survival of the fittest. We have a great advantage, running non-union, but I do not believe that we shall be allowed to run non-union peaceably unless we give our men steady work, unless we run when others stop, as we did for some years previous to the boom." The Carnegie enterprises had survived earlier crises of overproduction by accepting orders at lower prices, keeping their factories running and their men at work. "You have only to rise to the occasion, but no halfway measures. If you are not going to cross the stream, do not enter at all and be content to dwindle into second place. Put your trust in the policy of running your mills full regardless of prices. Such is my advice." Carnegie's competitive juices were flowing again. After Alexander Cassatt, on being named president of the Pennsylvania Railroad in June 1899, declared his intention to eliminate the preferential freight rates his predecessors had negotiated, Carnegie, with Schwab by his side, girded for battle. On his return to the United States in the fall of 1900, he began talks with Jay Gould's son George, who had plans to build a new east-west rail network to compete with the Pennsylvania and the New York Central networks. If the older railroads refused to give him preferential rates, Carnegie would shift his freight to the new Gould lines. None of this was good news for J. Pierpont Morgan, who had devoted his career to squeezing competition out of American industry. The fact that Carnegie was threatening the joint sovereignty of the New York Central and Pennsylvania systems was cause enough for alarm. Then, in January 1901, the situation grew more dire still with the announcement that the Carnegie Company intended to spend $12 million to build the world's largest, most technologically advanced tube works at Conneaut on Lake Erie to compete with National Tube, the conglomerate the Morgan interests had organized in October 1899. In choosing Conneaut instead of Pittsburgh and pledging to invest millions to build the most modern plant anywhere in the world, Carnegie was signaling that he intended to win this battle, as he had won every other he had fought. Morgan, like Rockefeller before him, was astute enough to recognize that it made no sense to enter head-to-head competition with Carnegie in steel. If Carnegie followed through with his plan, and he showed every intention and capacity to do so, he would be as invincible in finished steel products as he was in ingots, billets, rails, and structural shapes. No one was to be able to undersell him. Morgan regarded Carnegie as a dangerous adventurer, an old-fashioned businessman who relished competition, eschewed cooperation, and took greater pleasure in breaking agreements than in joining them. A way had to be found to neutralize him. Carnegie, for his part, had no use for men like Morgan, who made their fortunes speculating in and trading paper stocks and bonds. According to Charles Schwab, Carnegie was also appalled at the rumors that Morgan kept mistresses, Carnegie was always faithful and could not understand Morgan's personal freedom. Carnegie frowned on anything savoring of the flesh and the devil. He was very narrow in some respects, and he had no forgiveness for human weaknesses, because he couldn't understand them. The two men were therefore not on speaking terms, or hardly so. In the fall of 1900, Pierpont Morgan, determined to head off Carnegie before he built his new tube plant at Conneaut, invited Schwab to call at his Wall and Broad Street office. "When I was in New York last week," Schwab informed the Carnegie Company Board of Managers at its November 6th meeting, "J. Pierpont Morgan sent word he would like to see me. I did not comply for several reasons, but I did meet Mr. Steel, who is his chief assistant, and was informed it was in reference to tubes, that the Morgan people had financed and put through this new tube combination, and were much alarmed about our going into tubes." On December 12th, J. Edward Simmons and Charles Stewart Smith, two of New York's most powerful bankers, held a dinner for Schwab at the new magnificently luxurious University Club, and invited Carnegie and Morgan to attend. "Schwab's dinner here remarkable," Carnegie wrote Lauder 4 days before the event. "Mr. Smith tells me that everyone invited has accepted, and really the biggest men in New York. Schwab is a favorite indeed. This makes him all the more valuable to us. I'm greatly pleased. I am going for an hour. I must be at the dinner of the Pennsylvania Society to speak on industrial Pennsylvania." Pierpont Morgan, as befitted his standing in the financial community, was seated on Schwab's right. At the conclusion of the dinner, long after Carnegie had left, Schwab was called upon to make an after-dinner speech. Instead of offering the usual light-hearted remarks and a toast of thanks, he delivered a lengthy speech on the state of the steel industry with recommendations for the future. The industry was facing a potentially ruinous crisis of overproduction, he warned, which would lead to lower prices and vanishing profits. The only solution was a massive new consolidation, which would eliminate overproduction and lead to new efficiencies, new products, and an expansion of domestic and foreign markets. Chomping away at his black cigar, Morgan listened intently. When the speech was over and applause had died down, he took Schwab by the arm and led him to a corner. For half an hour, Burton Hendrick reports, the two men engaged in intimate conversation. At the end of the evening, Schwab took the overnight train back to Pittsburgh. Morgan had been won over by Schwab's presentation, which more or less restated his own thinking on the dangers of competition. He asked John W. Gates, the former president of Illinois Steel, with whom he still consulted on steel matters, to set up a meeting for him with the Carnegie Company president. Schwab again demurred. He did not want to offend Carnegie by going behind his back to negotiate with Morgan. Gates understood and suggested that Schwab and Morgan might accidentally run into one another at the Bellevue Hotel in Philadelphia. Schwab consented, but on arriving at the Bellevue at the agreed-upon date and time was told by Gates that Morgan had been taken ill and was unable to travel. Throwing caution to the wind, Schwab took the train to New York, where he had dinner with Morgan and two of his partners. At 3 a.m. the next morning, after a solid night of talk, Morgan asked Schwab to prepare a list of the companies that should be included in the grand consolidation he had outlined at the December 12th dinner. The two men met again days later, and Morgan, after reviewing Schwab's list, indicated that he was ready to move forward. "If Andy wants to sell, I'll buy. Go and find his price." The negotiations had proceeded at almost warp speed and under a veil of silence, so that investors in the companies to be acquired, and Carnegie himself, would not have time or opportunity to profit or interfere. Carnegie may have guessed that something was afoot, but if so, he made no mention of it. Schwab, unsure as to how he should approach the old man with Morgan's offer, asked Louise for advice. Louise had for years been pressing her husband to retire from business and spend more time with her Aunt Margaret. She worried about his health and his age. Although quite active, with no physical complaints, her husband was in his mid-60s. Louise suggested that Schwab raise the subject of Morgan's offer after a day of golfing at the St. Andrews Golf Club near Hastings-on-Hudson. Carnegie had a cottage there, and enjoyed nothing more than spending a day playing golf, followed by a leisurely meal. Schwab took Louise's advice. After their golf game, he and Carnegie retired to the cottage where Schwab presented Morgan's offer. According to Schwab, Carnegie professed some reluctance at first, but then agreed that it was time to sell. With his blunt, stubby pencil in his hand, he wrote down the price he wanted for his properties. Schwab took the slip of paper directly to Morgan. Carnegie's price was $400 million. Morgan accepted it. There was, Schwab insisted, no bargaining over price. Only after the negotiations had been concluded did Morgan invite Carnegie on the telephone to come down to Wall and Broad Streets for a little talk. As Hendrick, who interviewed Schwab, tells the story, Carnegie thought the suggestion that he should visit Morgan was unbecoming. "Mr. Morgan," he replied, "it is just about as far from Wall Street to 51st as it is from 51st to Wall. I should be delighted to see you here any time." Morgan took him up on this invitation and called on Carnegie at home. Carnegie's private secretary, James Bertram, later told Hendrick that he had kept a watch on the two men to see how long the session lasted. His timepiece showed that the interview took exactly 15 minutes. As he prepared to leave, Morgan grasped Carnegie's hand. "Mr. Carnegie," he said, "I want to congratulate you on being the richest man in the world." Years later, according to a story that Schwab told Hendrick, Carnegie and Morgan met on board an ocean liner crossing the Atlantic. Carnegie told Morgan that he realized now he should have asked for an additional $100 million. "Well," replied Morgan with a grin, "you would have got it if you had." Carnegie denied the story and claimed that he had named a price he thought eminently fair. "I have been told many times since by insiders that I should have asked $100 million more and I could have gotten it easily," he told congressional investigators in 1912. "Once and for all, I want to put a stop to all this talk." The buyout plan called for the Carnegie Company partners to receive payment in common and preferred stock. Carnegie insisted that he, his cousin Dodd, and his sister-in-law Lucy be paid entirely in first mortgage 5% gold bonds. A stock certificate entailed an ownership right. A first mortgage bond was evidence of a debt, secured by a first mortgage on the company's assets. Had he accepted stock in U.S. Steel, even preferred stock, he would have been obliged to watch over its progress and profits. As a bondholder, he need do nothing more than watch over his interest as it accumulated. The new company, as he well knew, was not worth the $1.4 billion of stock and bonds that were being issued. Its tangible assets, however, were worth more than the $300 million he and his family members were receiving in gold bonds. Even if the company failed, which was unlikely, the first mortgage bonds would be redeemable at par. On February 3rd, Carnegie wrote John Morley with his news. "Have been busy, very. Ere this reaches you, I may have accomplished my purpose to retire, which was frustrated. Morgan, the chief banker, has taken it up, and I believe will succeed. He had never failed yet. You'll see. I'll have at least 50 millions, in pounds sterling, all in 5% gold bonds. Ah, then, well, I'll tackle it. You'll see, I could as well had 100 millions, sterling, in a few years, but no, sir. I'm not going to grow old piling up, but in distributing." The following day, the board of the Carnegie Company formally approved the offer and thanked Carnegie for all he had done to make them millionaires. "Your sound judgment and profound business sagacity have been the foundation stones on which has been built the fabric of our success." Samuel Clemens, a friend of Carnegie for many years, was one of the first to learn of the sale, perhaps from Carnegie himself. "Dear sir and friend," he wrote Carnegie on February 6th, "you seem to be in prosperity. Could you lend an admirer $1.50 to buy a hymn book with? God will bless you. I feel it, I know it. N.B. If there should be other applications, this one is not to count." The note was signed, "Yours, Mark." Just beneath the signature, Clemens added, "Don't send the hymn book, send the money. I want to make the selection myself." On February 26th, Carnegie delivered his Memorandum of Understanding to Morgan. "Morgan has succeeded as I felt he would," he cabled Dodd that same day. On March 3rd, Morgan formally announced the organization of the United States Steel Corporation, the world's first billion-dollar corporation, capitalized at $1.4 billion, $304 million in 5% gold mortgage bonds for Carnegie, Dodd, and Lucy Carnegie, $1.1 billion in preferred and common stock for the other partners. Andrew Carnegie's share came to $226 million, nearly $120 billion today. "There is nothing new to report," Carnegie cabled his cousin the following day. Morgan has launched the ship, and it will reach port all right. We shall have our bonds, and there an end. To escape New York City taxes on real estate and personal property, Carnegie was scouting property in New Jersey to park his bonds. Surrogate of New York City assessed Vanderbilt 2.5% on his 4 and 5% bonds. At present rate, half of my $12 million per year, the interest on his bonds, would go to New York City. That is, if assessed at value, and they can do this any year. We are at mercy Tammany. Carnegie's tentative plan was to organize his own trust company in New Jersey and acquire a domicile in that state. New Jersey taxes nothing. The next day he cabled Dodd again. There was no need for him to come to New York. He would take care of the transfer of assets and have the new U.S. Steel bonds delivered to the Hudson Trust Company, Hoboken, New Jersey, where he claimed Morgan kept his securities. Again he suggested that Dodd take a house somewhere in New Jersey to be safe. Can rent one at a few $100s per year. When the next week he wrote Dodd again, his ever-fertile mind had hatched a plan to set up a Carnegie Steel millionaires' colony in New Jersey, complete with its own bank. We ought to get in same neighborhood, may build our own trust building and get a charter. This frees us all from taxes, outrageous ones, and also ensures freedom from surrogates, etc. Cornelius Vanderbilt's fortune levied up fearfully, and much trouble caused to executors. I see it is essential for all of us to get under cover, Lucy, you, and I. Also Schwab. Maybe H.P., no doubt anxious to get in, besides others of Carnegie Steel Company who will have to remove here. We want a colony, near Greenwood Lake suggested as beautiful, belongs to Mr. Hewitt, who offers me anything he has. But plenty of time for all this. Pray sleep soundly, all is fixed. Your bonds and mine go as our partners go, into vaults. The sale of Carnegie Steel to Morgan in early March 1901 and the formation of U.S. Steel was big news everywhere. It was, depending on one's viewpoint, the apogee of American capitalism or the death knell of democracy. The unions were particularly disturbed at the consequences of the Great Consolidation. The Amalgamated Association recognized, as David Brody has written, that, once firmly established, the corporation would be impregnable. The first order of business was going to be an attempt to alleviate the crisis of overproduction by closing redundant mills. There was no question but that the first plants closed would be the unionized ones. To protect those plants and its future, the Amalgamated set out to organize every mill in the combine. It began by presenting wage demands at the tin plate, sheet steel, and steel hoop companies. When U.S. Steel refused to negotiate in good faith, a strike was called and quickly broken. The Amalgamated, which had retained considerable strength in the non-Carnegie mills, would never recover from these early defeats. None of this, of course, concerned Carnegie, who had other matters to contend with. Having discovered that he did not have to move to New Jersey to protect himself from taxes, he was proceeding with plans made earlier to build a New York City mansion for his family. The site had been purchased in November of 1898 at almost the same time Carnegie bought Skybo. The West 51st Street house, large as it was, did not have enough room for the expanded Carnegie family. Carnegie purchased a plot of land on Fifth Avenue across from the park but well north of the homes of New York's other millionaires. The site he chose, 2 full block fronts between 90th and 92nd Streets, was on the highest point of Fifth Avenue, or as Carnegie would proudly refer to it, the highlands of Fifth Avenue. He and Louise expected to move into the new mansion when they returned from Scotland in the fall. His major concern that spring was that Louise was wearing herself out trying to complete work on the building and grounds. Her health was good, but there had been scares in the recent past. I feel better get Louise away from this new house, he wrote Dodd in February. Architects, etc. too troublesome, especially on furniture and decorations. He planned to take her and Margaret to the south of France, Antibes and then Aix, to give her a full 6 weeks' holiday, free from house and housekeeping, before they settled in for the summer at Skybo. In early March, still worried about Lou, he wrote Dodd again to tell him that he had canceled the family's annual trip to Cumberland Island. Lou needs a holiday badly, has had none for 4 years. We shan't get south, wrote Lucy so yesterday. Sorry, but I saw Lou must have a rest. She works so hard at her new house here. The following week, accompanied by their full entourage of nannies, nurses, and servants, the Carnegies sailed for Europe. Interviewed by reporters at the pier, Carnegie insisted in a story carried on the front page of the New York Times on March 14th that he intended to conduct no business of any sort in Europe. "I anticipate one of the happiest trips of my life, and am anxious to get to work on the golf links. Golf is a great game, and I am very fond of it." Asked if he planned to found any new libraries, he smilingly replied, "I have just begun to give away money, and if you ask me that question, say, about 10 years from now, I may be able to give you an intelligent answer. No, I can't answer that question now. I have only begun, you see, and don't know yet myself." What he didn't tell the reporters was that he had authorized Robert Franks, his financial secretary and the new president of the Home Trust Company in Hoboken, to transfer $5 million in U.S. Steel gold bonds to the managers of the Carnegie Company in Pittsburgh. $1 million was to be used to maintain Carnegie libraries at Braddock, Homestead, and Duquesne. The remaining $4 million was for a Carnegie Relief Fund to assist injured employees and the dependents of those killed in service, and to provide small pensions or aids to such employees as, after long and creditable service, through exceptional circumstances, need such help in their old age, and who make a good use of it. The wording of the bequest made it clear that these pensions were not to be given indiscriminately, but only to those workers specifically recommended by superintendents as worthy. The $5 million gift to his employees was, he announced, his first bequest since retiring. "I make it as an acknowledgment of the deep debt I owe to the workmen who have contributed so greatly to my success." It was a generous offer, though it comprised less than 2% of the $226 million he had just received. Another $5.2 million in U.S. Steel bonds was delivered to John Billings, the director of the New York Public Library, to establish a branch library system for New York. Billings, with whom Carnegie had been in discussion for some time, had estimated the average cost of a branch library at $80,000. Multiplying that figure by 65, the number of libraries Carnegie thought necessary, he had decided to give the libraries $5.2 million, more than $2.7 billion today. 65 branches strike one at first as a large order, but as other cities have found one necessary for every 60 or 70,000 of population, the number is not excessive. After a great deal of wrangling, the funds were divided up. $3.36 million went to the New York Public Library for 42 branches in Manhattan, the Bronx, and Staten Island. $1.6 million to the Brooklyn Public Library for 20 branches, and $240,000 for 3 libraries in Queens. The agreement that was signed by the New York City government obligated it, in return for Carnegie's money, to provide sites for the libraries and sufficient funding to maintain, repair, staff, and keep them open from at least 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day but Sunday. There was some question about who was responsible for buying the books, but it was agreed in the end that the city should do so. The building process got underway at once. Between 1902 and 1909, 55 libraries were completed. It would take until 1929 to complete the last dozen. 67 of them would be built, with Queens getting a few extra. When, in 1996, Mary Dirick wrote her book about the New York City Carnegie libraries, she found that 57 of the buildings were still standing, 54 of them operating as branch libraries. Carnegie was more involved in the planning and building of these libraries than he would be with most of the others he funded. He joined the New York Public Library Board in 1902, and though he did not attend meetings or library dedications, remained in close touch with Billings. 3 prominent New York architectural firms, McKim, Mead & White, Carrere & Hastings, which had built the Central Library on 42nd Street, and Babcock & Willard, which was building his mansion on 91st Street, were chosen to design the buildings. Carnegie protested that more architects should be invited in and the bidding process be made competitive, but Billings convinced him this would slow down the process. Though no 2 libraries were exactly alike, they were designed as a collection, with large front windows to let in sunlight, red brick or limestone facades, and granite or limestone steps leading to a prominent front entrance. Circulation and reference desks and a reading room were located on the ground floor, with a children's room above it, and a general reading room on the quieter third floor, farthest from the street. The Manhattan branches, and a number of the Brooklyn ones, were set in the middle of their blocks and looked rather like elegant townhouses. Outside Manhattan, where property was less expensive, the libraries occupied corner lots. Dignified, classical, but not elaborately ornate, the libraries were meant to attract readers, and they did. The branch in Yorkville, the first to be opened to the public, was used by more than 40,000 readers in 1903, almost 4 times the number of patrons than the year before.